Gaming podcast. We are joined by a good long buddy. I know, like, we ain't like the best of friends, but we've known each other for a minute, right?
Yeah.
Joe Bettis. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm going great, brother. Doing great. Happy to let you invite me over here, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but thank you again.
Appreciate you, man. I know we were kind of chopping it up a little bit before we started recording, but we've actually known each other for quite some time, right?
Yeah,
we went to school. We went to school together.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We didn't really hang out, but we've known of each other for like the longest time.
No, and the crazy story is when we got older in age, like our circles were united as one with closer friends, other friends.
Yeah.
It was a hell of a team that came together.
No shit, right? And you know what's cool too? Like we were saying as well is when I was starting to get into my streaming, I was like, I need like some photography
That's
pictures.
right.
And I had reached out to you, and that's when you were kind of already moving along with that photography shit, bro. And we did my first professional shoot, I guess you would say, here at the house. And I still, by default, I use the one from the side.
Oh, the side one, yeah.
Yes, I still use that one as a default one for all my pages.
That's still my favorite.
That's still a good one, bro.
That's still my favorite.
That's a good one. I still have those pictures, man. But thanks for coming on, man. I know that you've been doing your thing. You're a photographer, right?
Yes, sir. Been doing it. So yeah, photography. Damn, it's been a journey, but 6 years going on strong. I actually just recently did the count on that too, because I was thinking about it. I was like, how long have I been doing it? Because it's been coming up a lot. It's like, how long have you been doing photography? Yeah, 6 years.
Dang.
6 years strong doing it professionally.
Yeah.
Professionally.
That's what I was gonna say. So how long have you been taking pictures for, like on your own, like as a hobby? Like, I just like taking pictures.
As a hobby, man, since I was a kid. I'll tell you a crazy story. I think you might know him too. He went to Parkland too. Eric Chavez.
Okay.
So when I was he's just lived a couple houses down from me, but he was in middle school. This was between 98 and 99, where he was.
Don't show your age now.
I know, right? Shit. But yeah, no, he was. It was around that time. He was in middle school. I was just barely going into middle school, and this is when middle school was only 2 years. Not now where it's 3 years.
Yeah.
But
7th and 8th.
Yeah, good old 7th.
Right.
So they were there's a film class that they had, and they rented out. They gave him some cameras, and he was making a short film. This is when Scream was popular. So he tried to do his own version of Scream, and I helped him out with a little bit of the clips. The intro, it was just a little VHS camera and a piece of paper where they drew out the Scream name and the title and a strobe light.
Nice.
After that, I got into it with him. We did a couple of scenes, and then we left it at that. We never even premiered or showed the movie ever again till daylight. After that, man, I was just picking up disposable cameras, taking photos, going to car shows, just random family photos with cartons and cartons of disposable cameras. And then I dropped it for a bit, then came back with another camera. And then that's when the big VHS tapes, the small digital ones came around. And then MySpace came around, and everyone in front of the mirror holding that picture. That was me holding that, but I was taking a picture for other people. I was never in front of it. And then, I just spun off from that, paused for a little bit of maybe a good 2.5 years, and then went right back at it. Came 2017 a hit. Just kept it going from there.
I like that you've been doing that, because like I said, we were before you started recording, I was like, man, I respect the fact that you stuck with it. Yeah. You know, because a lot of when everybody's trying to pursue something that's like freelance or something that's not a normal paying job, or even if it's like a hobby thing, it could lead to potentially like a business or something like that. And I've been seeing you do that, man. And you get better with your editing. You're always posting videos, different type of content. And I respect the fuck out of that, man, because I love seeing that shit, especially somebody that I know. I'm like rooting for you from afar, bro.
I appreciate you for doing that. Yeah, it's been a journey adapting to all the changes, because everything changes so fast. Yeah. So you gotta get the photo, then edits come down. The way edit, people look at edits, and then you have to find yourself. When you're a photographer, you have to find that one style that suits you, and then it separates you from the most. Yeah. And when you're in there, I mean, there's been times here and there like, I want to put the camera where just pawn it, but nah. I turn around and stuck to it. Yeah. So like in 2017, you said that's when it was like, all right, I'm gonna really start pursuing this. Yeah. Crazy story. I actually just paid off a truck that I purchased. It was a big Tahoe, and I was like, you know what? Let's do this. I stopped by a rent-a-center, And I was like, hey, you guys have that camera there? They're like, yeah. And I was like, well, we'll let it go for 500. I was like, in payments? Like, yeah. I was like, how much you guys want for cash? I was like, no, we'll take it in payments. So I ended up, it was overpriced, but I took it out, and within the first year and a half, I paid it off right then and there.
But that's how you had to start, right?
Yeah, I had to start somewhere because I had no clue when it came to digital. I lost all sense of it, and I was like learning aperture, ISO, shutter speed.
I'm barely learning about that kind of stuff, bro.
The way it hit me, and I was like, damn. Like I had to rethink, and I'm sitting there going to YouTube college, looking at it, and then practicing, and then bumped into other photographers walking around. And they're like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, taking some photos, man. It's like, oh, I'm a photographer too. And bump heads, we talk. And it was like, hey, try this. And little by little, and every single chance I had the ability to meet a photographer that's advanced or further than me, I'd be like, hey, how do you do this? Always asking those questions, and got ISO down, got shutter speed down, and then it was just a matter of just learning how to edit.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. I'm glad you said that, because when, for me, when I run into other content creators and or people that do podcasts, I always have conversations because we're always learning from each other. So it's cool that by you just doing your thing, you'd be amazed how many people will be willing to help you out when they see. Because like if I ever have anybody that starts talking about gaming or streaming or video or anything like that, if I know them, I'll be like, hey, like, do that. Oh.
Well, when we first did the photo shoot, how we started talking about what's it called? Copyrights.
Yeah.
We get into a whole conversation about copyrights. So like figuring out what to play, where to find it. Mm-hmm. It was total, especially when you mentioned Spotify, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Spotify on a copyright list. I've been using that for the life of me.
Right, dude. There's and that's cool. And even though we were both pursuing different things, we could always bounce the lighting, that we were talking about microphones and shit like that, dude. I think when it comes to content creation and freelance work and stuff that, that people do with this, you could learn by just asking how you were saying, right? It's
always asking those questions. The theory came back to me, never such thing as a dumb question. Man, those questions were flying.
Right. So how did you lead? So obviously 2017, and then you're like, all right, you started just reaching out to people that you knew for photos. What kind of was the first type of photo shoots that you were doing?
So what actually got me really interested into photography was boudoir. I don't know why, but the couples and women just being themselves and they're comfortable in their own skin, I always found that super cool. And in the way lighting changed it, can change a mood from either being power strong about yourself and then having that little vulnerability to just be all out there. Yeah, I'm here, my nipples out.
Yeah. So for people that don't know, what is that type of shoot?
So boudoir is pretty much just boudoir is a image of, how can I put it? To me, boudoir is pretty much the image of a woman or male, both being captured in their natural power self. So being able to show their curves, body proportions, and of course, because everyone's in different sizes, so plus size, thin, petite, thick, muscular, they all showed some artistic way. The image of a man, I forgot the statue's name. You know which one I'm talking about.
The one of David.
There you go.
Yeah, the one with his little dick out. Is that one?
That one, exactly. That one would be pretty much just the definition of that in boudoir, and just putting that, and it just pretty much, it also it helps out people. Mm-hmm. I like it too, because that's one of the things, because I helped out people, because my first boudoir experience was with a woman that just recently got divorced, and she was just completely lost. And I told her, you know what? Fine, I got you. We set up a date. We got together. So I was we just chatted, a little conversation here and there. And so I was what are you into? What are stuff you like? And then whatnot. And then she came to me and was hey, I have these outfits that I never got to try out. I was let's do that one. And she had other ones. It's I want to go to these, but I know these were kind of more my ex's kind of liking. He was no, let's get something your ex would have never approved you wearing. Let's do that.
Right.
Once we got her into that, and then I had her do a couple poses, and she was at the end of the shoot, I showed her a couple of the photos, and she was just in awe. Wow, that's me. He's yeah, no, that's you. He's oh my God, fucking 16 years married. We divorced now, and I'm a whole totally different person. Like, there you go.
So
to the world.
It was like an empowering.
Yeah.
It was like an empowering thing for her, and you were able to capture that for her.
I got that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So that was like, what was that one like your first paid?
That was
shoot?
actually my first. That was my second paid boudoir shoot. The first one, that one was one of those photography mishaps. It was a couple. And yeah, they just
didn't work out.
They got the photos. I personally didn't like the photos, but they liked them. But it was their own private collection because there were those people that had those pineapples in their houses. So they loved it. I was like, all right, cool. You guys liked it. Thanks for the time. Appreciate you guys.
Right.
It was a small room and it got hot. And I was like, fuck, and it got hotter with them too. And I'm like, you know what? I was like, I appreciate you guys.
You said it got hotter and shit.
It got to that point. I was like, hey, you guys did great. Amazing work. Put those photos to edit. And I was like, yep. Thank you guys.
That's dope, man. So now that you've been actually like getting paid gigs, how long have you been getting paid gigs for?
So it's been on and off. So I've been doing it professionally. I've been actually getting commissioned photo shoots for the last 6 years. In every one of those years from 2017 to 2018, I think I went ahead and started off my rate from $50 to $60, and I maybe got three to four that year. Then after that, I moved it up the following year to 100 to 150. And I'm mentioning the dollar prices because it's a lot of big things that photographers that they see is they don't know how to price themselves. So obviously you start learning to price yourself as you go. But I went up to 150. And then from there, I started packaging it in threes, like do this, this, and this, each $1 price. And I booked 10 that year. And then the following year, that's when COVID hit. I still booked some, but they were outdoor. But I was like, I think I dropped down like maybe five to six then. And then recently, the beginning of the year, it was mainly weddings and quinceañeras that I've been getting photo shoots for. And those are the ones that have been paying. Right. And getting me into that.
Yeah, I like that you don't limit yourself to the certain type. I mean, obviously there's a lot of things that you like shooting and prefer. Yeah. But I like that you say, hey, I've done weddings, I've done this, I've done that, because you're only like getting better at your craft, right? Exactly. A lot of people don't, like, you can't just fucking do everything you want to do. You got to get better. Yeah. You got to
test every single thing.
Yeah. I just feel like anytime you're pursuing anything that's like content creation, photography, musician, comedy, like you have to put those reps in. You have to try different scenarios and different things. You know what I mean? I feel like with doing this, I've gotten better being a interviewer for people. Oh yeah. Because like I watch back stuff and I'm like, and I like catch myself like I should have asked this, I should have asked that. But by watching the film and the reps, I've gotten better.
You've seen it. Yeah.
You know, it's crazy to think that, but I'm glad that you say that. Like I'll do quinceañeras, I'll do photo shoots, I'll do boudoir. You talk about car shows and shit like that, man.
Oh yeah. No, that's another project I'm working on right now because I just started my own publishing for a magazine. It's called Ill Society Magazine.
So tell us about that real quick. So what is Ill
Society Magazine? So the concept is for photographers by photographers. So obviously a magazine is published by photographers, but this one pretty much I'm wanting to test out photographers that think that they don't have it, but they do. Because of course, like when it comes to light manipulation, composition, photos, you test yourself. And not only you test yourself, but as well, you have a community behind you that you may feel that they're against you, but they're not. Photographers around the world love each other's work. But Ill Society pretty much is the dedication for photographers. So you, like right now, the magazine itself is dedicated to cars and models. So from cars and models, we'll start branching out to other light manipulation tactics, black and white photography, film photography, and building more, because that was a big popular thing back. And then of course, the prints are gone away because everyone wants to do digital. So I want to kind of bring back that because I know there's still some other magazines like Babe Magazine, Fast Life Magazine. They just still do prints and they look amazing, which I was published on one of them, but they still do amazing stuff. Yeah. And then of course, it allows you to recognize like, hey, that's a good photographer. Yeah. You see his stuff and you're like, you know what? Let me try and mimic something. Because you're going to go ahead and play something off. It's like, you know what? He put a light green. I want to put a red light. Right. And that's
I like, yeah, because you when you start going into, and that's a cool thing about, like, for me with content creation, like when you start talking to like-minded people and you bounce ideas off each other, like we said, you learn from each other, like little things, like, hey, did you think about putting the camera at this angle? Did you realize the filters for your mic, it catches the fan in the background? I didn't thought about it. Yeah. And things like that. Oh, how did you get that shot from up there? Oh, how did you edit this? And it's cool that you could say, like, some people are not confident in their work. And you were talking about too the price thing too. That's a big thing too, man. Knowing your self-worth. Yeah. Because a lot of people, they will sell themselves short just because. Yeah. They don't know any better. They just like, oh, like
all the time.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
All the time they ask me. I'm pretty open about it. When another beginner photographer asked me, he was like, hey, how much you charge? I was like, dude, I start off at $150 and I go from there. I was like, I even sit there, I was like, hey, let me check out your Instagram, and they show me your stuff. I'm like, dude, this is amazing. Like, I love the stuff that you're doing, because I don't pull it off, but you pull it off a lot better. So dude, an easy 150 for that shoot. Yeah. Or like 200, 300. Because I got more of my validation. I got more confident when some of the top-rated, I say they're top-rated photographers, Dave Quintana, Luis Durantes, Hobie Peña, these guys, they've been doing it for a lot longer than me. Dave, he was he started off at Best Buy selling film cameras, and he knows everything from film, and he's taught me about digital and composition. Luis Durantes, man, that guy's a monster when it comes to his composition, because he just captures some amazing images. And Hobie Peña, I've seen his work with models in person, and it's like watching water move down a river. Easily, he just gets them in place, takes his photo, click, click, click. And when they see my work, they're like, hey, dude, I love your stuff. That's cool. Like, you're doing good work. I was like, oh, appreciate you. I was like, no, right? No, man. Isn't it cool, like, when you get that little pat on the back from somebody, like, a peer? That recognition I got from them, like amazing. A peer. It's not like you're doing it for their approval, but when somebody just notices your work, yeah, it's cool, because I got like the hey, man, I watch your videos, man, they're pretty funny. I'm like, cool, that's what I'm trying to do. Right? Yeah. Oh, I listened to your podcast, man. You said this and you had this guest, and man, that really resonated with me. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's exactly why I'm doing it. Exactly, yeah. You know, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not trying to get the pats on the back, but when I do, it's like, it feels good knowing that I'm going in the right path. I'm going forward in this right path, man. So I like the fact that, you know, you were shouting out those people, because you're like, hey, man, I've learned from them. Yeah, and it's cool to be like, hey, man, you're doing good, bro. Yeah, and I learned a lot from you, buddy. Yeah, man. Hey, and that's the thing, too, man. And we're going to talk about the aperture and the ISO and all that shit, shutter speed, because, you know what I mean? I got these cameras, and I want to start doing vlogs and, like, take more photography and shit like that. So I'm going to be picking your brain. Trust. Yeah, by all means. Trust on that, man. Trust on that. Don't do it between 3 and 6 a.m. Anytime before that, I'm good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a night owl now because of photography. Photography has changed my sleep schedule. Yeah. So you just up late, like, usually editing or what? Yeah. So the cool thing is I work from home on my 9 to 5. So I'm always next to my PC doing the work. But then when I get tired of that, I step away from it, and then I just pretty much start looking up ideas, look at other people's content, comment, just so I could go ahead and get the algorithms to recognize that I'm there. And then I go back to editing. Usually by midnight, I'm setting the computer down, and I'm like, all right, that's it. And then I head on up, and I still, just to go in and get a little bit two more edits, I still open up Lightroom Mobile, and I do a couple more, and then I'm out. It's like, I like how you say that. It's like when when content creation, photography, or musician that I've talked to, it's like you're always doing something. Yeah. It's a 24/7 thing, and it might not, like, you might be focusing on it, but sometimes, like, I have to, like, it's hard to stop my brain. Yeah, to turn it off, especially when it's coming down to winding down yourself. Like, you need to get your rest. But, like, you're like, I swear to God, I need to get this layer mask on this fucking person. And I need to just put some more light on her face. Yeah. And then, bam, as soon as I get it, I was like, all right, good. Done. Done for the night. I'll do that too. Like, man, God, that was a good reel today. You know, I can knock out that reel real quick. And I've gotten... Exactly. I've gotten better with my editing skills, because I can knock out, like, a decent amount of work in a small amount of time, but it's hard for me to stop because I know I could do it so quick. Yeah. All right, I did that one real quick. Let me just do one more. Yeah, let me go ahead and knock out another one. Let me do this one. Let me do this one more. Yeah, it's always like that. So, like, when you're without, like, names or, like, situations, like, what are some of, like, some of the stereotype
questions or things that you have to answer on a daily basis when it comes to like people asking you about your work or on a shoot?
All right, I'm a professional guy because I'm married, but I always get asked, do you get hit on by the models? Mm-hmm. It happens, but obviously you gotta be professional. And where do you find these models? These are a lot of the questions that I get. How much time do you need to edit? What are some of the things you don't like about editing? And then there's those things where like do you really have to get your hands dirty? I was like, no. Like, one, when it comes to the models, like I just shoot my shot. It's just like dating. Like, you shoot your shot, you get shot down. Now, all right. But yeah, those are usually the common things that come up. Where do you get the camera equipment from is another one. Like, what are some of your favorite settings? Honestly, when it's settings, dude, those wheels on those cameras, I'm surprised they're still on there because I'd be gyrating them, boom, 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 left, right, just to go and get the perfect light I want. How much you spend on equipment? That's a very, very common question. I mean, if you're gonna go ahead and start photography, and your question is the cost of equipment,
a lot,
yeah, a lot. I got $30,000 in credit card debt.
Right, no shit, right?
So but there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, I like how you were talking about, and I'm glad you brought that up because I mean, you say you're talking about being in a relationship, and then you want to be taken serious for your work.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, like, I've had other friends that were like trying to be photographers or things like that, and it comes to situations they're being weird, making the people feel uncomfortable, especially with females. Like, I mean, I could only imagine like some female or even male art like model, they're trying to take themselves serious, and then you want to make sure that relationship is there without being weird and like that, because I think that
it's a fine line.
Yeah,
it is a fine line.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's a lot of creep photographers out there.
A lot of them.
You know what I mean? But like, so a lot of the time when you're gonna set up a shoot, it's like, is it you reaching out? Is it vice versa? Do you have like?
So a lot of the times I reach out for collabs. So I usually tell them like, hey, I message like, hey, I have this idea for a concept that I want to try. It's like for like a test studio shoot. Like, I want to test out the studio. I'm going to start using it hopefully in the future. You want to come by so we could go ahead and check it out? They usually like, all right, cool. What idea do you have? Like, hey, they asked me the time. It was like time, date. And then I usually just, I'm like, are you comfortable with lingerie? Are you comfortable with bodysuits? Or like, what are you comfortable with? And they usually give me like, oh, when they tell me I'm comfortable with whatever, I was like, all right, cool. So bring your favorite lingerie. Or if you want, I have a set that's been sitting there for my last client. So if you want it, you can have it. Just tell me your size. And just pretty much that small communication, not going into like, hey, what's up, girl? Like, can I get your picture?
Right.
Can I get your picture? It usually comes down to just like being straight to it.
Yeah.
Like, hey, this is the idea I got. You want to try it out?
Yeah.
Or I just put it out to the universe on a story and be like, hey guys, I'm doing a casting call for this. Who's down? Usually get all the guys that comes by like, I'm down to do it, buddy. But every now and then I get one or two. It's like, yeah, I'm up for it.
Yeah.
Like, all right, cool. And then I have my go-to models.
Yeah.
So those go-to models are always there in my back pocket all the time. I was like, hey, we're going to do this. It was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm available.
Yeah. And that's cool that you say that, because it's very interesting that communication is the same thing how I go about. Like, I think of topics all the time, and I think of certain people, and then I reach out, you know what I mean, to fit in the topic, because with me, I'm trying to just broaden my audience, and my goal is always to try to educate people or share light on people's journeys and shit like that. Yeah. So once I start thinking of people, I'll reach out to them, and I always like, it's cool that you say that the guidelines and how you want to go about it. So this way it's established ahead of time. They know you're serious, you know they're serious, and then you move forward. Yeah, because I can only imagine, like, with photography, like, how many times that you have to make sure that you let them know that you know, it's more about the work and shit like that.
7 out of 10 times I usually get shot down.
Yeah.
But those 3 other occasions, they usually fall.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, cool, let's do it.
That's cool. And I'm glad that you were honest like that. Hey, I shoot my shot with a lot of people and trying to reach out, and sometimes it doesn't work out, right? Even
when I'm looking for paid clients or even for potential clients, I also do the same thing. Like, hey, you're asking for a cake smash photo shoot for your kid. Like, I'm available. This is my rate. This is what I could do. Here's my work. Here's my website. And sometimes it hooks in and they like it. Sometimes they're like, no, because of course, you know, Paso, I just have to fight. well, not fight, but I do have to go ahead and stand out from other photographers that either have more availability than I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're that's one of the things that you have to do is it just as far as you have a 9 to 5, you have shit going on, and you can only limit it on time.
Well, they're more of the actual. Shit, I just got the word, but they're more of the manufacturer rate. So they constantly do that. That's their dedicated goal to do that.
Yeah,
like they have a team behind them. They have an editor. They have someone that does the blogs for them.
Yeah.
Like those are the people that I would end up competing because I'm a freelancer / my own business, so self-proprietor. And I would handle that. I do the marketing. I do the cold calls. I do the emails.
Yeah. Yeah, you're doing everything on your own. Yeah, that's so like talking about all the different kind of shoots. Is there like any like funny stories that you can share without sharing any names or odd situations where like I mean, you already mentioned the hot room, you know what I mean, but like talk about like maybe like somebody showing up or somebody standing there. Like, do you like let guests come with guests?
When it comes to photography, I always add a +1. Like, feel free to do a +1. So I recently did a birthday photo shoot. She's never done photos for herself. She's always taking photos for her and her family with her phone, but she's never took time for herself. So I was like, I got you. She brought her +1. She had a cake with her. So she didn't want to do a balloon. She had a cake. And so we were joking around because she's married and I was joking. I was like, hey, your husband's going to love these photos. Just pretty much hyping her up. She was loving it. She was into it. She was happy with it. And I told her, I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and get a couple shots of you taking a bite of the cake since we're going to wrap it up after this. So just take a couple bites out of the cake. Just relax yourself. Don't go cross-eyed. Don't look into your finger and don't feel awkward. I got the shots and I was like, all right, cool. Let me just review everything. And I realized when I got those shots, I was like, fuck, she already bit into the cake. It's already ruined. I can't go ahead and edit that back together. So I look at the photos, straight up cross-eyed, like chin tucked in, cake, nail, all in. I was like, oh my God. It's like everything else is perfect, but the facial expression she had at the moment was killer. And I was a continuous shot, so I took like 4 shots at a time. So one eye was closed, the other one was open, finger was halfway, chin down. Another one, both eyes were closed, and then she had her whole finger in her mouth, and then she was just like tilted back, like it was like she just sucked on a lemon. And the last one was when she was just like looking away, and then she was taking her finger out of her mouth with the cake, and some of it on her lip, and it fell right just under her chin, and she went cross-eyed. And I was like, oh my God. I told her, I was like, there's like amazing photos, but
right.
I couldn't salvage those.
Right. Well, you were saying earlier, you can never have enough footage. You can never have enough pictures because you just never know.
You never know.
Like every time I go to record, I record 3 or 4 times just to make sure the audio looks good. Because I'm so like, God, imagine if I just have a whole conversation with somebody and I don't fucking record.
Exactly.
I've had dreams like, God damn it. Oh. And like, you can't recreate it again. It's already too late. It's like you were in the shot, in the moment. Oh, let me go back. The wind
just comes at the right time and moves your hair, and then you didn't catch it because your SD card was loading. I'm like, we gotta do it again. It's like, there's no wind. God decides to not let the wind move when we need it to happen.
So with everything you got going now, like, so the business has been going good. I mean, you've been doing it for 6 years. Like, you have gigs like weekly, every other week. Like,
so this last year, I did more quinceañeras and weddings. I did one wedding, which I jumped into I did more of the documentary style kind of wedding. Because typically I just do the like point, shoot, set the setting, do the video, click that, put that together, slap it together, and then just add music on top of it. This time I did photos and video, and then I actually did a documentary. So I actually sat down my client by himself, like set the camera, put up the lighting, and then focused on him and just asked him some questions like, hey, tell me about your relationship. And I recorded all that. So I'm putting that together with some dramatic music in the background. And I got to go get B-roll footage on that soon with my drone. But I have that. I did a quinceañera photos, which for any photographer out there, I'm just saying this now, have backups after backups after backups. Because that's one gig I had to go ahead and give a full refund on because I lost the images.
Damn.
Yeah, right there. And then yeah, it was pretty much just wedding, quinceañera, wedding, and I've been doing a lot of photos. I've only done 2 gigs that have been video, and then I have a third one coming up in December 2nd, which that one's gonna be the last quinceañera video I do. After that, it's just gonna be all photography for quinceañeras. But yeah, that's usually been my niche. I had maybe the 2 birthday shoots, and then I had like just one collab that I did with testing on a new studio, which was with the I don't think if you saw the pictures of the girls with the angel wings.
Okay.
So I did that. So that's a new studio that I'm probably gonna be booking sessions there more. But that's usually that was pretty much this year.
Yeah.
Next year, I'm going into movie, man. I'm gonna be making
that's
a
what I
movie.
was gonna say. I like that you were saying it like photography, and then you were talking about video editing, because I mean it goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
You might as well not limit yourself, and you talk about using a drone, and I mean, so you get the opportunity to have more work because of you're so versatile and so flexible. Like, hey, I can take a photo shoot, we do a photo shoot, then we can do some B-reels, and then I can do some drone shots, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that sets you apart from other people, because that's how it is, man. A lot of time, and you talk about the other photographers, when you start doing things to get better, people see it.
Yeah.
The right type of people will see it, and then we'll reach out if it makes sense to do things like that. Yeah, dude, because I always tell people when it comes to content creation, man, work on your content.
Yeah.
Work on yourself. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Do what you need.
Like,
yeah.
What's ever trending. Like, do
work on yourself. Like, get better at what you need to get good at. So this way, when you start doing stuff, you start separating yourself because you took the time to do it. Because a lot of people, you know how it is nowadays. Everybody wants that instant gratification, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever the hell it is, they want that instant gratification. I did this now, and I want the instant success. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then why didn't I get it? Like, bitch, there's a million people doing the same
goddamn
goddamn
thing. The
thing.
only instant gratification you'll find here in El Paso is if you actually got the following or you land on Fifth Fam. Plain and simple.
And not for good reasons sometimes.
Not for good, yeah.
Right?
That's exactly.
For good reasons, man. So what are your favorite types of shoots? Like, what do you like as far as like photography and then videography? What are your favorite types of shoots?
So favorite types of shoots for photography, boudoir is one of them. Portraits and family, because I'm big on family, so that's one of the things I do like. Those I do like to get those the most. I don't land them as much because either just other photographers take the gig instead of me, but usually those are the 3 main ones. And now it's more like, and fashion is a big thing.
Yeah, you like doing so you go to fashion show.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time you just go out on your own, and then when people start asking questions, you start passing cards out, kind of thing.
So I don't do the cards anymore. I do digital. So I go ahead and send them my link. I actually make sure they get my contact on their phone.
Yeah.
Because I had the experience of having cards and I find them in the trash later on, or they're on the ground, or they never get back to me. So now I use a link, and I was like, let me text you the link, or I use my QR code and I give it to them. And I was like, here, hit the save button, and everything's on there for them. And then they see it, and I was like, cool, my information's right there. The QR code is on my car, so they'll be like, here, scan it.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to find me regardless, and they're not going to say like, oh no, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I was like, you have me on the phone. There's no excuse, man.
Right.
There's no excuse.
I like how that's one of the biggest things too, is just like having the confidence to tell people. Like I have cards.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? But like, because obviously a lot of my content's like gaming related, and I've been doing more of the podcasting. But like I have a card with a QR code and shit like that. Because sometimes like I don't like, it feels weird. Like, here, copy my code here. Yeah. Copy my code. And it just kind of looks weird. For me, unless they really want to, because I always feel like you have to like judge it, because sometimes people just want to talk to you just to talk to you.
Well, that's one of the things I also like to do is music videos. I have a lot of artists that come with energy, like, we got this plan, It's like, you have the energy. I talk to them, and then I give them my details. It's like, here, reach out to me, let me know when you're ready. I don't hear back.
Yeah,
because either they fall off that energy, or they don't follow through with that, or their personal life gets in the way.
Yeah,
or they end up getting locked up. You know, rappers.
Yeah. He said, rappers.
They have that rip. So that's one thing that I do. Like, I chat with a lot of people, and I do conversate with them. Like, literally, I have on my computer sitting right now the Scarface and Twista concert. I only stayed up until Twista. Scarface left. Scarface was later, but I only stayed with Twista and my batteries were dead. So I recorded him, and I haven't edited none of that video, but I'm working on a documentary video for this other artist named The Long Gun. I'm working on his stuff. On top of that, he's been throwing my name out with a bunch of other artists, and they see me, and I'm like, here, man, here's the stuff, here's the stuff, here's the stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool. Then I got to pump my brakes back. And I was like, hey, dude, you got this project want to do? I'm going to have to wait until this year.
Yeah.
We're going to push it back because I got these deadlines to meet. And so one of the things that I like to do more now is music videos.
Yeah.
Music videos are going to be the ones that are going to probably be moving me forward this next year, and documentaries is, And then obviously I'm going to be doing a movie.
Yeah.
I'm going to be
So photography, videography, so documentaries and stuff, like, so talk about like the type of movie, like what's going to be your role as far as the movie, like you're producing, you're just a camera guy.
So right now I'm directing. I haven't found my VP yet. I do have my grip guys, and I have other photographers that are actually going to be doing video work with me. So I have the storyline. It's going to be a mix of Power and the tax collector in El Paso. There's going to be pretty much the whole twist and turns, and it's going to be a slow project, but I mean, that's going to be one of those ones that's going to, once it hits, hopefully it hits soon enough and it goes ahead and lights up more. But yeah, that's the one I'm really excited for. But yeah, right now I'm directing because I'm going to be hopefully I'm directing the video for another artist, where his idea is having a broken up relationship, leaving Mexico, coming to the US. So we're touching that subject with immigration.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Especially with being a border city, and you said it earlier, quinceañeras are big here. Quinceañeras are big here, and like you can make a living. I've seen photographers in different quinceañeras, the same guy or girl for like 10 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like their work is proven, they're there, they're scheduling,
they're
whatever.
Grinding, they're moving it.
You know what I mean? You can make a living being a freelance photographer on top of your 9 to 5.
Yeah,
like,
you can.
You know what I mean? I love recording and doing shit like this, but this doesn't pay my bills yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sponsors.
Right? But I look forward to doing this, and I get better and better. And like with time, people could see like, hey, damn, Jimmy's taking the time to do this. Damn, Joe's taking the time to do this. He's done the XYZ. Oh, now he's going to start doing a film. Like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
So you're just like adding fucking tools to that
more
tool
to
bag,
the resume,
man.
just more to the resume. That's what it constantly is
Yeah,
just
man.
that resume out.
Yeah, you have to stand out. And whatever it is, you want to fucking shoot 1,000,000 3-pointers, you're going to shoot 1,000,000 3-pointers in the game. And practice to get better. You know what I mean? Same thing with photography, taking 1,000 shots. You know, I'm recording these podcasts, I get better. Every time I sit down with a guest, I feel like I'm getting better and things like that. But with the film, and you were saying that that's a long project. A lot of people don't understand. This is a lot of fucking time that takes
to
get things done.
Time.
It takes so how did that thought come in? Like, okay, I want to record a film.
So the idea of a film came to me when I did some work. I did some lighting work on a film from Border Studios. It was called A Haunting in Washington Heights, where it was an old building. It's an old house that they already sold, but the movie was called Horror in Washington Heights. So my buddy Johnny Schutz invited me out to that one. So I was helping out with lighting, and I was looking at everything. A good friend, David Corral, he does a videography too as well. He does music videos. I was working with all of them, seeing all what they did. I even picked that. I was like, hey, after like in between shots, I walked over to the director. I was like, hey man, can I take a look at your script? Like, can I see it? I was going through it, his IDs, shot list. I was like, okay, that's cool. Talked to the other grip guys, like, hey, what other sets have you gone work with? I talked to this other guy. His name's George. I forgot his last name, but he's moved up to, and he was actually on set in Albuquerque with Mel Gibson not too recently. And I chatted with him during that set, and they told me about it, their ideas, what they do, and all the experiences they had. And I was like, fuck, this is amazing. So I got that idea from seeing the actual live work in hand, and then the equipment and the group of people that it took to make that happen. Even if we filmed scenes up until 2 a.m., but I saw all that work for those 6 hours, and I was like, holy shit. It's like, I know it's going to be busting my ass, but if I make one, it's going to be fucking dope. And I sat down and I went back to YouTube college again, started looking at scripts, how to write a script out, looked at ideas, and then I was like, I even tapped into a couple film schools. Believe it or not, I tapped into their actual classes with one of their Google Meets, and I checked it out, and I was like, oh shit, okay. So I know what they're talking about. So it's like, I have the idea. I don't need to spend all this time at school right now to do that. Maybe later on I'll jump into the school just to go ahead and freshen up and then make it sure like it's solid. I have that on me, and yeah, sure. I started writing down, typing it out, and so far I have 6 scenes down and a whole episode together.
Nice.
So now it's just a matter of like getting another 2 more episodes together and then start getting ready to film.
Dude, that's dope, man. And I like, and it's so fascinating that when you get a spark, when you're around certain type of people and you see what they're doing and it sparks something in your brain.
Your circles make a very big
difference. Dude, it just like, I've been fortunate to be around some cool people and, you know, reach out and talk to like bigger creators or being around them. Like when I've gone to 2 conventions and just being around certain type of people, like you get that energy and you get the knowledge and
it just comes into you.
Yeah, just like everybody's so willing to help each other out. And the fact that you're like, man, I was on a film set with all these people and you
never
you
in
took
my life.
the time. You were like, let me go ask the grip guy. Let me go ask the light guy. Let me ask the script. You know what I mean? For you to just like be I'm a sponge. Yeah, dude.
Never in my life I thought I was find myself in a studio in a film set, and there I go.
Right.
I'm driving off at 5:30 p.m. I was like, hey man, where do I go? And he was like, hey, just come over here. And I was like, all right, cool. I showed up. I see the house. It's like I see a big LED light with a diffuser, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm really doing it.
Right.
I'm really walking into a set.
That's dope. And it doesn't even matter, like a large or small, it doesn't matter for you to be around that and have the opportunity to do that. I say that all the time. Just having the opportunity to be around stuff like that it's always a learning experience. I love learning shit. And I love how you always say YouTube college, man. I don't know how much shit I learned. We were talking about when you came in here, damn, this set looks dope. I'm like, bro, YouTube. I was looking at the reels. Bro, that's how it is, man, because that's self-taught and that motivation to want to learn and to do it. Like, you're not gonna, like, yeah, I can go to school, whatever, but like, what can I do now to learn something now?
Yeah, well, like for example, the last week I showed you when I talked about the microphones, how I showed you the light setup, how I had where it was just brown light on me, and I had the background lights on me, which were green and purple, and I had those, and I was like, look at the setup. I was like, okay, and then your input on it, I was like, adjust the microphone a little bit more, and I was like, fucking great, fixed it, bam. Next time I have those sitting on my computer right now because I've had some other people asking me like, hey, how do I do this camera? I just got this camera. So I'm like, I got to put those out now.
Right. I like you said, I record, like I was telling you earlier, I was like, I've been on a streak of just having weekly podcasts, but I always get ahead. Like I record a lot of stuff and I'm fortunate to have, every time that I've reached out to somebody, they've said yes.
Yeah.
You know, like the people that I really want to work with, because I'm selective to a certain extent. I want to make sure that when I have people on, it shares a light on their journey. You learn something.
Yeah.
You might as well learn something and maybe get a good laugh or two when you're fucking having 2 people sit down and bullshit. You know what I mean?
Chopping in.
Yeah, man. So with all that said, man, you got all this experience going on, and where do you see yourself like in the next 5 years, like short term, like what would you see yourself hopefully be doing?
So short term, right now I have a other photographer friend of mine, Jose Galvan, Pepe Galvan. We are wanting to build a team. We want to build a team that we could go ahead and actually go full production. That's the goal. Like my goal is full production, photography, video, cinematography, the whole 9 yards. Like I want to be able to wake up, check my email and say like, hey, we have this shoot we have scheduled. I have this photo shoot this evening. I want to wake up to that and have that just moving me instead of just waking up, got to clock in, take calls, do these reports, and then clock out and edit and go search for work. Like I want these to like just not only land on me, but as well reach out with like, hey, you're Jose Perez with Star Studio City, Mountain Star Studio or Big Joe Picks Photography. Like we need this done. Like I want to be that. I want to be that. That's the short term and long term goal. Yeah. Short term because it's just building the team right now. It's just me, Jose Galvan. I have a fourth photographer. But they both they move here and there with their things and they have their own stuff. So I was like, I'm not gonna drag them away from that. But when it comes to me and Pepe Galvan, I mean, he recently did the edit for Mosto Restro Garage. I forgot the name, but they work on custom vehicles. They do old work. So I helped him out, set him up his audio and of course his lighting so we could go ahead and do that part of their deal. And that's after we did that, we're like, fuck yeah, that's it. Let's do it. Because I was going to move to Colorado. That got pushed back a little bit, but I still will be traveling back and forth to Colorado because that's another portion of photography and video that I need to expend outside of El Paso.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes like to grow, sometimes you have to be able to, I like how you were saying that you know these people and you've worked with them so you could eventually work to that goal to possibly get there. Because when you're working with people, you want to be able to know them, driven, want to make sure that you guys are all on the same page. Because when you start building a team, that's when it gets tough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With anything, I tell people all the time, like, damn, you do everything yourself. I'm like, I do because
I could only have that.
Exactly. It's like, I know that I can depend on myself, and I'm not saying that I can't depend on anybody else, but it just, if it's all me doing everything, I know what I can handle and not handle.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Even though I want to do like separate things, and I was telling you, like, I have a side project, you know, Not Just Gamer Dad's podcast with a homeboy, shout out to my boy, Tetsu's Temple. You know, we met each other by playing games, and we've gotten to know each other, and we've known each other, and our chemistry has built over time. Yeah. Then it made sense that we wanted to do something together.
And it comes together.
And it worked because we already built that friendship and relationship beforehand. Because I don't want to, like, work with somebody and they're half-assed if I'm full in, and vice versa. If somebody's full in and I'm half-assed. You know what I mean? Because I'm getting to the point to where I don't want to waste your time or my time. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's cool that you say that, hey, man, I'm talking to the right type of people and I'm leaning toward this this goal of wanting to be a one-stop shop.
Yeah, it's those circles. I mean, I've changed my group of friend circles a lot because of photography, and it's made me a better person, knowing that not only I could rely on someone else to like give me an input, but get their opinion and as well get their guidance on something. Because I mean, I could turn around and ask you like the PC questions, like, hey, what kind of processor I need to go ahead and handle a 4K video? Yeah, right away. You didn't bat an eye to tell me the information I need. So I was like, okay, great, fantastic. I know what I need to do. And then I apply myself, and it's just those relationships and that knowledge that you have with one another that you build up that actually changes. And those circles change.
Yeah. I'm glad that you talk about the circles because, I mean, you've known me. I'm a pretty social guy, and I have a lot of close friends. And even then, they're like, they don't know what the fuck I do when it comes to gaming, or they just see my videos and shit like that. So can you talk about how you explain to your friends and family, like, what you're doing? Do you ever get like, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time? You're not making money. Like, how do you go about like having to deal with the, I guess like the naysayers or critics? Yeah. So the critics, I have critics. I've never heard them. I know they're close. I look at Joe trying to do this thing. Yeah. I know they're close, but I don't see them or hear them because they just come out. But when my family sees me, my aunt, my uncle, my sister, my wife, my daughter, when they all see me doing something I like, I could see it in their reactions. Like, hey, I love it. Like, that's great. With me, I go to their input, like, hey, what'd you think? They're like, oh, I like this. Or my wife tells me, like, talk to that model. See if you could go ahead and ask her to do a shoot with her. She's pretty. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And when I get those responses from close family members and friends, I'm like, okay, like, I know I'm doing something right. When I hear a critic, it's either from someone else or another photographer telling me, like, hey, this guy mentioned you. I was like, that's all right. It's like, what'd he say? It's like, oh, he just didn't like your composition. It's like, oh, shit, I have another angle, dude. He didn't even see that shit. But yeah, the critics, they're there. I don't hear them, but they're there. And will I ever hear them? I have no clue. Right. I have no clue. Yeah, I've gotten to the point to where, like, and I heard, I forgot who this was. I think it was an actor one time. He was like, if somebody has an issue with me and, you know, if they don't have my number to talk about it, then I don't care. Yes. I'm like, because I've gotten better with time because I've been, you know, creating content for 4 years now. Mm-hmm. So I'm always worried about, did they like my reel, or like, oh, this streamer said this content creator said this. And after a while, I'm like, I don't even fucking care. Yeah, fuck that. I don't even fucking care. Like, if you don't like me, then that's fine. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to say I'm not going to defend what I'm trying to do. I have no time to reply to you or care about what you say, because I used to be like, oh yeah, the streamer said this about you, and I used to be like, well, what did they say? And now I'm like, oh, I don't care.
Yeah. No, even recently, so I had one of my bad experiences was maybe my second year into filming quinceañeras. I had a client. This is like a communication. He came to me in the middle of the night. I was already wrapping up my night just from editing. He's like, hey, I need to get this video for this quinceañera, this and that. And I was like, all right, cool. I was like, I told him like, how long do you need me for? 6-7 hours. He was like, oh, can we do it for just a video? I was like, all right, cool. Like $800. I'll do you the favor, $800, because he did it last minute. It was like literally weeks before, like 2 weeks before the event. And usually in a quinceañera, you're planning a year in advance if you're smart about it. But this guy, he ended up reaching out to me 2 weeks before. I was like, all right, told him $800.
Yeah, you covered everything.
Yeah, we'll do the video. He turns around and is like, the week before, he's like, can you do photos? I was like, shit. Like, yeah, you know what? I'll throw it in there. I told my buddy, I was like, hey man, can you come with me? I'll cut you $300 for the photos. He's like, yeah, sure, no problem. So we go into it. No, I told him we're going to go half. So I got the deposit, half of it, and then the other half was him. So I was like, all right, cool. Got the video. I gave him a receipt the day of. We started filming. We lasted the whole entire night. Come around 12 o'clock. We did the cake cutting. We're going to wrap it up. And I mean, this guy was plastered.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
he was cinnamon wasted. And we're about to wrap it up. He's like, hey, can you take some more photos? I was like, yeah, sure. We got a couple more. He's like, hey man, we're gonna wrap it up. I gave you the receipt earlier today. He's like, can you cover payment? Call me tomorrow about the payment. Didn't hear about it, obviously, because he was cinnamon wasted. He even asked me to go over to his house. He's like, we're gonna have banda, we're gonna have menudo, all this food. It's like, as great as that sounds, dude.
I appreciate it, but yeah.
We're exhausted, and plus I gotta get on this edit. Got home, started working on the edit, started doing the edit. I was halfway through the edit. He's reaching out to me like, hey, where's the footage? Where's the footage? Like, hey, man, I'm working on the edit. Give me some time. We had some mishaps with some family members. And I couldn't get the video to him, but we got into photos like 6-7 times. I sent those photos out to him. He never downloaded them. And I was like, dude, you're taking up my space for me to get these photos to you. It's like, I need to drop them. So moved them out of the way. Still have them stored. To this day, they're still stored. And so he recently went out to 915 on blast and blasted me. And then I had the support from everyone else that was actually watching out for me. And they were like, hey, why this, and this, and that. So I was like, shit. Like, I mean, he blasted me. I was like, I can't really say about it. He didn't get his stuff, but at the same time, he never paid.
Let me give my 2 cents. You're over here trying to put me on blast.
Yeah, he never paid. He never got the content. He never downloaded the stuff. And there's like conversations of me and him going back and forth. And he went to threats and whatnot. I was like, you know what? You're gonna be that guy. I'm just cut my loss.
Right.
I'll just cut my loss.
Isn't that suck? Like I've talked to other people when they like I was talking to Chef Clay. You know, shout out to Chef Clay. He was like, you like having to haggle for a price and to get paid. Yeah. That's like the most ridiculous thing. Like I'm providing a service and we talked about it ahead of time. It's not like it's anything different. Yeah. And you know, they try to make you look bad when you did everything right.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's one of the things I stay firm. Like if I adjust myself when it comes to price, I have to get very, very good specifics. Like I need to find out. Like I don't even give prices anymore when I give quotes. Like, hey, can you do photos? He's like, how much is it? And they asked me right for a price. I'm like, nah. I was like, before I give you a price, tell me what you need, wants, needs, your dislikes and your likes. So I know I could come back. It was like, if you don't like this price because this person is doing this, this, and this, I could do this for this. And 9 times out of 10, it's successful. But at the most of it, when they deny it, it's usually because they don't see the value behind it because they've never experienced it. And I Facebook stalk the shit out of people when they ask me for quotes. I'm like, oh, okay, like I see you do a bunch of selfies. I see you use filters like crazy. Your nose doesn't look that way. And I'm just like, all right, you know what? Like, I know you're going to ask for this much. I'll do it for this price. And usually I get the good response. Like, all right, okay, cool. Yeah. I'm like, we're in. Yeah. And I knock it out and I make miracles. Like Jesus Christ couldn't make that kind of miracle when I did it. And they were like, oh, wow, you really made me look skinny and my cup size is 2 sizes bigger. And like, I have a waist. I was like, yeah, because that's what you asked for. Mm-hmm. So for what you
experience. Yeah. It's the experience that you have.
Yeah. And like, they turn around and love it.
Yeah. Like and I'm not in that situation where you have to like haggle a service. Like I can only imagine, like, damn, like what you said with the quinceañera, like I've already been here X amount of time, provided the service. Now I have to cut that loss because I helped you out last minute.
Yeah.
You know, that's shitty to have to do that, man.
The price haggling. I mean, I don't want to say it's the city itself, but I believe it's just certain people that make it that way.
Yeah.
Because there's clients here in El Paso that will pay $400, $500, $1,000 to even $2,000 for these types of services. Like even for podcasts, I mean, they're gonna pay, but there's those certain people that spread that ill negative about like haggling.
Yeah.
And it's like I hate it. Hate is a strong word.
Yeah, just like you dislike that situation because like I know my worth. You see my work. I shouldn't have to fucking tell you. Well, I charge this much, and then you say it's too much, and I have to bring it down to make
just to satisfy your need.
Yeah, you know. So with that being said, how many times have you turned down work when they said I want to do this and this, and you're like like I've
turned down like maybe three gigs. One gig I turned down. It was one was an actual. They wanted a 10-minute video for a memorial service, and I was like, ooh, like putting a camera on top of a casket. There was one I turned down. That one, it was $1,200. I turned down a photo shoot, which could have been life-changing, but there was a lot of what ifs to it. This was a travel gig too, because I was going to be flown out to California for this one. And it was a car dealership. They wanted X amount of photos and reels, and they wanted it done in a weekend span. And I was like, shit, that's literally like about 15 hours I'm going to put into work for just filming and getting everything I need. And then
the editing process.
And they wanted it. And the turnaround the money was good, but the turnaround was too bad. And I was like, you know what?
As much as I want to do it, I just can't.
I'm not going to be able to
fulfill that.
I'm not going to be able to deliver. And the corporate part of it is the corporate ones is the ones I've turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have the money is not an issue to them. They expect. If I'm going to pay this is what I want. Yeah. Because if not, we can find somebody else.
Yeah. Or they're not familiarized with the film industry. They're like, I want it to look like John Wick. I was like, shit, okay. You want me
I got Juan Wick for you.
Right, yeah. I got Juan
Wick. I got John Wick type of shit, yeah.
He's not going to have the full beard. It's going to be chino.
Right?
Like that good. Right? Like, oh, okay. Or even when it comes to color grading, I'm nowhere close to color grading, and they've asked about it, and I've turned it down because I was like, they want a specific color.
Well, that's good that you know exactly what your limitations are, because I know, and it's not a knock on people. They take on more than they can chew. Yeah. And that might be bad for your brand or for your you're putting your work out there. Like, oh, I hired this guy and he fucking can't even show up. Yeah. You said it before. And just like, damn, you have one negative review or whatever, and it starts spreading out. Yeah,
it travels a lot further.
You know what I mean? You don't want to be that.
Yeah, one negative review travels a lot further than a positive review. Yeah. That's the shitty side about things. Human beings can be fucked up when it comes to that.
Yeah, one person could say one thing and 1,000 good reviews, one negative. Oh, I saw that negative review. It must be like that'll just it'll downgrade their service or what they could provide, like, which is bullshit. Yeah, man. With all that being said, man, we talked about, how you got into it, how you've been doing it, what you're trying to do. To anybody that might be listening or like might want to pursue like photography or freelance work like this, what are some of the things that you can say, hey, do this, don't do that. Prepare yourself for this, don't do that, expect this, and like some of the things that if you want to go into photography, what are some of your advices for people out there?
Man, I know I wanted to hear that question so bad. And I can tell you this, when it comes to photography or even jumping into the film, the world with the camera, whether if it's for TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, Reels, whatever the case it is, find a community that you can ask questions. Asking questions and practice. there's no perfection to this, because every time you practice and you do something, you're going to learn something different, and you're going to go ahead and pick something different, and you're going to be creating your own style. So practice is key, asking questions and finding peers that are into it. Those are pretty much your main go-to things when it comes to jumping into that, whether if it's for cinematography, videography, or photography. Always ask questions and find peers. Peers are not going to be that far away. They're always going to be there. You have peers that are out of state that will still reach out to you and also answer those questions. That's pretty much the gist of that. Yeah. And cost is going to be an issue. Don't worry about it. There is workarounds. There's always workarounds, especially if you could afford $20 a week, you could get a camera. If you could afford $50 a month, you could get a good camera. Your cell phone.
You could even just start with a cell phone, right?
Yeah, even perfect. Cell phone and tripod. $20 tripod and a cell phone. Bam. Mm-hmm. You got your first studio.
Yeah. I like that you say that, because I tell people all the time when they ask me about streaming, I want to stream, I want to do this, but I don't have a computer. You have a PlayStation or an Xbox? Yeah. Well, you could make a Twitch account, and you can stream straight from there. Well, I don't got a camera. Well, you got to start somewhere, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? If there's a will, there's a way. There's a fucking way. I hate saying it. It's cliche, but it's true. Yeah. As I start talking to different people in different aspects of life and how they're pursuing their careers or things they want to do, I always like hearing that. Like, hey, man, I started like this. You went to Rent-A-Center, overpaid for a fucking camera that took you a year and a half to pay for, but you took the time to do that. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, how much do you want it? Everything is like, everybody just wants everything to just fall on their lap and everything to come their way. Yeah. You know what I mean? The
mentality of it coming to you, you're going to grind for 5 to 10 years, putting in a lot of work. You're not going to see a dime. You're going to see a little bit of return, or you won't see a dime. But at the end of it, once you've actually reached that successful point where it's showing up to you, you're going to go ahead and be shocked at not only yourself, but as well as what you accomplished because of the fact that you stuck to it. I've almost come to the point of quitting, but like for the last 6 years, I've been grinding. I even out every year, maybe 2 years, I went ahead and had a loss, but I've evened out every year to the point where it's not a loss, but I could see myself getting better and better and better and getting that actual shot that's going to be like, you know what? That's the magazine shot that's going to go ahead and pay me the next 2 months.
Right. That's cool that you look at that way too. Cause like a lot of people want that instant success and they see other people doing X, Y, Z and they think they can do it too. Like, hey man, I just started doing this podcast thing a year and a half ago and I'm blunt. Like I'm not making money and it's not like I'm trying to do it for the money. I enjoy doing this. If it could lead to that, then great. But like my production value, my lighting, I'm getting better at doing this. And I can attract the right type of people
from the one ring
to be
light
here,
you
man.
Came from the one ring light and that green screen,
right?
To this, I know, man. What?
Right? I know, because when you first came, like I had a limited setup, and I'll show you my setup before you leave, man. It just when you get so like into something, and I'm like that, and it's good seeing that you do that too when it comes to photography and all this stuff too. I love that, because seeing you drive and do that inspires me. Like, damn, Joe's been doing this and he said he was gonna do it, and like, man, you know what, I'm gonna reach out to this fool because I know that I could. And we're already established, we've already known each other, but it's cool that we have that in common, that we're both trying to pursue this, man.
In the same field.
That's dope, man. So before we get out of here, man, plug yourself, let everybody know what you got coming on, like where can they find you, some of the things you got lined up that you can share and shit like that, man.
Well, I'm an open book, so I'll share everything. So yeah, I'm gonna be working on the film. Hopefully starting January, February, I'll start putting out the casting calls for that. It will be a 0 budget film, but I mean, if you want that camera play, you want to have that acting experience under your belt, by all means, feel free to reach out to me. My Instagram is at big_JoePics. You can find me at bigjoepics.com. You'll see all my work there. I have a 360 video booth as well too for those corporate events you guys want. I do film, photography gigs. For sure, for November and December, I should be booking studio space or studio time at 4B Studio. They have an amazing studio. Appreciate you guys for actually giving me the opportunity to go use their studio. But yeah, Jose Perez, Joe Perez is my Facebook. Big Joe Pics is the website, bigjoepics.com. Big_Joe Pics is my Instagram, and of course my magazine, Ill Society magazine, right there for you photographers that think that you guys want to get published and have that under your belt. Feel free to go ahead, and the email address is there, and send in your photos, and let's all create and get something big. And of course, I really appreciate you for bringing me.
Yeah, man. Of course, I'm glad that you took the opportunity. Like, hey, man, reach out to me. Let's work together if it makes sense. Which is cool because, like, you want to get to that. You had people like, hey, do this, do that, and you want to be like, having that magazine, an opportunity for people like, you think you don't have it, but like, hey, reach out to us and let's see, you know what I mean, working together. I like the fact that you do that, man. But thank you so much for coming on here, man. This is, I'm sure it won't be the last time we have you on, and all the description, guys, will be at the bottom, man. You can go check him out on his website, Instagram, all that good stuff will be there, man. Yes, but thank you so much for your time, brother.
Absolutely, bro, man.
Yeah, man, for sure, bro. Yes. Bro, I wish you the best, man, and I'll keep up with you, man, of course, man, and we'll go from there, brother. Hell yeah, man. If you guys watching this on YouTube, on Facebook, on anything, Spotify, iTunes, make sure you guys follow. We have all different kind of content. We have reels, we have weekly podcasts, we have all types of people coming on here, and I'm just fortunate to sit down and talk to some dope ass people, man. Until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take care.
Take care, bro.
What up, y'all? It's your boy Jimmy Dukes here for another episode on the Jimmy Dukes Gaming podcast channel. We've been mowing some episodes down, but we're down with another content creator here that I've been looking forward to speaking to. What up, man?
It's good, man. How you feeling, man?
The Do-Rag King.
Do-Rag King. I had to put a nice one on for y'all today, man. You know?
Nice.
Not the best one, but you know, the Sonic, you know, some lights.
Hey, I love that shit, man. Real quick, man, for the people that do not know you, man, introduce yourself, sir.
What to do, everybody? It's your boy Kelly Kill TV, aka the Do-Rag King. I don't wear the same do-rag twice. You feel me?
Damn.
Man, just a full-time content creator on all the platforms, man. Mainly on Kick at the moment. And I just like turning up, man, chilling with the crew, man. That's what we like to do. Majority play Apex at the moment, but the current state, I'm a variety streamer.
Yeah, man. So. I think a lot of people can relate to that, man. So
yeah,
you know, I met you the year before at the. I mean, I've always known of you. You know what I mean? You know, I've always known of you and seen you doing your thing, and then I got to see, you know, the other homies that you run with. And I chopped it up with you just a little bit the first time at the year before at the gathering.
At the meetup.
Yeah, at the meetup. And then this past, you know, August, I was able to have you on, you and the God Squad, man. And man, I was
a little late. I'm sorry.
No, but it was good. They were still showing unity. You guys had so much shit going on. So I always tell everybody, I just appreciate everybody's time to want to talk to my ass, you know, let alone talk about what you guys got going on. So, you know, just yeah, man. So, you know, quick background about yourself, man. Like, you end up, you know, grew up playing games. Where you from? Like,
the craziest thing is, I did not grow up playing video games. I didn't get into gaming until like 2005-ish, and even then, I didn't play video games.
Really?
Like,
no way.
I owned a GameCube, owned a PlayStation 1, but I mean, my mom just bought me that stuff because it's video games. I'm a kid.
Yeah.
Video games, you know, give me something to do inside. I was always outside, just playing with people, man. Growing up, let me see. I used to play. I think Mario was like the only game I played consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mario Super Sunshine. That game is hard.
Hey, dang! That was your shit right there.
Bro, that game used to get me so mad. I think that's why I didn't like games, you know? Like, why is a video game so hard to beat?
Right. It's supposed to be fun. What the hell?
Right, exactly. So I played that forever. And then, man, fast forward, honestly, that really got me to like gaming, Call of Duty, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to my brother too, man, because he got me into gaming and streaming. So, like, I wouldn't even be here without him. He's my stepbrother, but he's my brother.
Yeah. I know what you mean about that.
Yeah. So he got me into Call of Duty. I want to say, what's the one after 3? Not World at War. Whichever one is after the World at War.
Black Ops? Was it Black Ops?
I think it's Black Ops, yes.
Yeah.
I think it's Black Ops. He got me into that. I'm like, man, this game is fun. I'm like, what this game is called? He's like, it's called Call of Duty. I'm like, Call of Duty. Like I didn't know what it was. You know, I'm like, oh, this game is dope. I'm playing it and stuff. And then I got into Halo and took off from there.
That's dope, man. That's dope.
Man.
So I mean, obviously, with your name Kelly Kel TV, how'd you get that name? You talked about him leading you to gaming and streaming, but how did you get your name? Was that a childhood name, or was it just like
my uncle, man? I love my uncle dearly. I miss him to this day. He's not gone. I just don't know where he's at. You know what I mean? He it's funny because nobody used to ever know how to pronounce my name. They always be like Mark Kelly, Mark Queasy. I don't know. They just mess up my name like crazy. And my uncle was like, there was one of them that used to call me Mark Kelly. I'm like, I don't know how you get Mark Kelly from how you see my name, Markale. And so he was like, he just called me Kelly. And I'm like, you know, he just keep calling me Kelly, keep calling me Kelly, keep calling me Kelly. And my mom calls me Kel. And then like just one day my uncle was like, Kelly Kel. I kind of just ran with it. That was just my name for like ever, you know, since I can remember, man. Since like I was like 10. Right. You know?
So how do you pronounce your name now that we're talking about it?
Markel.
Yes, Markel. How? Okay, then. So Markel, and then from there,
I went through a lot of streaming names, man. I was Kelly Kel. Kelly Kel TV is actually my last streaming name.
Like, okay. Well, let's go into that a little bit.
First one was Super Supremus, which is crazy because I think that's Mark's name. But that used to be like my OG Xbox name. Super Supreme. You know how they give you like the free one?
Yeah.
I never changed. I didn't know you could change it. I never changed it. So
that was the default one you got.
Yeah, it was Super Supremus 01. So that was my name. That was my stream name for like the longest. Then I used to go by Kel the Comedian. And then I dropped the comedian part because I'm not a comedian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I watch a lot of people. And one thing I have in common where I watch a lot of people is their name is their name. So I was like, you know what? Let me brand my stream and my content myself or my name. Like it's me. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you know, I'm gonna drop everything. I'm just call it Kelly Kel. I'm just put a TV because I'm live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I kind of want to drop the TV part, but I ain't there yet.
No, I know what you mean. I'm like that with the JimmyDukesGaming. Everybody, why don't you just drop the gaming? I'm like, maybe we'll see down the road. I don't know. I'm just known as that. You know what I mean? But
yeah, same thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I think a lot of people can relate to like, you know, kind of going through like branding or changing names. They don't know how to figure out. But I was the same way. Like when I first started, I was just like Jimmy Dukes. What? Jimmy Dukes Gaming. Fuck it. I saw gaming on a lot of people's pages. I saw TV. Jimmy Dukes TV. Jimmy Dukes Gaming. I was like, I'll just do the gaming. You know what I mean? So yeah.
It's easy.
It's easy. Yeah. So, you know, you talked about, you know, starting late when it came to video games. And then you mentioned your brother got you into the streaming. So how did your life lead to like the content creation?
Man, I think we were playing, what Call of Duty was it? I want to say it was Black Ops 3 we were playing. And we were just doing our regular 10-man party. Kicking the shits, you know, 2 a.m. And I don't know where my brother's like, bro, you should like stream, bro. You're a really funny dude and you can entertain a group of people, you know, just playing the game. I'm like, you know, I'm like, you talking about like how we watch, you know, like the Cash Nasties or the other people that streaming at the time, like Tifu and them. He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh no. And then I think like a couple of months went by. I go grab a Mac because I was at community college at the time. So I go grab a Mac and I just tried to boot up one time. You know, I played The Walking Dead and I was like, okay, maybe I'm getting a little couple people. I'm like, maybe I could do this. You know what I'm saying?
What was the first platform you did?
First platform, Twitch.
Okay.
I mean, I was streaming from the console.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of people. Yeah, Mixer. Xbox.
Yeah. It was funny. I tried Mixer, but I didn't know how to work it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was like, you know what? Let me just go back to
Twitch. I already know what I know right here. Let me just stay here, right?
You're right. I'm off the console. It was easy. But yeah, he was just the crazy thing is he don't watch my streams often, but he knows what I do on my streams, which is weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know what I do on my streams, but every time I see him, he knows what I do on my stream. I don't know if he goes back and watch, or whatnot. So shout out to him, man. Shout out to him, man. He's a big inspiration of why I'm like here right now. Like he's him and my dad are probably like, and my wife are like the three only people that had faith in me streaming, man. Because everybody else, I ain't say didn't have no faith. It was just kind of like,
yeah, you're just playing video games. What are you good? Yeah,
yeah,
of course. I mean,
yeah.
I think a lot of content creators and streamers and even like even musicians or whatever, they get that look like, oh, you're just wasting your time and things like that. So that now they like when you started like doing it and you was talking about Twitch, when did you like see yourself like, all right, I'm gonna take this a little bit more serious than just doing it casually? Like when was that pivotal moment in your life to where like, you know what, I think I'm gonna just go all in on this?
Man, honestly, back against the wall, jobs. You know what I'm saying? Working at dead end jobs. I'm working at Amazon, FedEx, UPS. You can name any shitty job in the world. I probably worked at it, man. Just bouncing from job to job. Don't know what I want to do in life. You know what I'm saying? All I know is I kind of want to do something in creation. I just don't know if I want to do it. You know what I'm saying? So bouncing from job to job, low end on the money. I'm staying with my parents. Why not go for it? You know what I'm saying? Why not just try all the way? I dropped everything. I stopped playing like variety games. I picked up 2K, took off on Twitch from there, man. And I
what year was that when you went all in? Do you
2K16. So I don't 2015.
Yeah. So you've been streaming for that long already?
Yes.
Dang, I didn't know you were streaming for that long. So what you're like?
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. It's
7 years, 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah. I've seen and been through a lot, bro.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is, even though I've been streaming that long, I don't really count those years as much because I wasn't consistent. I wasn't streaming every single
but
day.
still, man, I think that a lot of people need to hear that kind of stuff because they just see like, oh, this guy's doing amazing. Like, you not understand that I've been doing this on and off, consistently on and off for 7 years. You know, because I love talking to people when it comes to this because they just think like, oh, we've turned it on. We have a dope ass background. We're having fun. Money's flowing. Fuck no. You know, it works up to get there. Get there.
Even when I got to Facebook, not to jump ahead, but even when I got to Facebook, my background may have looked better, but that's because I had a job and I was able to buy everything.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not even from streaming, and like a lot of stuff is from streaming now, but just like you just have to work.
Invest. You invest in yourself and invest what you want to do. So, you know, so you were talking about like doing it on and off, like you weren't consistency, but you still consider the time put in. And so what were some of the biggest challenges for yourself once you started like, all right, I want to do this and I have to figure this out. Like what were some of the challenges in life through content creation and that you had to deal with and overcome to keep going?
The biggest thing, man, is family, man. That's always the hardest, you know. My wife, she don't know too much about this. I mean, she knows now a lot, but like at the time, she didn't know too much. So like, time that you got to put into this is a lot.
Yeah,
you know,
it is.
It's not 10 hours. It's not 12 hours. It's 24 hours.
Yeah, it's on and off throughout the day, doing something. Yeah,
doing something. Even watching streams, people think that you're not watching. People think that watching streams that you're not doing anything. No, when I be watching streams, like I be watching for entertainment, but I also be watching what are they doing that I'm not doing that is working. You know what I'm saying? Another big challenge was talking during the stream, talking about whatever's happening. You know, I'm playing 2K, so obviously you don't really need to do too much talking, but shit, I mean, I'm trash talking about grabbing rebounds, something. You know what I'm saying? Keep people interested on, or keep people interested since I don't have a camera. That hey, this guy is here, he's talking, he's being active, whatever, and being entertaining, man, it's not easy when you're not good at the game. You know
being trash at both is not good. Because even backwards, because I've seen players that are really good at the game, but they're not entertaining, and I'm backwards. Like I feel like I'm pretty entertaining. You know what I mean? But I'm not that great at the games. But I'm fortunate enough to where I can hold people watching or X amount of time, or look forward to seeing me for X amount of time, right? Because I want to be entertaining, because that's one big thing, and I'm glad you say that, because it doesn't matter if you're getting 20 kills and you're not talking. It's kind of hard unless that you have that small niche of people that don't give a crap. You talking and you're just murdering lobbies, and that's different. You know what I mean?
How many? I always say to that, how many? I don't know the statistics or any of that, but just by my own eyes, I see more people being sweaty at the game than being entertained.
Yeah, I think so.
Mad people dropping 20 kills, crazy at 2K, crazy at any other game, crazy builds on Elden Ring, whatever, fast runs, whatever, and they're not entertaining.
Yep.
I see more of that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, you're competing against a very large pool of people.
Yeah.
And then people like you and us, I didn't say we will succeed faster, but we'll see people in our streams way quicker than they would.
Yeah, because I think that the and that's another thing of a challenging is finding yourself within your content to feel confident to where like this is what I'm doing and I'm gonna move forward with this. You know what I mean? Like I always told myself like I don't have the ability and time to like put into a game to be really good at it. But what I can do is just be myself and play a bunch of different games and people enjoy it. You know what I mean? So I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So the challenges of, with the family, just, you don't even have a camera and you were still doing that and things like that. I love hearing that stuff because a lot of people I know you don't think of yourself, but a lot of people look at you as a peer and doing it. So having people hear this, like, hey, Kelly Kell started from down here and he did this and he did this and just like all of us.
I will say though, times are changing, so you don't have to do what we used to do back in the day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to. I don't like people streaming for a console. I mean, nowadays the Elgato capture card is like $30 on Amazon. Go grab one. Webcam is $10. Best Buy, Amazon. Like you got mad outlets to go, but we didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we had to. The webcams was like $100 back in those days. You know what I'm saying? Now they're just
$20. $20 you a little USB camera. What's it called?
You feel me?
Yeah.
The little thing you plug in the back. Yeah, it's quick and simple, man. But you don't have to spend money, not that much money to get started, And I don't like people getting my bad, me and myself. I don't like people getting in this field that bad. I don't like people get in this field that don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
That's why I always talk shit to like other streamers that, I talk shit to other streamers, especially on Apex.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all do this, y'all do that, but complain that you're not seeing nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You complain about not subs or any, you're not putting no work into it. I don't care if you lose, I don't care if you win a lot. Like, don't lie to yourself. You say you're putting in work where you're not.
Yeah, everybody knows. I think that.
I do that a lot. So don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody knows. Yeah, everybody. I think that you get to a certain point when you start doing this for enough time, you can clearly see who's doing what. You know what I mean? Without having to talk to them. And you could just see from afar, like, damn, that guy's putting in work. He's doing this, he's doing this, or she's doing this, she's doing that.
So, you'll see it.
Yeah, because you get the nods. Like, I get random people hitting me up, like, damn, I see you doing your thing. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thank you. You know what I mean?
We definitely do.
You know what I mean? So, when you're talking about all those different challenges, I know that you brought up the family thing. I think a lot of content creators, like, see that. I know even, like, for my wife, like, the first year of me going in, she's like, what the fuck? You're just in that room all the time. And just like, but my parents, my friends, they don't know what the hell. I'm just turn on the camera. You're trying to be fucking Dr. Dish, or you're trying to be Ninja or whatever. But you know what I mean? They just see like the 0.1% that are doing it on a great scale and doing great. But like having to explain that is a big challenge for a lot of people because a lot of people don't know, and they'll just judge. And then, it's kind of hard to sit there to defend yourself when it comes to that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, it is. I would say, too, like, it's hard to tell, other people. I bet my kid is crying.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
It's hard to, like, for me.
You're good.
I was saying, it's hard to explain what I do to, like, friends and family, Like, even to this day, I struggle to explain to my friends like what do I do. I just be telling them like I make videos,
like what do you do?
My Yeah, I don't tell them I stream or do anything because at the same time, they're going to bring up, oh, you like Ninja? I'm like,
No.
no, not
Yeah,
even,
right?
not even a fraction
No.
of Ninja or Doctors. None
Yeah.
of those guys.
Yeah.
But it's tough, and then like you were mentioning about your wife saying, you locked yourself in a room for a while, like that part of streaming that has to be talked about more.
Yeah.
About significant others, being okay with us streaming, or at least starting out to stream, and the struggles that we got to go to. Like,
Yeah.
a year, at least a year.
At least.
If you have not liked yourself in a room for a year, then I don't think you doing it right.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know how much, like, in one thing through streaming, and I'm glad you brought that up. This needs to talk about more, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Like with my wife, the dynamic was, you always trying to figure things out. I have 2 kids, I got a mortgage, I got a full-time job, so communication is big. So when I'm going this way and not explaining to her what I'm trying to do, that caused a lot of issues in our relationship and our balancing in time because of me, because I didn't explain to her how important it was to me. It was more like, just, I'm doing my thing, leave me alone. You know what I mean? And I was still trying to figure myself out that first year. And that after that first year, I was able to understand where I was and be more open with my wife about what I was trying to do and explain to her that this was important to me. So she understood.
Scary, right?
Yeah, because you had
to like explain to her.
Yeah, because you're like, hey, as much as you don't understand, I see myself doing this, and at the same time, you have to understand. Like, I know you're a parent and you got stuff going on and family and friends, so you have to balance all that shit kind of in too, because you don't want to just lock the door and just you go all in over here. Then you're the rest of your life falling apart. I don't know how many streamers or content creators and musicians where they can't find that balance and they lose a lot of things because, they're striving towards something, and it's kind of hard to find that balance.
Yeah, but I say it's tough to find that balance, especially when you have those highs, because those highs, especially as being in our field, those highs are high. You know what I'm saying? So you really want to try to lock yourself away from the outer world, which may not be the greatest thing, but we tend to do that a lot. So it's definitely hard to balance some highs, and when them lows are low, you still try to do the same thing when the highs are high. So it's just balance, man.
This whole content creation thing, I've always said, and I've said it a couple times in streams and in podcasts, it's like I've learned so much about myself going through this. I'm like, whoa, I would just like, I didn't realize like a lot of things. Like I've gotten better at talking, my punctuation, my grammar, how I carry myself, because I'm on camera and I don't want to be just some fucking idiot. Oh, look at that guy. He just dumped shit on the camera, and that there's his kids and there's his wife. What a fucking idiot. I hold myself to a different value. I never thought about little things like that. And over that first year and the year and a half, I was like trying to find myself, and I finally did. And I was like, now I am who I am now. I'm comfortable in my life. Everything's balanced, and I know what my goal is. But it takes time to get there. And a lot of people just want that instant success.
The greatest thing is when you first start out streaming, and what a lot of people got to realize, the biggest thing is not gaming. It's not time. It's you got to find who you are when you stream. You know what I'm saying? You got to find out what makes you you when you stream. You don't have to be good. You don't have to be entertaining. What is you? Find if you self in the stream and stuff, everything else, I swear to God, will come out so easy.
I think a lot of people have that hard time of, being on camera and talking and doing this because it's, I'm not saying, you might not feel like you need to do that, but at the same time, like, just understand that your path to success or what you might be falling is not going to be that good compared to how you could be if you don't do all those small things to get better yourself. You know what I mean? Yourself. That's it. I always tell people, find somebody that you like, and then watch other people that kind of do same things and try to find something that you can do. Don't try to be somebody else. Whatever you want, how you want to go about it. Just know that, hey, you can do it however you want, and just understand that it might not be as easy as for this or that person or success or this or whatever, but You can say that you're doing yourself and you're being yourself when you're doing it how you want to do it. And I think a lot of people have a hard time accepting, like, people don't like me. Fuck this. I don't want to do this.
That's a terrible way to think, man.
You know what
That's
I mean?
terrible.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because I've seen so many people that I started with, and I've only been doing this for 3.5 years. I've seen so many people quit because people don't like me. You know, like, well, yeah, maybe those type of people don't like you, but people will find you. You know what I mean? But it might your road to success is going to be different than Kelly Kells or than Jimmy because they carry themselves differently. You know, I've seen people that are small creators and they're okay being themselves and they're happy. So it's amazing seeing that. You know, they're so like, I'm myself, and people watch me play Skyrim all the time. That
for everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. It might not be 1 million people that like you, but there probably be a solid 100 people that like you. You know what I mean? So just be honest with yourself. You know, so we're talking about all the different challenges and balancing, you know, talk about that journey to Facebook partner. Like when you started going in and like, all right, I'm moving from Twitch, I'm going to Facebook, and the partner program started coming in, you're like, all right,
man,
let's lock in. Let's talk about that journey.
I want to say that's still number one craziest journey I've ever had, man. Leaving Twitch, I lost everything. I'm talking about no community, nothing. I took like 2-3 months off in the summer, man. I'm like, man, am I going to get a job, or am I going to take this content creator streaming seriously? And I seen Ricky live on Facebook. I'm like, you know what? F it. I'm just going to go ahead and try it, man. You know, but my dumb self, not doing the research on Facebook gaming, was doing the same things on Twitch on Facebook at the time before everything happened. So like, I'm getting copyrighted. You can't play music on there. You know, there's certain things you couldn't do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm learning as I go. And then just, man, I start implementing new things. I've always done this on Twitch. It just never was really shown to anybody bigger. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm doing these things. I'm doing the Taco Tuesday. I'm a big theme person. I like doing themes.
I know, you're so entertaining. I love it.
Oh, man, I love it so goddamn much, man. Like bringing that type of energy, man, it makes me feel like I'm doing something positive and helping somebody out in the morning or whatever throughout the day. You know what I'm saying? But back to the journey part. Man, yeah, that Facebook journey, bro. Man, that 2020 to 2021 was probably the craziest. I know it's COVID.
Yeah.
But
still, man, regardless, you still put in the time to get there and to get recognized like that. You know, a lot of people will say, well, it was during this time. It doesn't fucking matter. There was 1 million people doing the same damn thing. So you still had to fit in somehow. You know what I mean? Right. To be recognized, you know? So I don't like, I know you're just kind of like downplaying it, but still, man, just like, hey, everybody's at home. 1 million people are streaming, but people still wanted to see you.
You're right. Because in the summer of 2020, so I'm streaming and stuff, 2019 to 2020. I'm still getting it. My mom still has it. I had said I wanted 100 followers in December of 2019. I got 200. Like, oh man, great. You know what I'm saying? 200 followers. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, all right, by January, I want, at 220. Yeah, so by January, I was like, all right, I want 400. By January, I had 1,000. I'm like, oh, well, I think we're doing something good or great. You know what I'm saying? The followers are coming in. And then, man, throughout those months, I'm talking about, I was getting like thousands, 100,000 followers a day. You know what I'm saying? Just streaming Apex, being myself. You know what I'm saying? And then come, I want to say July 2020, I got my sub button. And I think that's where like everything started. That's when I started knowing about the Facebook stats. That's when I started learning about the bigger streamers and stuff like that. Like that's where it just started to take off. You know what I'm saying? And then Trav, actually, Black Lion Gamers got partnered, I want to say that summer. He got partnered that summer. And because that we already had linked up. Mm-hmm. So we know he talking to us like, yo, y'all next. Me and Thrive, he's like, yo, y'all next. Sure enough, by December, we were next. We were in the next first we got partnered, and then we got into the Black Creator Program.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure enough, we got partnered in December, man, and it was, man, that was just that run, man. It was just it felt good.
You were like doing what, 5 days a week, 6 days a week?
Man, I was doing 7. I was doing 7 days.
Damn.
I've always done 7 days.
Yeah.
Always have. Since Facebook, I've always done 7 days. Even had a job, I always did 7. I was doing 7 days though, at least 14-hour streams.
Damn.
Easily. Yeah, easily. I would do the Apex in the morning, and then I would do the scary games at night. So
Nice.
I played probably every. That's probably why I don't play them now. I played every game. So like I play all those games at night, man, and it just felt so good, man. Being recognized for your content, man. It's always a good.
It's cool,
feeling.
right? It's just like something that you put in your time and your craft, and when you get acknowledged for it, or like, hey, man, I enjoy this. It makes you feel good, like how you said it earlier, like I'm doing something good. You know, I think it just.
Shout out to Facebook Gaming. I know I'm no longer there streaming, but they helped out so much in this my content creating life and just my personal life of contracts and stuff like that, man. And I always want to take the time to say, like, if you are a content creator and you're getting subs and stars, upgrade your equipment, but use it to invest in your life. You know what I'm saying? Everything is up and down. Everything is sporadic in this field.
Yeah.
You have your great months, and then you have your worst months.
Yep.
We all know what a worst month is. It's $0.
Yep.
So,
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
especially when you're a full-time, like I tell people, full-time creators that are doing this financially as well, because they're like, well, I'm a full-time creator. I'm like, but yeah, you don't need to worry about money. So that's kind of different. Yeah, you're a full-time creator, but are you financially, working?
Yeah,
depending on, that's different. Because I tell people all the time, I'm like, for me, they're like, damn, Jimmy, well, you're pretty much a full-time creator. I was like, well, I mean, I do a lot of full-time stuff. Like I'm always editing and doing this, but I have a full-time job. And me, I don't need to depend on the money. So the people that do this full-time and financially depend on it, I respect the fuck out of them, because not a lot of people understand when you get to a certain level, and depending on how you're saying, the ups are the greatest and the downs, and then financially, and there's a lot of things that are going around that us as creators have to deal with on a daily basis that a lot of people don't know. And we just, hey, and we're going through it.
Gotta stream today. Yeah,
because we want to do it. You know what? We want to do it. And I'm not talking trash about people that stopped or whatever, but people that do this are built different. And I think that a lot of times it might not be for you, and it's okay, or maybe downscale a little bit, but to be successful in this field, you got to be built just a little different. And your skin's got to be a little thicker, and you got to do this, and you got to do that.
You got to be willing to change. And I think a lot of people too, when you change, you lose people. I would say my content and my stream has changed, but it's changed for the better.
Yeah, like you're evolving. Yeah, you're getting better.
Like I can't do the same Taco Tuesday. Like certain things I just can't do the same anymore. One, it gets outdated and old. Nobody wants to see the same thing. And I'm growing as a person too. I'm getting older. You know what I'm saying? So like I want to implement new things, but the only way I can do it is I have to change.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of people are scared to do that and scared to start over, man. You know, it's not easy starting over as a full-time creator that's dependent on subs, stars,
financially. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's a struggle, but it's a struggle that I'm willing to take on, and have so
for X amount of time. So that leads me to the perfect next segue for the question is like, do you feel pressure to be successful? Do you feel like if I don't do this, I'm fucked, or like this is like my plan A and I don't have a plan B? Like I feel the pressure and I'm okay with the pressure.
I'm pressured, but I will say my plan B is perfect. I've done what I needed to do with my money financially, got myself out of debt, paid off student loans, no collections, nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Adulting, baby. Hell yeah, adulting, baby.
I mean, like I tell the story all the time. I'm not afraid to say it. I had 3 fantastic months, and you want to know by fantastic, $10,000 months in 2020, paid off student loans, left with $0. You know what I'm saying? But guess
that's
what?
smart. Not a lot of people would have take that money and put that shit into their life like that.
No. No.
You know what I mean? I would buy some kicks, go out, do shit like that.
Just like
the money's flowing. It's gonna keep coming. It's gonna keep coming.
It's fine. But guess what? I'm not partnered with Facebook no more.
Mm-hmm.
So now if I was to leave streaming to go part-time or still be full-time or whatever, guess what? I can get a great job. I can get a house. I can get mad things.
Yeah, because that's important. That's important. You know what I mean? Yeah, that is very important. Like a lot of people don't know, like your credit. Your credit, yeah, you know what I mean? Just
what money I get now, it's mine. Like, I don't have to pay anybody besides American bills, credit cards.
Yeah,
so that's, you know what I'm saying. That's you know. So always teach that, but yeah, it's I always feel pressure, man. Every day, I have to stay on top of the trends. I gotta be trendy. I gotta watch streams. I've been watching streams more. Watching streams like watching film. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like. I'm watching to see what they doing. I'm trying to implement new things on me. I'm trying to switch at the times, you know. So it is a lot of pressure, and starting over, I don't want to see myself fail, and I know I won't. But at the same time, gotta have a plan B.
Yeah, you're making sure that you're doing everything not to be successful. You know what I mean? So that leads me to the next, like, with all the pressure that you got going on, like, how do you keep that motivation to keep going and that discipline to keep going?
Honestly, man, faith in myself. I will be openly and say, like, I think, when I got the news about Facebook, I think I lost a lot of I lost a lot of, how can I put it, faith in me and my content. You know, I'm thinking that, dang, my content's not that good enough. Or maybe I was doing the same thing, or what was it? You know what I'm saying? So I lost a little bit of that, having faith in my content. It's starting to come back now, a lot now. So yeah, I just have to believe that whatever I'm putting out is the best product that it can be. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put out nothing trash. I don't want to put out something half-assed like I used to. You know, I want to put out something that is great for me and my community, that it showcases me and my personality, you know? So...
Well said. I like how you said, because a lot of people will just do things just to do things, and that's fine. But having that pride in yourself to say, hey, man, like, this is me, and this, I feel confident in what I put out. A lot of people can't relate to that when it comes to something that they're not comfortable doing, or they don't want to take a chance on something. You know, people say, follow your dreams, do whatever. But sometimes that's fucking hard. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's hard, and then it gets harder, and then it doesn't get easier.
Patience.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and you got to be realistic with yourself. How you said it earlier, you're not really putting in the time. You say you are, but you're not. Yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? When people say, "Oh, I'm putting in work," like, yeah, you streaming 12 hours a day and not doing anything else is not really putting in work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you streaming a lot, but
yeah. You know what I mean?
But that's it.
Yeah, just like you could time management a little bit better. Like, where are your reels? Where are your VODs? Where's this? Where's the community? Like, there's a lot of things that comes in.
I've been trying to. I'm a big streamer like that. Streams a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I've been trying to cut the time down a lot, you know, use the weekends and stuff into making more reels,
but you mix those in though too. I see them. Like, you know, you're all over the place, man. I see you.
But that's new though, you know. That's like within like 6 months new, you know what I'm saying? So like I want to keep that going and keep bringing in more variety to the channel instead of just, all right, I gotta stream today, gotta stream. Like if I'm not doing something that day for the stream, then I'm just not gonna stream. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm not doing community games, like today I did community games. If I didn't do community games, I probably wouldn't stream today. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no point to stream on Saturday. And plus Saturdays are my weakest days anyway streaming. You know what I'm saying? So like I technically won't lose anything if I don't stream today.
Yeah, because you know your community, like, hey, my Monday through Fridays are money. You know, my Saturdays are a little, like if I do it, it's just more for people to hang out.
A little, hang out. If something happens, cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really looking for it. Like you said, weekdays is where I put in most of the work. So.
Yeah. So that leads me to my next question as well. Like with the full time, the motivation, keeping your discipline and everything, like how do you balance, you know, I know you're a father, you got your girl and stuff like that. How do you balance all that? I know you play kickball. Like, how do you balance all that? Because people don't understand that balancing and the juggling, there's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah. And my kid, she just turned 1. So she's very active. Yeah, I know, so it's hard, man. I try to stay on a very strict schedule. I'm very OCD about scheduling and stuff like that. So obviously I stream from like 9 to 2 in the mornings. After that, slide to the gym for about at least an hour, come back, rest of the time, editing, reels, play with the kid. You know what I'm saying? If I'm good, and I've been trying to switch that up for the weekends to do the reels and the videos. So then I can go to the gym, come back, play with the kid till my night stream.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or work around the house, play with wifey, chill, or do whatever I need to do. It's just trying to find that schedule. I'm trying to find what works.
The time management. It's always on a weekly basis, sometimes daily. You kind of have like a core of what you got going on and what you want to do. But I say it all the time.
And it changes.
Yeah,
so
of course.
It's not always the same.
Yeah. But it's just having that balance and obviously the communication with your partner, and you make hey, I got to be around my kid too. Like I can't just be locked up in here doing all this shit all the time. You know what I mean? Because you got to keep yourself sane with
and human and
touch grass.
I don't like to be so into streaming and forget what's outside.
Well said.
Yeah, I don't go outside often, but I know what goes on outside. I just choose not to. You know what I'm saying? So like, I gotta keep that. I gotta keep that outside balance in.
Yeah, that's cool, man. With all this you got going on, like, do you feel like being respected or taken serious by like your friends and family or just like other content creators like important to you, or are you kind of just like on myself and the people that know me, the people know me kind of thing?
No, I don't look for anything in anybody, man. I feel like if you like me or my content, you just like it.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I need to prove anything to anybody that doesn't know what I do or know me.
Yeah, well said.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, no, I think I ask everybody the different questions. I've had people like, I don't give a fuck if people don't care or I have other people like, I want to be known for being the man at this or being the girl at this, and there's nothing wrong with that. I like to see how people, carry themselves, or do they even care? Because I've seen people like they don't give a fuck about anybody that comes in their stream. They're just, I'm here to do my thing and screw you. And you know what I mean? And vice versa. Some people care too much. Like, they don't like me. They don't want to play with me. Why don't you? Why this and why? Yeah, it's just kind of like, all right, you gotta kind of find what makes you okay.
Creation, we gotta have a thick skin. So caring too much I feel like is a red flag. Like, you can block out the troll, but like you care too much, it can overtake. You know what I'm saying? Your stream and stuff. But me, I would say like, there's a lot of people, I wouldn't say like change up on if they came to the stream or anything like that, but like I do try to respect majority of people what they like. I'm gonna still be me, but like I'm gonna let you know, hey, like I think Respawn came in the other day and at the chair company at the Apex. They came in and they were just on some friendly tip because I'm in the little thing or whatnot. And I'd let them know, like, hey, I like to smoke and drink on stream. I drink out the bottle, and I do crazy things. Just letting them know that I'm not the traditional.
Yeah, like this is me. This is me, and I'm not gonna shy away from being myself, kind of thing.
Yeah. So I like to let people know what I am and what I'm doing before they see it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They won't be like throwing the whistle when they see it and they leave. At least I told you.
Yeah.
I feel better myself that I told you what I am and what I do, rather than you find it out. Just oh wow, you're like
what the fuck? We're working with this guy. He's doing all this fucking crazy shit.
He's dressed up in the poncho, man.
Right? What the fuck, dude?
Appropriating, man.
Right? Where's all these do-rags coming from? What is he always have? What's going on over here? But no, I like that. Because like with me, like I'm in the middle. Like I'm not trying to have everybody like me. And if you don't like me, I'm like, whoa. Like I'm not trying to say I'm everybody's best friend, but if you don't like me, that's your reason. I can care less. Unless you really got my number or I've ever had a direct conversation with you, I can care less what you think of me. I'm not trying to make everybody happy. And I like how you said, hey, this is me. I might not be your cup of tea, or I might not, be your content creator and somebody else is. And you might like, fuck Jimmy. He thinks he's doing all this or whatever. Hey, man, if that's how you feel.
So it is what it is.
What I mean? I could care less. I'm sure that a lot of people that have gone through life have done a million things that are great at, and then people will still say one bad thing about them. So I mean,
yeah, you just
you get so caught up. Yeah, you get so caught up with people like, oh, that streamer talked shit about me, or this community, and they went over there and talked shit. I'm just like, if you get caught up in that kind of stuff, I'm like, bro, I'm already fucking too old to be dealing with this shit, man.
Never will. None of that streamer stuff ever. I think it's childish, man. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm just like, hey, that fool was talking shit about you. Oh well.
What do we do about it?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, where? I'm gonna go to his stream. Let's go. All of us are going over there. Like, oh god. I can't. Yeah, bro. I don't got
much, man.
Yeah. So now that talk about you know we talked about the Facebook thing and being the partner, and you said you lost like the contract ending, you lost a little faith and stuff. Like now, talk about moving to a new platform and having that faith. Like, hey, I'm gonna be okay, and I'm gonna keep doing my thing because I know when we were on the God Squad that late night when it was 3 of you guys were all like we're all going to kick and you've been doing well. I mean, you talked about the subathon recently, and you feel confident.
3 days, man. We did 3 days of the subathon, first ever, sleeping on stream, doing. And I liked about the subathon too. I'm glad you brought it up because I might as well talk about it. We played minimum games.
Yeah, you just hey. I think that the time you said the times are changing, bro. I feel like that the gaming is not as important as much as you as a creator. Yeah, just like it's okay to hang out. It's okay to talk. It's not okay to always play the newest games and do all this. It just depends how you carry yourself and what your community is and why they show up.
And I made a tweet the other day. I was like, I don't know how, no hate to anybody. I was like, I don't know how you can go live and be in the game already.
Oh, I know. I've seen people like they start their stream, they're already in the middle of the game. I'm like,
I honestly can't fathom myself doing that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I like everybody starts to stream different, right?
Yeah, like, but more power to them.
That's what you do. Like,
more power to you guys.
Yeah, it's an observation that that we don't like to do that, but okay, I don't. It's crazy to me too. They're like, they're in the middle of the game. They're like, all right, go. I'm like, didn't the stream just fucking start or whatever?
It's mid-game. You started film. Like, I need music. I need some water.
Right.
I need to make sure my things is right. And I know people do say they make sure all those things are done before. I still need to make sure I'm ready to play this game because I may not be able to play this game right now. Like,
I'm glad you say that because you said it earlier. You watch people. I've always, I watched you. I watch other, bigger creators, smaller creators. I'm always learning and seeing what different things. But one thing I did get from Rasta, when Rasta would go live, he'd just be chilling.
Yeah.
Doing his thing. Just what up, y'all? Just listening to music, checking out shit. And like, I like
that though.
I was I started doing that like a year ago. I started like, I'm going to start my stream and let people start coming in. I'm going to check all my shit, do the shares, make sure everything's looking good, sounding good, and then just start talking. I felt like a lot of bigger content creators, that was kind of like the style that people would go in. But I love the way Rasta at that time, he had that camera that was like,
yeah.
I was like, oh, that shit was sick.
Shout out to Rasta. That rotate. I do a lot of things for him too, man. That's where I got the stuff from. That stuff is fire.
Yeah, dude. But you taking the time to go look how other people are carrying themselves or whatever. Everybody finds their niche or how they want to do. But starting to stream in the middle of a fucking game.
I don't know how y'all do it.
Yeah, hey, it's all good. Or some people, one thing that drives me nuts talking about that when they have the starting screen for like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, oh my god, that's annoying. Oh man,
bro, at least when I started, like you see me at least, like you get like I'm there. You know what I mean?
Like I got this the stadium that I got done a while back. I play that, but now like I used to play that. I ain't gonna lie, I used to play that for like a minute. I would put it like 30 seconds, and I'm going right to me because I watch a lot of people. They don't really have the intro screen too much. If it's not intro graphic, have you ever seen T-Pain streams?
Yeah.
You ever seen his intro? If it's not like that, they ain't gonna watch it. You know what I'm saying?
It's got to be a little entertaining. They're like, this is gonna be on for a little bit, and it's gonna get right into
Go right into it. Yeah. You ain't got no graphic or anything like that. Like that 5 minute. I ain't gonna lie.
or the countdown.
Minute.
The countdown. Like 5 minutes.
Don't tell me about the countdown.
I'm like, bro.
I honestly, dude, 2 minutes. Honestly, it should take you 30 seconds.
Yeah,
30 seconds to a minute when you hit the live button, man.
I've been doing the. I learned like after time. Like I noticed like the first minute of your Facebook stream is your thumbnail.
Thumbnail, yes.
Yeah. So what I do is like I have a thumbnail and I have it up, and right when that minute hits, I switch over to me or just off to this camera right here. They at least see me. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm doing some shit done. Music's on. You know what I mean? Like the polls up. You know the pin comments up. You know what I mean? Everything's going. But yeah. Like the countdown of 5 minutes. But nobody there and just like counting down. Hey, what's up? All those people say what's up and leave.
Leave, right. I usually use, my bad, get off topic. I'll get right back on. But I usually use like the first to like fifth person come in the chat. And then I'm like, all right, I'm switching screen. If the first person come in like 30 seconds or 10 seconds, I'm hitting the screen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, it kind of depends on how fast. Because sometimes when you go live, you know, the latency or something might not. You might not be live yet, you know what I'm saying? Technically, so. But and what was the question again?
No. We were just talking about just we got off talking about the starting of this the respect from other content creators and your families. Yeah. We both said, "Hey, Ross is a shit." That's what we said.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But like, you know, you're talking about being full time and then, you know, going to Kick now, you know, being there full time. Yeah, you know, being there. Like for you as a full-time content creator financially, you're like, oh damn, I'm gonna be jumping platforms and I'm going in over here. So talk about how that transition's been and for yourself and everything.
Still a little scary, you know what I'm saying? Kick is a brand new platform that I'm banking on at the moment, you know, hoping for the success, hoping to be a Kick partner and stuff like that. It's fun though, man. I like this new me. I like this new journey. I like this new
chapter, right? New chapter, yeah.
Chapter, new everything, you know. I still post on Facebook, you know, to tell people here. I'll probably stop soon. I don't know when. I don't want to say now. But you know, I like the small community I got, and then I'm gaining people from the actual Kick to the stream, which is helping out tremendously, you know.
Yeah.
I'm getting people from Twitter, getting people to Twitter, getting people to Instagram, which has always been my main goal, but for some reason it never worked on Facebook. So, you know, I'm getting people in the Discord, people are being more active in Discord. So it's starting to move. I guess it's just time, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I want to be impatient. I want to keep what I got going, keep doing, I just have to have faith in my content.
Yeah. I think, the past year or so, I think a lot of people, I've seen them like, and this is just an observation. I'm not talking shit. I don't know what people got going on in their lives. You know, a lot of people just stop. You know, a lot of people just stop. And that's all right. Abruptly. Abruptly, just stop. This is not for me. Fuck the numbers, blah, 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 whatever. Fine. But I've seen other people evolve and do different things and be more confident in the way they carry themselves. Like, when all that stuff was going down with, you know, numbers going and dwindling, I started doing my podcasting. I'm like, fuck, man, I'm starting something new over here. And I'm like, do people even want to see this shit? Do they even care what I have to talk about or who I have on? But I had that faith in myself. You know what? I want to do this regardless of what platform. I'm just going to push forward. I was on TikTok. I was on Instagram, on Facebook. I'm on YouTube, on Twitch. I would just like, I'm going to just start putting my stuff out there, and I'm going to be a content creator and a podcast guy, and I'm not going to just be a streamer. I want to do a little bit of everything. And I want to commend you on that, because your short reels and stuff, I'll be honest with you, I watch more of your off-stream content than I watch you streaming. I enjoy all the small little things. Yeah, bro. I love all those, the green screen shit, or you just chilling, or you having your kiddo there. Just like, you make it fun, because you're showing people that I'm not just streaming. I'm doing all this kind of shit too.
And that's why I like to tell people too, because a lot of my friends think I'm just like maybe like a nerd or something in streaming. I'm like, kind of am, but I don't know that much about video games. So unless you talk to me or not, I would tell you I don't know that much. So I like to show people that, hey, I like playing games, but you know,
I'm not all
IRL
about
stuff-
games.
I'm not all about game. You know, IRL stuff is me. You know, and that's why I started the vlog channel as well. Still trying to get up the confidence to do some other vlogs and stuff, but after doing the subathon, going live on the phone, gained a lot more confidence in holding a camera in public.
Yeah, that's one weird thing. I bought myself a badass camera, and I feel weird just holding it, and talking. Yeah, it just that you have to get over that, and that's things that we all have to do as content creators or musicians. Like they playing in front of two people, but they're out there rocking out or rapping their ass off, or comedians, you know, getting heckled and shit like that. Like,
that's a fear.
You know, that's a fear for us too. Like, hey, we look like idiots, or nobody shows up, or nobody cares, but we still fucking do it.
We're doing it all the time. It's crazy. Why? Is something wrong with you?
Right?
I don't know.
So with all this stuff going on, and you moving on to a new platform, and you know, doing all these different things, like, what is the goal? What's an ideal future for yourself? For Kelly Kell, like ideal, like a year or two. Like, what do you see yourself?
Okay, I would say in about a year, very successful on Kick. Very, very successful on Kick. Probably partnered on Twitch as well. I'm going to start the Twitch streams back real soon. But as far as like overall, still trying to figure that out. I don't know truly what I want to do in content creating. One of my main goals has always been to create a Rob Diedrich warehouse content creating type where people could come to there and you could do your podcast there, or you could stream there, or play basketball, you can do soccer, you could do anything you want content creating wise. I got the cameras, all that stuff. So that's always been like my main goal. But as far as like in the industry, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know yet, you know. And I hope I can find out soon. You know, I always like to let things come to me. If it don't come to me, then it's just not for me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And,
I like how you say that, because I'm kind of like that way too with a lot of things in life, not just content creation. I feel like if I'm doing everything that I need to do, hopefully it comes my way. Because a lot of people, you need to go out there and get it. You need to do this. Like, okay, that's not me. You know what I mean? I'm not that type of.
You know what I say too?
Yeah.
What do you want me to? I can't get something I don't know what I want.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Like, you want that warehouse? You got to go out there and get it, Kel. You got to go out there. Like, okay, well, what the fuck? I'm trying to put myself in the position to get there. It's not that I'm not trying.
Right. And that is like, when I'm talking about that is, I have to get somewhere else to get that.
Yeah, I think
you
that
know what I'm saying?
I say that all the time. Small, realistic goals lead to your big goals.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Like me just constantly having conversations with people and making it fun, entertaining, and, you know, educating people on different topics. I feel like by doing this, I could be successful eventually. You know what I mean?
Like this too.
You know, I love talking to people, man. I am shitty at games and I have fun, but I enjoy the fuck out of this. And, you know, it might not make money now or in a year or two, but hopefully by me just doing this and people enjoy what we got going on, and the guests that I'm lucky to have on and want to talk to my ass leads to something. You know what I mean?
I love it, man.
You know what I mean?
And you put so much work and effort into this that
I appreciate it, man.
Work.
Yeah, and
it will work.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's good. Like I fucking know it's gonna work. I'm doing everything I need to do to make it work. My life is good, wife is good, kids are good, work is good. You know, I'm in like my bag as far as confident how I feel when I'm doing my content. You know what I mean? So
I love it.
I like that you were honest. Like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna keep doing this, and you know, I like that, because you can't always not always know what you want, and it's okay.
And it's something that I have not always thought or always been in that mindset. You know, it's just something that over the past year that I've been learning to attain. You know, like I don't always have to know everything and know what I want. You know, I got into here because I know that I do want to create content. I know I want to create content for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Now, as far as our brands from there, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? As long as I'm putting in all that work, we're streaming videos, reels, as long as I'm doing all that, and I mean, I can't fail.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that you had that, you found your purpose. I think a lot of people get caught up and they don't know what they want. Or they do this. Like, if you know what your purpose is and why you're doing it, you're going to be successful.
See,
you might not be.
Let me tell you, Jimmy.
You not be.
My bad, because there was a when that stuff was going down on Facebook. I'm glad you said that about your purpose. I went on Indeed looking for a job. I'm on Indeed. I'm looking and stuff. Honestly, man, I was like, I can't see myself working, even in my own field that I'm good at. Like I couldn't. I even applied to Amazon. I applied to these other places. Got an interview. I looked at my phone. I'm like, I can't do this. I really can't. I can't see myself doing this because I love what I do so much. I can't sacrifice any time given because I know it's going to work on going back to working. There's nothing wrong with working, but I just know for me, this is what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And it was a tough realization, but and you got to gamble, but it's just.
It's scary, yeah.
Yeah,
that's cool. You're betting on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? A lot of people have a hard time in small amounts or big amounts, like taking a plunge to do something different, jump into another platform, doing something they differently normally don't do. How you said earlier, doing the same shit over and over again might not work, and you be willing to evolve and always changing. But if you have that faith and you have your purpose, nobody can take away that shit.
Nobody can.
Nobody can take that away from you.
And if it don't work, at least you try it.
And that's, I think a lot of people with the past year and a half of people, maybe not doing content. I used to not talk shit, but I'm like, a lot of people was like, they quit, fuck them, they couldn't keep up. Man, a lot of people do this for different reasons.
Yeah.
It's not always for money. It's not always for fame. It's not always, some people just like to have a community. Some people just turn on, and that's for me.
Friends,
for me, like 2 years ago when I started realizing that, it made me a better creator because I was more understanding of myself and my purpose and everybody else's reasoning for doing this. Not everybody wants to be the best. You know what I mean? And it's okay. I've met some of the dopest people that hardly ever stream or kind of stream that I still talk to now. And because of the streaming, because of the gaming. You know what I mean? I got to know them.
And they're just as happy they were streaming as where they are now.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think when it comes to this, it's tough and we're tough on ourselves and there are a lot of things are going on. And for yourself, the numbers matters, the ups are the ups and the downs are the downs. And you have to take them when it comes and goes, man. So with that being said, what are some tips and some advice that you, not that you change anything, now that when you started, what are some of the things that you can tell, hey, if you're getting into the space now, I'd recommend to do this, don't do this, or,
I would recommend to get a template. I would recommend, just like I said earlier on the pod, watching streamers is like watching film. And anybody that plays sports know this. It's entertaining enough to watch Kai and them, but if you want to get in this space, pick a streamer that you relate to the most. Not saying copy what they do, just watch what they do. How are they interacting with the community? And what are they saying? What are they doing? What is their content like? Get a template. Use that template to your personal self, or even if you don't know yourself yet, get that template, place it, and then try to find yourself while using that template.
Well said.
And don't stop watching other creators. Don't stop implementing new ideas. Like I said, you don't have to be sweaty at the game, but if you want to be sweaty at the game, go look at the sweatiest people that stream. You know what I'm saying?
Well said.
Watch what they do. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be entertaining, watch the most entertaining people that stream. Watch what they just find somebody that you can relate to streaming wise and use it for you. Because at the end of the day, people say they don't like people copying each other. We all copy each other. Yeah. If you don't copy somebody, then I ain't gonna lie.
Because they copied somebody else. It's you got to make it your own. You know what I mean? Yeah. I tell people that the blueprint is there.
Yeah, it's there. It's right
there. The blueprint's there. I heard Stone Mountain a while back, and this was even 2 years ago. He's like, man.
The blueprint.
Yeah, he's like, dude, I didn't really get anything until 8 years in. I was putting videos on YouTube and doing this. I didn't, you know what I mean? You guys see all of this right now, but I've been doing it for 10 years. So when I hear things like that, I'm like, I'm only 3.5 years in.
Yeah.
Now hearing you say, hey, I'm at 7 years, I'm like, all right, I'm going in the right direction.
You got,
I'm not trying to sprint and try to pass anybody, but I feel like, oh, okay. If I'm hearing all these people saying, hey, around year 4, around year 5, that's when I found my groove. And a lot of people don't get to year 4. A lot of people don't get to year 5.
A lot of people don't get to getting money on stream.
Yeah, dude.
Or money content creating.
Yeah,
you know
dude.
what I'm saying? So once you get to that step, then you should realize that, oh, I'm entering the next chapter of my life.
Yep.
Now, how do I get to the next one? You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you said that too. Like, even though there's mad platforms to get your content and stuff out, like TikTok, Instagram, the grind is still the same.
Yeah.
You know, the time frame is still the same. Most people don't blow up until like year 3 or year 4.
Yeah.
So
unless you're like
still the same.
Yeah, unless you're famous and then you start doing something.
Or
like,
know somebody that's famous.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the only 2 things that's really gonna work.
Yeah,
Or you
yeah.
have a viral, but that's 1 in a million chance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing. Like I recently got my my YouTube partner. They're like, damn, that's
Ooh,
dope.
congratulations. That's what I seen it, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank
man.
you. No, but even then, that's just my foot in the door now with YouTube. That doesn't mean shit. A lot of people, and I appreciate it. A lot of people are like, that's fucking hard to do. I was like, I told myself
It is.
that this year, that's what I was gonna do. That was my personal goal. I'm gonna put VODs out. I'm gonna do unboxings. I'm gonna do podcasts. I'm gonna do everything in my power to succeed on that platform. I got the metrics. Now my foot's in the door. Now I can make money. It's not like I'm making money. It's just like now I have the opportunity to make money there. And that was 3 years. That was 3 years of that was 3 years of YouTube there. But this last year, I finally figured out how I wanted to push that platform. So I'm like, all right, cool. I got that platform. I got Facebook. All right, now I'm pushing Kick now, and now I'm doing Instagram, and I want to. So like, I'm just trying to find myself in each platform. How you said, because the grind is different on all the different platforms. So you have to find out if that platform is for you and how to navigate in that platform to be successful.
Yes.
Because what works on Instagram won't work on TikTok and vice versa. Works.
I learned that.
Yeah, on Facebook now, unfortunately, it might not be for live streams anymore, but you can still put reels out and VODs out and things like that. So
pictures.
Find out what works for you and what doesn't work for you. You know what I mean? So I like that you said that. Hey, find somebody that you like. Work, that blueprint is there. That success isn't there right away, or the viral thing.
Another thing too, I'm always going to talk about financial literacy. We talk about it all the time. Once you start getting some money, use it correctly, man. Don't gotta be like Aiden, buy cars, watches, man. Use it to put yourself ahead, whether it's pay off bills, get ahead in bills, pay off debt, whatever it is. Just use it for your benefit financially. Yeah. Because this is an up and down industry.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make this. Yeah, you're not gonna make the same that you made in May and June and July, or you may will. But you're going to have a low month, just like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So always prepare for that, and always prepare for, the fall off as well, because that could happen as well. It happens to a lot of creators. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I like that you say that and you're realistic, because people don't realize that, if you make X amount of money now, it might not be there. You should put some aside, or maybe take care of some bills, or you said, put yourself ahead to where you don't have to worry about. And if you have
it's not a storm. It's not even a rain. It's just, okay, I'm gonna change what I do, but I'm not hurting financially. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna figure that out.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because it's cool that you said that, because for me, like I say it all the time, I don't need to depend on this money. So the people that do, you have to keep up with trends. You have to keep up with things and make it entertaining, and people look forward to seeing you, because that discipline and that motivation, like if you don't do it, people don't see it, they're not gonna want, you know what I mean? Yeah. Kel's just going live just to go live. This fool doesn't even care right now.
And that's what I don't. That's what I don't like. I don't want nobody to say I'm just going live to be live. No, I'm coming live for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm live for a reason. It's an event today. Something's going on. I don't know what, but something is
we're having fun. We're doing this. Now. People look forward to the content. So I'm glad you say that, because I mean, you said earlier, I go live a lot, but it's not always the same stream every damn time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Exactly. So, but if you're playing the same damn thing and it's the same, not changing it up and everything, I always say, man, I'd be changing my background, I'd be changing my overlays, alerts, little events.
Now I'll be changing my camera angle. You see how I change my camera angle? I'll be changing the camera angle.
Yeah.
You set the alerts and shit. Like, you just have to. It's fun.
It is, for yourself too. Just like, people look forward to being there and hanging out and things like that. With that being said, man, plug yourself. Let everybody know what your schedule looks like. Where can we find you? All the different things.
You can find me on Kick every single day at 9 a.m. Eastern, kick.com/Keliko TV. I am still a Facebook gaming partner. On Facebook, you can find me there. But my Instagram reels, Instagram is taking off. You guys don't want to miss the content. Kelly Kell TV on Instagram. I post vlogs as well on YouTube. Kelly Kell IRL on YouTube. Or you can go to my gaming channel as well, Kelly Kell TV. It's really Kelly Kell TV everywhere.
I like that you said it. You got that locked in everywhere. And all that be down in the description, guys, man.
Mm-hmm.
So man,
it's everywhere, man.
Man, I'm glad
every single day.
Yeah, and I'm glad. It's good seeing you like being honest and say, hey, things aren't going on. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And it's cool because a lot of people might not hear that kind of stuff from people in your community will hear you talk about from but other creators like that might not be around, and they get to know you a little bit more and they get to see that the struggles and the ups and downs.
Real.
Yeah, man.
To be real and realistic and let people know that not every streamer, even what you want to call us the biggest ones, is up there. Like, I'm struggling just like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm trying to find my way just like everybody else.
Nice.
It's hard, so but I'm here for y'all. And if y'all got advice, I'm always here.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad you said that, man. We're all trying to do this, and I'm glad I've gotten to know you. You know what I mean? And
Same.
Full transparent, man. We might not be boys and shit like that, but I see what you're doing, and it's always been cordial every time we've been around each other, and I appreciate you, brother.
And you too, man.
Hell yeah, man.
I appreciate this pod, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It won't be the last time. Hopefully, we have on here, man. I always like having connections, and if like certain topics that it makes sense to have people on, dude. Like, I'm fortunate that everybody I've asked has says yes. You know what I mean? Because I get people like, go ask so and so, go ask. I was like, I don't know them. I don't fuck. I remember one time, hey, shout out to Black Phoenix. Charles.
Yes, that's a Black Phoenix.
Yeah, he was all, you need to go talk to Kel. You need to go talk to Charles. I was like, bro, I don't know them. Bro, you just gotta go talk to him. But I was like, I feel like with a lot of people, but I like over time, I feel like I can get my opportunity when people get to see who I am and how I carry myself. That when that conversation comes up, it's a yes.
It's a yes.
You know what I mean? Because like I'm not the type of person just to shoot my shot, just to shoot my shot. I want people to know that I'm taking this serious. I appreciate your time. We're trying to spread awareness.
He had me sign a waiver. Like, he's definitely taking this stuff serious. He had me sign a waiver.
You know what I mean? So I just like I
didn't even read the waiver, but I'm just like, right.
I can make money off of you, and I won't share it with you, Kel.
Yeah, you're the guy, guys. You hear that?
Right? But I appreciate your time, man. No jokes aside, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I enjoy all your content on the different platforms, man. And the best of luck to you with on Kick, man. I'm over there checking you out when I can as well, bro. So thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you so much, man.
For sure, man. Until next time, man, you guys make sure to go check out the YouTube channel. I got all types of clips and things and going on with all the different podcast episodes, man. We're going to keep these going, man. Until next time, peace out. Y'all take care.
Peace.
Take care, homies. Hey, that was... What up, y'all? It's your boy, Jimmy Dukes, here for another episode on the Jimmy Dukes Gaming Podcast. And today we are joined by a local guy that I met through the internet. Believe that, guys, through the fucking internet. But Chef Clay, man, welcome to the show, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man. I appreciate you inviting me to be on here.
Of course, man. Thank you, man. And it's a funny story that how we met.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was on Instagram looking for guests. And my brother from another mother, Zach, shout out to Zach. He was hey, he tagged, he tagged you on there.
Yeah.
And you fucking hit me up.
Of course, yeah.
I thought it was cool.
Of course, man. Well, first of all, Zach's a cool guy, man. So like once he like did that, I was like, well, he's not just gonna put my name out there for nothing. Maybe it was a dinner, maybe it was something.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, let me talk to this guy. And the fact that you were doing a podcast, I was barely doing podcasts.
Right, that's so
it was
crazy.
Like, bing, like it was a cool camaraderie for sure.
Yeah.
Man. I was watched a couple of years at that moment too.
That was dope, man. So I appreciate you coming over here, and obviously we're here at my spot here at the house, guys. You guys know that a lot of the episodes are virtual, and I was out in Atlanta and we did a couple, but we're here back in El Paso, and Clay made the time to come out here. So like I said, I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
So you were a personal chef.
Yes, sir. That's my title these days for sure.
That's dope,
Yeah.
man.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the cool thing, because when Zach said, "Hey, check out this guy,"
Yeah.
because I get people all the time. You know how that is. Oh,
Yeah.
check out this guy. Check out this guy,
True,
right?
true,
and
true.
you know.
Oh yeah,
If somebody
everybody
tells me,
consideration. For
yeah,
sure,
yeah,
for
I'll
sure.
go look. I'll
Yeah.
go look. Right? They might not fit,
Right.
but when you were like doing your thing, I was like, "Oh shit, that's dope." And I was in the position that I was already trying to broaden my audience.
Right.
So it was cool, and you were already kind of doing that thing, and then
Trying to
doing.
find our niche,
yeah,
yeah.
that was cool, man.
Yeah,
So,
it was a good timing of the whole thing too, man. Because like I think I saw like how you had like your passion and how you had like your audience, right? So I was like, well, what's our passion and what's gonna be our audience? And that's what I definitely got from you from the bat. Because like we had talked about like, oh, you can be on ours, I'll be on yours, and then we kind of broke for a little while.
Yeah.
And in that moment, I was investigating your podcast and trying to, because like it's hard, man. The whole podcast game is hard, dude. It's not easy.
Well, a lot of the time too is because and I'm sure you guys get it all the time.
Sure.
Let me be on your podcast. Let me be on your podcast.
Yeah.
And like respectfully be like, hey man, I appreciate it, but it has to make sense.
Right.
It has
the
to make
content
sense.
And like
the content,
it's gotta fit. Too,
yeah,
for
because
sure.
like what I like to do on my podcast is I like to educate people,
Right.
and then bring people into light of people's journeys and how people go through different things, and
sure.
that's what we're gonna talk about, dude.
Dope,
so how long have you been cooking for, man?
Well, as far as cooking, like my mom taught me how to cook, like from an early age. Like I can remember being like 8, cooking like scrambled eggs or my own ramen or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Like it was just myself. Like I had joy in doing that. So it wasn't until later, like when I graduated high school, my family was like, hey, you should go to culinary school. And of course, when you're 18, you're like, okay, you gonna pay for it, or I don't know, how does it work? So like eventually, like I lived with my uncle. That was the blessing in disguise. I had no idea what I was doing living with him, but I went to culinary school. I learned some skills that got me really, really perked in that I was like a chef, right? But the whole industry is really tough, man. And so that was 2004. I worked maybe like good 10 years, and then I fell into Costco. So what's funny is like how long I've been cooking, it's like there's a gap.
Yeah.
And but I was out of culinary school, did the most chef things I could do, and then once I have a family, I was trying to make more money, and Costco was the ticket.
Yeah.
The benefits and everything.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But in the midst of it, I was cooking for my family and learning, researching and stuff like that. So cooking came full circle when I actually in 2020 started the business as personal chef.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool. Like when I came across you and I was on your Instagram and I was watching you, preparing stuff.
Right.
And then you talk about a little bit on your guys' show. Shout out to he's got a podcast.
Yeah,
so
there you go. Yeah,
he's half of Grind Too Hard.
Yeah, and the other one's King Vic. Shout out
Yeah.
King Vic. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so when you guys talk about your individual businesses and then you guys do that together, I thought it's pretty dope.
Thanks, man. I
You guys do
appreciate it.
that.
Yeah, we didn't really realize that was the angle, but it's good to like just sit down and jam with him. We're not really the best friends, or we just came together in business and started this podcast, and it's really working out, man.
Right?
Really cool. Yeah,
Is
really
it
cool.
that? I think that's how a lot of relationships and when it comes to content creation or business, whatever. I have a homie. Shout out to Titsu's Temple. What up, Miko? I met him online playing video games through another person, and now we're like really good friends.
Right.
We started a whole podcast series together.
Dope.
We call it Not Just Gamer Dads, and we talk about being gamer dads and just different things that away from just our own independent content.
Right.
So we aren't best of friends, but that's something we did together.
Exactly.
Because of it's crazy how people gravitate to each other
in that way, and then honestly, like he was my barber. That's why it started. You know what I mean, we're jamming, and I'm like, dude, we should put this on a podcast. The things we talk about are not just like how's your day and the weather's great or whatever. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'm gonna ask him, and if he's down, like we should do this. And I asked him, and he's like, yeah, I'm down, but I could tell it was like I'm barely like kind of building my business, and I have money going here and here, so like I don't know. And I was like, all right.
Yeah.
So like I kind of took that like, well, what if you can just walk on like we can just be on a podcast, you don't worry about money.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, now it's like
Right,
right there teetering. So like once he made the decision and we got on it, man, it was really
That's
like
cool.
a landslide after that. Yeah.
It's funny how people just like gravitate to each other, and then like there's like a common goal, and you can feed off each other because you know, not just when it comes to like business, but like, you know, you get to know each other, and if you want an honest opinion from somebody that you're getting to know, you're not gonna bullshit me, if you know, and vice versa.
Yeah, I think that's the type of person that Vic is too. He'll tell you straight out, like even if you didn't really know him that well, like, you know what I mean, he'll tell you straight out how he feels and what he thinks. You know what I mean? So it's good to have that person in your corner because he's really honest with me when we have opinions about the podcast or even in life. You know what I mean? I am going through this, and he's like, boom. Yeah. Like, I told him the other day I was going through this as far as the business. You know, like I have apprentice problems. He's like, hire another chef. Yep. You know what I mean? Who's gonna tell you that? You know what I mean? They're gonna be like, hey, you know what? Maybe stick in there. But he was like, hire another chef. Yeah. Okay, perspective change. You know what I mean? Like,
but hearing it, because he you know, I don't know him, but he has his best interest looking out for you. He wouldn't just say that. Because a lot of people will tell you, well, do this, do that. Well, it's easy if you're not fucking in my situation.
Right, exactly.
or know me.
Yeah, and he's invested in that. And that's the thing, like I said, we're not the best of friends, but we've been business partners since that day we started the podcast. So it's like, you know, whatever you're doing is invested in what I'm doing. Yeah. You know what I mean? So we're thinking that way as always. You know what I mean? Well, when you start associating yourself with a certain type of people, you know, it's for a reason. Because you wouldn't be talking or hanging out with her, or you know how you were saying, I should be doing something. You wouldn't be spending your time with him if it didn't make sense. Exactly. When you guys doing something together? Right. And that's what I'm saying. The frequency of when we are together. You know what I'm saying? It's like business. It's like we're not trying to one up each other. It's like, damn, like you did that. Like, man, I can't wait to do this because like I'm inspired by what you did. Yeah. You know I mean, like let me figure this out. Like I'm not fucking around no more. I'm gonna put this pen to paper and make sure it happens. And like he did with that event, I'll be straight up with you. It's a drip event. It was Grind Too Hard associated, but the thing is like he just took his time and he made it happen.
That's dope.
Like, whereas I had, you know, I was there giving out food for Keeping It PC, which is my business, the personal chef business. But he put it together, and it's cool to see something that we did together, but like he took over. Yeah, and it just happened, and then at the end, I'm like, man, we're a force. Like we're a force, like together. You know what I mean? Like it's like maybe he did, but like we're still attached. And then we came together at the end, and we're like, what's next? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like maybe we're gonna do a month-to-month thing. Like I don't know, like but together, like I saw this quote. It was actually on a boba tea. Said, by yourself, you'll go fast, but together you'll go far.
Nice.
Yeah, right?
Isn't it so simple?
Yeah,
that makes fucking sense.
I like that. And I kept reading my kids, what was your stay? What is your stay? Yeah. Mine's the best. We do.
Right. let me try to get some inspiration out of this shit. For real. That's dope, man. So you were talking about the, you know, you were working, you know, on and off as a chef, cooking. And then when did you like start doing the personal chef thing? When was that like, you know what? I can start doing this, and I feel confident myself to put myself out there like that. Because
not to make it a long story, but like I'll tell you the very beginnings of like me going out there and putting myself out there. Like my family would ask me, like my Aunt Annette was like, hey, you know what? We're having a backyard party. We're gonna invite the family. What can you do? I was like, oh, let me do some fajitas, right? Make some rice and stuff like that. And you think you've done it in your house, you're a badass. You can do it for yourself and 10 people, no problem. This was for like 40, so I'm like, I was just not ready for that, dude. And to serve food like that as a chef, you're just like, dude, I'm not a caterer. I'm never gonna do that again, period. And especially for family, like I feel like I still owe them in a way, you know what I mean? Like, because the rice was not very good. And then it took me forever to get each plate out. You know what I mean? It was really bad. But I mean, it did taste good. You know what I mean? I'll tell you that for sure. I'm still, you know, like I'm a heart. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? I learned from that. And I held it in my pocket for a long time. And I was not going to put myself out there again until I was ready. Yeah. So I built up the confidence to do it. Unfortunately, me and my wife at the time, we were splitting. You know what I mean? And it kind of had to do with me starting a business, but it really didn't. You know what I mean? But I'll let you know that at that crux is when I started my business and I didn't look back. Yeah. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm going to start this business. And I'm not looking back. I remember being in Costco and I would be doing dishes next to. I always tell the story too, and it's the God honest truth. And his name was Daniel. We were doing dishes together, and I'm like, yo, man, I want to come to your house. I'm going to bring my own equipment and tools. I'm going to cook you a gourmet meal in your home with, you know, you can wear your slippers. And he's like, what are you talking about, bro? Keep doing dishes and shut up. And I'm like, I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. And then, like, day after day, like, I'll be telling people, and they're like, he's going to be a chef. Like, he won't be here. You know what I mean? Like, I can hear, like, the echoes. And I'm like, dude, one day somebody's, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and that one, Daniel, I don't know. I think really what happened was we had a camaraderie. He has a brand called Knox Did It. And shout out, you know, Daniel, because this man actually keeps doing it and keeps putting it out there and trying to make a brand, and he's doing it. So I kept buying his stuff, you know what I mean? And I wasn't thinking like, oh, he's going to do me the favor if I do him the favor. I was just like supporting him.
Supporting
you know
the homie,
like, yeah, an entrepreneur at that. So eventually he was like, yo, yeah, come over to my house, man. I got this thing going on and cook for my lady. What are you going to cook? I was like, I'm going to make a beef Wellington. what's that? And then he Googled it. He's like, yeah, okay, come through, man. Let me make it happen. This man is like the day one for me because like basically like those pictures from that dinner, my confidence just jumped at that point. You know what I mean? I knew I could do it. I was inside somebody's house. I bought enough equipment. I produced what I wanted to produce. The pictures are starting to stream. You know what I mean? Like I'm not as much as like normal, but like boom, the pictures are out there. People are asking questions about what I want to do. And I'm like, I can do this. You know what I'm saying? And like it took a lot of sacrifice at that point. It was just like, yeah, I have a full-time job, but I'm going to do this at night. And I'm going to do this on the weekend. And I'm going to make something happen.
Yeah.
Man, it was rough, dude.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. And we were kind of just, bullshitting a little bit before we started is like you taking that leap, taking that like, oh shit. Like, cause like, oh, I'm going from being okay and X amount of money. And then like, I'm going to do this, but you've been doing well, right?
Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah.
That's dope, man.
Though, man. Like the thing is like, you got to do marketing for yourself. You can't just be like, oh, if I make it, they'll come. That's true, man. But you have to make content. You have to make connections, networking. You have to make a lot of things, not just your product or just what your passion is. You know what I mean? Like if I'm an artist in the garage, how are people gonna see it? You know what I mean? You got to get out there in a gallery. You have to, show it on social media. I don't know, man. So like, it's just a lot of work. Period. You know what I mean? Like, and I was willing to put in the work. I knew it's like you see the light at the tunnel, but it's more like I figured out like one of the questions I asked on my podcast is, do you believe in destiny or do you believe in or fate? You believe you can control your own fate. And I just, at that point was like, I can control my own fate. Like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but I see a future self that I want to meet. And I'm just like going to run toward it. You know what I mean? I'm just going to run toward it. I mean, I sacrificed a lot, but like, thank God, like my dream was to hear like, hey chef, what's for dinner tonight?
Right.
And I fucking hear it.
That's
dude.
dope.
You know what I mean?
And you make some like nice meals. It's not like you're just making fajitas.
Yeah, man. That's the thing. Like I outdo myself every night. I'm like, well, I've made beef Wellington for these family like 3 weeks, last month. Let me figure it out. What I'm going to do differently. You know what I mean? So I made that last plate was a deconstructed beef Wellington. And I liked that plate a lot. And unfortunately, the family actually went out to dinner that night. I only served the 2 kids. And I'm like, here you go, guys.
What the fuck?
They're like on the video, like, what? Oh, it's ready?
All right, cool, whatever.
Yeah, it's ready. All right. So I'm like, bye, guys.
Right?
I
gave it all
there on the table, but
I did my best.
yeah,
I did my best.
to the gods, like,
Right? But that's cool that like, and you were saying you get your reps in, you feel more confident over time.
Oh yeah, 100%,
and as you go doing it. So talk about like the setup process. Like, let's say somebody contacts you. Do they say, hey, cook us something, or do they say, hey, can you do this? Or how does that
in the beginning it was
how does that go?
Like, who are you? Like, what are you doing? Like, what the heck are you talking about, personal chef? But lately people are like, I just want to book you. You know what I mean? Like, what day are you have open? You know what I mean? Which is great. But at the same time, like, I'm trying to control that whole thing because it started with Clay. Like, I'm a personal chef. I have all my own tools and equipment. I'm gonna come in your house and I'll cook for you. This is my service cost. When we customize your menu, the grocery cost plus the service cost is the total cost. If you need plates or a wine service with that, that's the only add-ons that I can tell you that will add on to your bill, but that will be the total bill. And at that point, it's more of creating the menu. Once we create the menu between me and you, like it could be 2 of my samples where I have a simple pasta chicken type of menu with appetizer and dessert, or I could be surf and turf where I make, pan-seared steak, ribeye, prime, and then I have like a stuffed lobster on the menu and stuff like that. And like, once we create the menu, then you're like, okay, what date is it for? Okay, we'll create the date and then I'll send you an invoice. You pay the actual grocery cost. That's the down payment. And then service cost is paid after I, fulfill your dinner.
Right.
And hopefully you have a great experience. You know what I mean? And that's my aim is for you to have a good food experience inside your home.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's dope, man. Because I mean, I've seen TV and people like, and I follow sports athletes, and they talk about nutrition and having their own personal chefs.
Right.
But the time that I've seen that people go into the preparation and the quality and the ingredients, I'm sure you're not just getting fucking
no. In fact,
fucking
the main client I have for Monday through Friday at nights, they get from Allen Brothers. I don't know if you're familiar, but it's basically like really high quality meat, like lamb from Australia and things like that. So it's a freezer full of meats, and I just gotta create a menu.
That's dope.
Yeah, it really is, man. I'm blessed. Like I swear to God, I walk into these houses and stuff like that, and it's up to me. I have carte blanche to just serve something for them. You know what I mean? And but I created it. You know what I mean? I'm very proud of that. I'm not like in awe of it anymore. I'm more of feel responsibility toward it. You know what I'm saying? So like my menus are really great, and like you said, I really appreciate their high quality and gourmet. But I always try to outdo myself. I'm like, what's better? What could make it prettier? You know what I mean? Because I actually like when you put down a plate and they're like, "Wow, this is so pretty. I don't eat it." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's cliche, but I really like that compliment.
No,
you
of
know
course.
what I mean?
I think anybody when they get that little pat on the back, like this is dope. It's when people are like, "Hey, man,"
you can tell as a chef, you can tell when it's sincere and when it's not. You know what I mean?
It's just like hey, this looks amazing.
Yeah, and some people
you're like, that's what I was aiming for.
Honestly, yeah, exactly.
I'm not just out here just slapping it
but
on the
as a
table.
personal chef, I actually like at the end, and I had 2 weekends ago this dinner where everybody was like, "Man, that's insane! Like I've never had an experience like that. Like that's crazy. Like you know what I mean? Like cheers, let's have a drink. You know what I mean? Like they're really like because it's never had. I mean, in El Paso, like you go out to restaurants, you eat. Maybe you have family over, you have a family meal and stuff like this. Is different where a chef comes in and cooks for you and serves you, not just cooks for you and you come make a plate. It's like I serve you. I'll pick up your plate. You know what I mean? I'll bring you an extra napkin. I'll make sure you drop that fork and I'll get you another fork. It's like fine dining in your home. You know what I mean? So it's a different experience, and that's what I like the most. You know what I mean? So
let me tell you this. Now that you're talking about the experience, like when was the first time you went to a client's house that you did not know?
Why you gotta bring questions like
that? Right?
Well, like what did he say? Say didn't know?
Like let's say for example, somebody just heard of you and just, hey, I've heard of you. Can you come to our house? And you did not know them at all.
Oh yeah, mostly. That's most of my clients.
So what was the first time? Because you're walking in somebody's house and you're like, what the fuck?
I don't know if I can rewind that part, but I can tell you like one experience I had is in San Eli. I got a couple of dinners I had done already, like a couple of dinners, and like I was like, wow, these pictures are pretty good. Somebody called me out of the blue. Come to San Eli. I want you to cook for like 10 people. Do your personal chef thing. I saw this. Shout out David Hernandez. Over at Costco because he's the one who put the pictures out and connected me with this person. Basically, they give me an address and I drive up with all my equipment and I'm like opening. Wait, this is a fucking restaurant. Like what the hell? So I open the door and it's a brand new restaurant, like brand new equipment, brand new stainless steel tables. And then Isela, her name is Isela, and she comes in and she's like, "Hi, Chef Clay, how you doing? This is the kitchen we're gonna use for our restaurant, Pistoleros del Adobo." I'm like, "Damn, okay." And she's like, "Yeah, you're gonna cook for us in this kitchen. You're gonna be the first one to use it." I'm like,
"Nah, that's so crazy."
Yeah, and I just barely met her, just barely walked in this kitchen. I'm like, okay. And then, I mean, it was brand new. Me and her husband had to try to like start the the starter and get the flame going on the oven and stuff like that. It was brand new. So like, tell me like about brand new experiences. That was really like a really like icebreaker, crazy experience. But one of my best clients at that year.
Right.
You know what I mean, that first year.
Yeah, it is cool because you're like, oh shit, and then you went in and then you did your thing, right? Obviously, like
I could tell you. I mean, I'm really looking for that experience where I was like nervous, and I rock climb, and I know when I'm nervous. You know what I mean? My hands are sweat, and I never get nervous as being a personal chef. Honestly, like even if it's like Michael Jordan, like I just want to do my thing, and then when I meet you, I'll fucking start sweating. You know what I mean? It's more of like I love cooking, man, and I can't. You talked about it recently when you were playing you were talking about your computer, like with getting paid for the things that you love. Like, it's insane, dude. You know what I mean? So I want to show out. I don't want to be like, oh, this is a thing I do on the side. You know what I mean? This is my passion. You know what I mean? Like, let me show you first, and then we could talk and figure it out. You know what I mean?
So, talking about that passion, you've been cooking for X amount of years, and then now you've been doing the personal chef thing for 3 years. Like, how do you keep that passion going for the love for cooking? Because I know sometimes, and I'm sure everybody you just kind of go through the motions, but with you, it just like you have that self pride.
Yeah, I think it comes with being a chef for one, like an artist. You know what I mean? Like I always want to, like I told you, I want to make better plates, refine flavors. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm tasting something like, I mean, it's good, but it could be better. What could I do differently? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But shout out like people who are honest. Like my there's a personal assistant that coordinates for a family, like a liaison between the family, and I just cook and she pays me and stuff like that. But she told me like, you need to step up your salad game. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Chef Clay, you need to step up your salad game. And I was like, I took it on the chin, honestly. Like, I mean, she said it funnily, like, like real, like joking, but I take it on the chin. I was like, you know what? That's true. I need to step up my fucking salad game. So, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff sparks me where I start researching. Like, let me figure out what salads I could pull out. Not just greens and this. I want to build something different. You know what I mean? And caprese salad. You know, I want to knock their socks out with something different. You know, let's pickle some vegetables, fresh vegetables. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I like things like that. You know what I mean? So to keep it, it comes from obviously outside entities. You know, within yourself, I think just writing new menus. I'm a type of personal chef. If I cook for your family, I'm not gonna cook the same 3 menus every month. You know what I mean? I probably go through 18 menus in. You know what I mean? Like I have 18 different menus with 4 different items on it. You know what I mean? That I could send you for a week.
Yeah.
You know, does that make
sense?
For a week.
Damn.
Yeah. So
that's a lot of different meals.
I have 18 different menus that I can send you for 1 week at 4 meals, 4 meals with
Dang.
starch, vegetable, and protein. Yeah,
That's
for sure.
dope, man.
And then there's various. Like it could be like one Italian, one Middle Eastern, and then a Asian meal or something like that. It could be
So you cook up a little bit of everything.
everything. Yeah,
a little
exactly.
bit of
I just
everything.
don't do sushi, and the reason I say that is because it's like another art that I've really never done.
Yeah.
So I
And,
think
and if you wouldn't half-ass as if you were gonna do it
never,
anyways.
like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know the tools. I don't know the aesthetics of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to even try. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And in fact, I want to learn. Some people say,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm a sushi chef," and if I ever find one that has education,
Yeah.
I would love to. Like,
Yeah. It's cool that you're honest with yourself, because a lot of people will just jump on the opportunity like, okay, I'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But sometimes it's
On
just
other
kind of
things
like,
I will.
yeah, well, yeah. But like when you have that self pride in whatever you do, because when I'm having conversations with people,
Yeah.
I make sure I do my homework on them. Like I'm taking the time to do this, and I want to do it right.
Yeah.
So I have that self pride. I know what you mean. Like I don't do shit just to do shit. So every time like I stream or I make videos, I have podcasts, I'm doing it because I enjoy it. And like when I go back and I watch it, or people tell me certain things, I'm like, all right, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? We're like, all right.
If you're not doing that, like, why are you doing it? You know,
Yeah.
honestly, like I swear, like, I mean, Michael Jordan, the best person that I ever watched. I know everybody has their different opinions, but like, he was trying to get better every day. I thought he could just walk on the court and do that every day, like nothing. But no, I mean, he was working every single day, making his teammates better and stuff like that. And behind the scenes where I never knew as a kid. Now I understand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now I understand.
Yeah.
For sure.
So having that self pride and everything, man. So you have that personal chef thing, and you took that leap away from that full time job.
Right.
And isn't it crazy? Like you were talking about, like, damn, I said I was gonna do it, and people gave me or were saying shit, and now I'm doing it. Like it's like kind of like, wow. Like I set a goal, and I attained it.
Well, I'll tell you when I had to kind of feel that and really be honest with myself about that, because like you can be like, you know what I mean, like even that first year when Missy Sella was calling me probably every weekend almost, like she would be like, hey, let's do this party, can you make a menu for me, and da-da-da. I felt really good, man, and that was great, but it was it had to be like, honestly, like say the question again so I can tell you the right moment, like
just having that moment, like, wow, I said I was gonna do this, and now I'm successfully doing this.
Yeah, like it's because I had to change my price. There was a point where I was like $50 an hour as a personal chef when I first started, right? And I was like double my salary at Costco. And I was like, okay. And then I felt like I needed to up, so I went to $60 an hour. And to me, that was like, holy shit, right? Well, I got influenced to go up to $75 an hour, and I was like, damn, okay, I made it, bro. That's just where I come from, though. I'm a humble person in general. Somebody told me that I should go to $100 an hour. And I'm like, who the fuck am I to be? You know what I mean? I'm nobody. And in that moment, I saw somebody look at me and say, Clay, you're not anybody. Yeah. You are somebody that has skills, that comes in and cooks and has an aesthetic, and really people trust your cooking. And shout out Caleb, because I mean, he's actually just I don't want to say random person. He's an acquaintance through somebody I know. And sitting at that table, I don't really see him anymore. But that I needed to hear, because I really felt at that moment, I was like, I did it, man. Like I could do 150 right now. I could do $200 right now. But it's a matter of controlling my value. It's my value that I earned. You know what I mean? Before 3 years ago, I couldn't do that. Yeah. I couldn't tell you, hey, I'm gonna go to your house and cook, and it's $100 an hour. They'd be like, what? Yeah, fuck like, no. What? There's no credentials. You know what I'm saying? Now I've built my 5-star Google rating. I've built my Facebook and Instagram and things like that. The pictures speak for themselves. Yeah. And if you don't believe me, I'll actually cover costs like I do. Like I told you, you pay for the groceries, and then if you don't think the service is what I say it is, then honestly, like you don't have to pay the rest of the invoice. It'll sit there in my little box. But you can say that because you're confident that... I'm really confident, honestly. Like I love making menus custom to what you want, and then I produce it. Like, I want to make sure it's like that little crust on the bottom, you know what I mean? Like every single detail, so that you can't be like, how do I not pay this guy? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't it crazy having that knowing that your self-worth? It takes time, because you're right. Because a lot of people are like, what? Like, you charge this much? Like, you shouldn't have to argue a price point when you're providing a service. Like, hey, this is what I charge. And if you're not, then I'm not going to bargain with you. I don't need your money. I know my self-worth. Right. There's different industries are like that, and I can understand. But I think as an artist, though, you have to just set your price, and then when the customer comes, it's not a haggle. No, it's not a haggle. It's more like, this is what I charge for my art. You know what I mean? And then you just produce it. If there's later like controversy, you know what I mean? wonder, look inward first, but like, obviously, like I'm confident in my product.
Yeah.
I do the best from front to back, and if you're telling me honest opinion, I could change. Sure. Absolutely. I'm willing to take that criticism, but I really try my best every single dinner. You know what I mean? And that's the fun part is the dinners. Personal chefing is rewarding, and that's what I built the business on. But doing those 4-course dinners is the funnest thing ever.
That's dope,
it
man.
Really is fun. Yeah, it's fun.
And the way you're saying it,
Yeah.
I can see that you do enjoy it.
Yeah, I do. I really
because
do.
a lot of people, like, when they think of cooking, they're like, oh, fucking over there slaving and fucking doing all this. You're like, I'm doing this willingly, and I'm enjoying making this crazy ass food, and people telling me like, this is fucking dope. That's
Dude,
badass.
And
man.
then I've built the business to where I'm in they're like, you know what? Is it okay if we're in the kitchen watching you? I'm like, that's what I am. Like, come and ask questions. Like, elbow me. I'm the opposite of Gordon Ramsay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna yell at nobody. I'm actually gonna, take a step aside to see what I'm doing. I'll teach you. In fact, take my number down if you want to call me and you're cooking something you want me to help you. I'll do that. No problem.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want to be your personal chef.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you talk about me, I'm your personal chef.
That's dope.
Yeah.
So, you're talking about the passion and, I could see your eyes light up. You're like, dude, this is dope. So what is like your favorite meal to prepare? Like, what's like
I've
your
been
favorite
saying
meal?
a lot. Like it's the beef Wellington. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a
I don't
layered.
even, so
Yeah.
tell me what you've said it like 4 times, and
I
I'm
feel
like,
I talk about it a lot. You know what I mean?
if I hit them all, beef Wellington. I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I hope it's like one of those like 5-star type menu. It's a London dish that's served like in Christmas time. What it is like a pan-seared filet mignon, and you can use the Chateaubriand, which is the basic best part of the filet mignon piece beef, and then you sear that all around, and then you set that to the side. You actually make a mushroom duxelle, which is like a lot of flavor, just the moisture cooked out of the mushrooms, and then you lay prosciutto, the mushrooms, and then you put the filet, roll that up, and then you lay out some puff pastry dough, which is like croissant dough, and then you roll that up the whole thing. So it's layered. It's got it's got the croissant dough, the prosciutto, mushrooms, and the filet mignon cooked mid-rare. You bake it, and then it's got that hard crust, like a croissant, basically.
What the fuck? Dude, as you were talking, I was like, my mouth is all watery. I was like, holy shit. Because I like filet mignon already just by itself.
Right,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So that's crazy. I didn't even know what that is. Now I have to look online afterwards
Check it
and
out.
talk
Yeah,
just
definitely.
to see what it is,
Definitely. And then there's different ways to do it. Like if you make it traditional, you can put like I think walnuts into the mushroom duxelle to give it that flavor. It has a more fragrant smell to it. And then at the end, I either put a red wine reduction on top of it or like a demi glaze, like a brown demi glaze or something like that. But it's a really great dish. I made that the first time out of the gates. I wanted to shoot high, and it's a really really nice dish when you have it. It's what I mean. You can talk about it like I've had beef Wellington. So
I didn't ever like fucking have that in my life, man.
Good, you should try it.
Yeah.
Man. If you're in Vegas, go to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. Try it. But or I could cook for you guys one day.
We'll be talking about that soon for sure, man. My wife likes all types of food, man.
Yeah.
We be watching cooking shows all the time.
Yeah.
So that's like your favorite dish. So now that you got all this going on and you feel confident and you're moving, forward in your business and stuff, like, and you talk about the service, like in your personal opinion, like what's the perfect service where like for like a chef, like talk about
customer service or
like a service as a chef.
Oh,
like what should you expect from a personal chef when they come to your house?
Oh, for one, like walking, like I try to be like concise. So I walk in the door with like maybe 3 trips. Like I have equipment, and then I have my tools, my backpack with my knives, and then some dishes, like towels and a sanitation bucket. So I'm bringing the kitchen to your house, you know what I'm saying, without using yours, you know what I'm saying? So that's the part where it becomes a value, you know what I mean? Like I don't have to open your cabinet door, you know what I mean? I don't have to use your tools. I might have to use your utensils, but it's more of I come in, I have everything ready, I have the proteins, I use your tabletops to cut, prepare, cook, and then serve, right? And so you're sitting down. As soon as you sit down with your drinks, I can serve that first course. And then if it's a wine service, I make sure to serve the wine first, serve the plate, pick up the plate, serve the next wine. You know what I mean? Like make sure it's a rotation. During the steak course, I'll give them a knife, like a steak knife out of a box. You know what I mean? Just a certain experience that you would get at a steakhouse. You know what I mean? And I'll pick up their plates, and then at the end, pick up the actual placemat. Make sure that it's just a clean service so that you can talk to your guests. So when I leave, it's like you're at a restaurant. You know what I mean?
You brought everything, you take everything.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, and here's the invoice. You know, invoice is in your email. You pay me whenever, and I'm out.
Nice.
Peace out.
That's
cool. That's what I want to do is add value and time.
Yeah.
And then you're at your home, so indulge whatever you need to have a great time,
right?
Like that.
That's cool that you say that because you're right. You're like, I like how you said that. Look, I bring all my stuff. The only thing we'll need is like maybe your plates and forks and your top. I'm bringing all the tools.
Yeah.
I'm bringing all the groceries. I do everything. I clean it and then I leave.
Right.
So it's like you eating at a restaurant but at home.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And shit like that. That's cool, man. And that was like the thing I was more interested about is the process and things like that. Obviously your skill and stuff like that, but when you talk about somebody coming to your house, and you're like, I'm not just cooking and leaving. You know what I mean? I'm providing XYZ to
I think
and the experience. I'm glad you said it's an experience.
Yeah. And I think that's what got me the rapport and people call me back is like, yeah, I'm a chef with the chef code. Like, oh, okay. But that chef is actually serving, picking up plates, doing dishes, cleaning the kitchen, picking up his equipment and taking off. You know what I mean? So there's a whole like respect, I think, because like my guests respect me. I'm like, why do you respect me like I respect you? It should be a different, right? No, it's like we're on the same level, and I like bless that in that way because it's like not friends, but it's like a business relationship that is like, oh, you're an asset. No, please, you know what I mean? Like Mr. Christmas, shout out Anthony Christmas. I'm not sure if you know him, but he's like a philanthropist here in El Paso, and one dinner we did in 2021 was another spur of like social media buzz. You know what I mean? And he's always like, no, that's my personal chef since 2021. It's like, that makes a difference. You know what I mean? Like I did something right in his eyes. You know what I mean? So I'm always giving him respect the same way. You know what I mean? It's different. It's I like the business world. I like the entrepreneurship. I like the respect and passion. Camaraderie and stuff like that. So.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like when I start talking to people when it comes to content creation, for example, a lot of people can't relate to it because they're in their own lane. But we can agree on like passion, the process, the respect, the assets, having the right type of people in your circle, in your inner circle, because you start talking to people like that, we might not be best of friends,
right? But it makes sense.
If it comes to anything, when it comes to cooking or personal chef world, I can be like, I know a guy that I personally have sat and talked to, and he's got a great rapport. Then I can say, hey, check this guy out because I know him, and that's all it is
for me. And like that's what I respect the most in business, though. Like for somebody to say, like we've met in business, and then you could be like, yeah, Chef Clay, you can give him a call.
Yep.
And that makes a big difference, man. It really does. Like you got to come through for that. Like if you fall off on that one, you're really setting a big chain of bad events for yourself.
It's like I called that guy and he was shitty, and then that fucking just
you lose 2-1 from that. You know what I mean? So it's like no, take that on really really seriously because you might gain that one, and then when he hears that how good it was, like man, I miss Chef Clay. Let me get him on again. You know what I mean? Like it's but also business wise. You know what I mean? Because I bought a car through him, so I've seen how he works. And then he's seen how I work, you know what I mean? So we have like that, like I told you,
it's like that respect in different. Even we're in different fields,
right? And
you see what they do, and you respect, and vice versa. Whatever I do, you respect, even though you have no idea what the fuck I do. Or
as
the
a podcaster, dude, like when I was watching you, I was like, man, I really thought honestly, like you were just playing video games, talking to people that were in video games. I'm like, well, that's a different world. I remember being in that world, and I'm like, I don't know if I could do that, you know what I mean? But then you like even talk to the girl with your tattoo.
Yeah.
That was a great conversation, man. Yeah. Like I was digging that, and she had a lot of good points that I took in. And then you had your next guest from Atlanta and stuff like that. I was like, this guy's making a good transition. I like how people are seeing what podcast is about, right? And it's not just one lane. Like you can just open up. And I'm doing the same thing now. I'm like, well, I mean, barbers and chefs is cool, but let's see what else is out there. You know what I mean? Like, let's get other entrepreneurs on here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
because it's grind too hard. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's just like you can grind in any aspect in life.
Right, exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
You want to be the best fucking X or X, Y, Z or whatever. Hey, man, we sit down, have conversations and talk about journeys and stories and shit like that.
Ricky's gonna sit down with us next Tuesday, man.
Yeah. See, that's dope.
Ricky Maynes, man, over there at the Savage Academy.
Man. And see that
for him to do that, but he lets even in his gym. We're gonna shoot it in his gym. The
dude,
podcast.
that's dope.
Yeah, man.
And that's the thing too. And you know, we were just kind of talking about it before getting on. And it's just like you met him, you started just talking to him, and just fucking just. That's how it is with a lot of the time, and you can see that level of respect because. Sometimes, and I'm sure, you know, we talked about how old we were earlier, just like you can feel that from somebody if they're trying to get something out of you or if it's like a genuine
frequency. It's a frequency of like, oh, you're on that path. Me too, man. Like maybe we can, you know, kind of, because we're going to do some meal preps, man, together.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
just things like that.
Yeah,
dude.
exactly.
Just things like that.
But like it's a frequency. I'm telling you, like, cause like I meditate and like it's like it wasn't like, well, what are you into? And like, what's your background? It was just like we just knew, like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? We're both on, and I needed him in that moment. Like I told you, like I was inspired by him. Let me try kickboxing. You know, maybe he can help me out. I've been going 5 days a week, man.
Right?
That really got me mentally and physically where I needed to be. Where I was, you know, sitting on a pile of money and like doing nothing and making myself depressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's great, man. It was a great, and I knew it was like a great path. Like as I made that transition, I never ever thought I would go to the gym 5 days a week.
Right.
Never, ever, 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 ever.
Straight up. It feels good. I just started training gi. So I was like we were talking a little bit before. I did 2 years of no gi. Shout out to 10th Planet and Crystal Ball. On Mason shit. And then I came back and I started training at Grind. Shout out to Grind. And we started doing gi, and I was never a gi guy. But just going in there and getting a good workout and coming home, I'm like, I feel good.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, that's like that mind, body, and just like, fuck, man. Like, my mind is right.
Yeah.
My body is right. Then I can keep doing what I want to do in my life. And keep having your health and your mind and all that, dude, that propels you forward.
It's true, man. It's true. Because like I read books, I listen to podcasts, like I try to meditate, I could do all these things, right? But I still fell off, right? And I'm like, what else can I do, right? So I got in this kickboxing class, and Ricky is who he is, right? But like we just jammed, and I was like, man, it really resonated when I was doing those planks, and I heard, your body doesn't control you, you control your body, right? And I was like, yeah, exactly. So I mean, I was still in pain, but I was like, no, I'm gonna keep going. You know what I mean? I was like, you know what I mean, grinding it out. Dude, that resonated in my brain. You know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, man, I don't know where. He's trying to remember where exactly. It was a monk that talked on like a TED Talk, but he was saying that like it's not about like your mind or your body. It's about like your soul controlling your body and your mind. Damn, man. Right, levels to this, dude. Deep. Yeah, there's levels to this, man. And I just went home that day and I just kept thinking, bro. Not in a depressed. I wasn't like going like I was going here. Like I was going way up, and I was like investigating, watching the TED Talks. He told me to watch Canelo doing his bag work. That's another one, man. You ever seen Canelo do bag work? He fucking hits hard. But he doesn't, he just like, dude, I'll give you fucking tingles, man. Bro.
But that's cool that like just having those small conversations with the right type of people can lead to a friendship or lead to different types of things. But like you'll meet people who, how you're saying, like the frequency.
But your mind too, like you're going to skew, and it's like, oh, it's like, I mean, I don't know if it's like what it is aura like wise. You're just like, okay, there's other people out there. Okay, I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, this little grinds his face out too. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. When it goes back to what we were saying, you respect somebody in a different field that they're grinding in a different way than you are, but you could see that. And I say that all the time with people with content creation. I was like, I might not be in everybody's stream. I might not be up on your shit all the time, but I see people and I respect them, and they feel the love from afar, and vice versa.
Exactly.
I don't need people to be telling me how great I am every day. You know what I mean? I know how great I am, what I'm doing. But when you get that from far away, hey Clay, I've been seeing you, dogs. Hey, when you get that from people, that fucking builds you. It builds you up, man. Sure. So, like for example, when I went to Atlanta and I went to that content creation meetup, you know, you get in. I'm in a fucking conference thing with over 100 people who are all pursuing this in different ways. Nice. When I went, I just like fucking grabbing energy from everybody, bro. We have small conversations with people, and it fulfills you, dude. It's so crazy.
I'm in awe of you, or I'm jealous of you in a way, because like I went to an entrepreneur event recently called The Moment, and I couldn't engage, bro. I don't know what it is, but I'm confident in myself. We talk about value and stuff like that, but I'm just not that type to engage with people. I get like a little bit intimidated, maybe by the unknowing, like how successful somebody is. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I was in the room of millionaires, right? So I was like, oh well, I learned something. Let me go home. You know what I mean? And I'm like going home, like, damn, I should have talked. I mean, I had a couple conversations. I don't know why I didn't. So I'm saying, like, what kind of advice could you give me to next time if I was in a room like that?
Dude, like, well, the frequency, because like you can tell when somebody is like wants you around or wants to have a conversation with you. Because there is some people that I'm like, I get in conversations and then maybe it's not my vibe, and then I'll go off, or people come talk to me and I'll shoot the shit. It just having that confidence of you can hold the conversation without having to know anything. a lot of the time that the right type of people you talk to, they're not trying to see what you know, or like they're trying to talk to you. It depends. You can feel that. If I feel like they're trying to get something out of me, or they're trying to put me down,
at a networking, man,
I just walk out. I just like I have no reason to talk to you. If I'm not getting anything from you, you're not getting anything from him, there's not nothing there. We can respectfully walk away, and it's okay. Like the fact is that you'll have a million conversations, and one or two will be worth it.
Yeah. Like, let me tell you the situation. Like, for me, like, I go where there's not I go sit where there's like a bunch of spaces, right? That's just who I am. So I sit, right? But then, of course, like at an entrepreneur event like that, they're like, hey, stand up, get to know somebody next to you, right? So I stand up and I like reach my hand to go meet somebody, and this like woman, like it was like almost like I was gonna say hi to her and him, and I said hi to him only. She felt, I guess, a certain way and kind of never came back. Right.
You should have been.
And then for me, right, I know, in that moment, I'm more stuck. Like, I want to get to know this person and say the right thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I get stuck in that. You know what I mean? Where I'm trying to, I guess, portray. I guess I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to portray. I wish I was more loose and talking like this. You know what I mean? But I'm not, and I'm like. And then I just walk out, you know what I mean? And I don't know why I'm like that.
I think a lot of the time, and with for me, like me growing up, I was always like the funny guy. I could always,
I was a class clown.
Yeah, and I was always friendly, and I had no problem just striking conversation with people. And then I was talking about how I used to travel. When I started traveling, I got out of that shell. I was like, this guy's at the bar by himself. Hey, what's up, bro? You're drinking this? Yeah. You in town for work? Yeah, me too. Oh, cool, man. What are you doing? Oh, just doing this. All right, cool.
That's a certain vulnerability.
Yeah, it just like
there's a certain like vulnerability to you when you're taking that conversation. It could be like, man, just
who the fuck are you? Like, what are you talking to, right?
I'm just having a drink, man.
Leave me alone. Yeah. So you just having yourself put yourself in that position to maybe have a conversation with somebody, and you said it. There's an aura around certain people that are welcoming.
Right.
So like a lot of the time, the people that I have conversations with, even at the store or whatever, my wife says this thing. It's called the avocado effect. So let me tell you.
All right.
It's called the avocado effect. So when you go to Subway, avocado's extra, right?
Yeah.
You go to Chipotle, avocado's extra, right? Everywhere I go, I get something free. So my wife calls it the avocado effect. She's like, they never charge you full price for everything. You always get free things. Why? And I was just showing up to somebody. Hey, how you doing? Everything good? Yeah, everything's cool, man. Just strike this conversation. I come back next time. I got you, dog. Just striking conversation with people, and
That's true. That's absolutely true. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah, I've gotten better just having a conversation with people, even if it's just small conversation. How are you doing? What's up, bro? I probably will never see them again. Yeah. But I'm such a friendly guy. I'm so welcoming. So I'm fortunate when people want to talk to me, and I'm fortunate to have good friends and good people because I'm willing just to talk. It might not lead to anything. I'm just kind of fucking bullshit. What's up, man? Nice. Everything good? Cool, man.
That's nice, man. Because this whole entrepreneur thing, I mean, it actually started 2020, and I actually was influenced by Gary Vee. You watch Gary Vee?
No.
So he talks.
I love it because he fucking cusses all the time. I'm like,
right?
He's like, fuck that.
Not holding back either.
Yeah, dude, like that.
So he's like, but he actually was like way high energy like that, and I was like, dude, that's not my thing. You know what I mean? Like, oh. But then I kept listening to his content. He's like, no, kindness is the answer for everything. And I'm like, what? Everything? No way. And I'm like trying to investigate. And he's like, and then I heard him again. He's like, no, kindness in the face of disrespect is the strongest thing you can do when people think it's the weakest. And when I truly understood that, oh man, I started changing my ways. Bro. Right. You know what I mean? Like trying to go down that way. But I still can't get over this hurdle of like talking to people. You know what I mean? I can be like, if you start a conversation, we're kind. And I can be that. But it's like, I'm still like having this shell a little bit. And, and
well, I mean,
a little bit, you know what I mean?
A lot of the time, you don't have to talk to everybody at the same time, too, because there will be certain times where you just say what's up to somebody, and I'm not going to just talk to everybody. If I feel there's a welcoming or a position to say something, then I will. Yeah. If not, then it's all good. But doing those reps of getting to know people, because I'm not saying I know how to read people, but I feel like if I feel like there can be a conversation while we're standing in line and I turn around, dude, this is crazy. We're waiting. Yeah, bro, we've been here for an hour or two. That's all it is.
I'll be honest with you. Since I'm like, I'm that person actually, like years ago before, I was that person that was like, kind of like, I don't want to talk to nobody. I would put that vibe out. Like,
leave me alone.
Please leave me alone. Like, I don't want to talk to nobody. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're that guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I really didn't want to talk to nobody. So, I mean, that's just who I was though. Like, but now I'm like breaking out of the shell and realizing that I'm a kind person. I want to conversate. I have stuff to say. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just like I'm still like trying to reprogram certain things that are, always been ingrained in me. You know?
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this, you know, and then before we start wrapping this up, the fact that you started doing this podcast more, do you catch yourself being better communication and better way of expressing yourself because of doing podcasting?
I'm not quite sure how to, like, if I can answer that right, but I do say, I talked about this on the podcast. We said this, and then, you know what? This is my experience. And, it's easier to, I don't know. It's almost like when you say, oh, I read this book that, or it's like a validation in a way. I'm like, if you want to go back to my episode in number 3, we talked about this, and they're like, oh, you have a podcast? Wow. And it's a little bit like a validation. So when I speak, I'm really like, man, this is like, they're listening. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so, I like to talk. I've always liked to talk, but I just feel not validated, but like I'm not the type of person that's just gonna give random advice because today, like I've been through it, like I've gone through it, and like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it really.
It's funny because like when I started watching more podcasts and things like that, and I started watching myself in conversations, I started noticing little tics I do or things like that.
Yeah.
And with time, my vocabulary's gotten better.
Yeah.
My communication with people, my perspective on life,
Oh, yeah.
because of talking to different people and their journeys. So like I always tell,
big time. That's true. That's a good point.
I tell people all the time, I feel lucky that I'm fortunate enough that people are willing to give their time to come talk to my fucking little ass.
For sure.
And I learned so much from you or from other people by just sitting and talking and having conversation.
Sure.
And with time, I started like, you know what? I never had like a mission statement when I started doing these podcasts, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to start doing these podcasts. And if I can share a light on something that probably somebody had no idea about or give some guidance or learn something, that's my goal.
Yeah.
So through that, in return, I get to learn from fucking people.
Yeah.
When do I ever get to sit down and talk to a personal chef who's actually doing it for a living and making a living? Fucking never. You know what I mean? But now I had the opportunity to because of different lanes and people connected.
And same with me, man. My favorite restaurant, both the chef and the GM came on the podcast. You know what I mean? Like, when the fuck would I ever have a chance to speak to both of them and realize their story? As much as I love their food and their process of, their front of the house, but their stories are so amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, even a tattoo artist we had on, like the story that your tattoo artist, he talked about like him doing 8-hour tattoos, 5-hour tattoos, then going home, eating dinner with his family, and then drawing for the rest of his night. Like, I'm like, I do a lot of work, but not as much as him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could put in more. God damn it. You know what I mean? So I went that night and started saying, you know what? At night, instead of going to sleep, let me write a recipe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me just stay ahead a little bit, do something. You know what I mean? Because damn, I know Matt's over there fucking drawing away right now. You know what I mean? Like, shit.
But that's through these conversations you get that, and you have to have that conversation with the right type of people.
Oh, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Because
somebody can get like, I don't want bullshit. I don't need you to feed me bullshit. I don't like a lot of people feel like, hey, let me be on your podcast so I can get a name or you can get. My goal for when it comes to conversations like this, if it makes sense to have a conversation, great. Because I've had a lot of people, hey, reach out to this person, reach out to that person. Like, I don't know them. Like, why am I'm just gonna, hey, you want to be on my podcast? It doesn't make no sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough. I just had a conversation with a chef, and I want to put him on the show, but we're on this like entrepreneur. Like, you have your own business. What have you been through? Like, talk about the struggles. And he's just been, a chef his whole life. Like, he's done the gamut, but I'm trying to figure out an angle. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's like how many people did you actually train and they're now big time chefs or whatever the case may be. And we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Refining, you know what I mean? How to.
And then that's how it goes because of this podcasting. And that opens up different doors because of the podcasting. And I think a lot of people will reach out to me because of that. They're like, hey, cool, you had this person, you had that person. I'm like, bro, I'm just fortunate that I had them coming on. Like, one of the first ones I did here was with one of my hockey buddies. I've known him for like 20 years. Yeah. And he plays for Team Mexico on an international level. So he goes to Italy to play roller hockey.
Nice. That's badass.
Yeah, and he talked about that experience and shit like that. I'm like, I'm not envious. It's dope that my boy got the opportunity to do that. And he's, we're sitting here chopping it up. And people had no idea, just him walking around like, this fool plays high-level hockey across the world and comes back home and hangs out with his family like nothing. You know what I mean? And we build, you have those conversations and like, the journey and the struggle. And
but like 5 years ago, if I told you, hey man, you're gonna set up a little podcast area in your garage and you're gonna be interviewing people, and
I would fucking no way,
you'd
bro.
be like, what? You're crazy. My wife would never let that happen.
Dude, just doing like playing video games on the internet.
Right.
Like that people,
that's true, yeah.
Like I was always amazed that people would watch people. I was like, who cares about me? Like, why would anybody watch me? But after doing it about a year and a half, when I felt comfortable and confident of knowing who I was and what I was putting out there, people were like, dude, you were playing Warzone, you crashed a helicopter. That was fucking hilarious. I was like, good. That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Feedback, right?
You know, it's just like, I'm having fun, and people see that, and then you start building a community and, you know, making relationships and, you know, things like that, man. So
for sure.
But before letting you go, man, if anybody's out there that's in the position, like they've been cooking and then want to go into being a personal chef or having a business, like what are some of the tips that, not that you would change anything or regret anything you went, and like, what are some things like do's and don'ts that you would tell somebody who might want to like leave the kitchen to start their own business as a personal chef?
Like the jump is hard, right? It's so like if you're a chef and you're like a badass chef, you can do grill, fry, saute, you can expo like nobody's business. You can run the line. Like you got it. You have recipes in your pocket. You are confident. But the thing is you need a full spectrum of front of the house. You need to know how to serve. You need to know how to make drinks, bartending. You need to know like aesthetics, like where to serve. You know, pick up, serve on the right, pick up on the left. You know, how the setup of the table. You know what I mean? There's so many things that you need to do to learn before you're like, oh, I can cook your face off. I mean, your socks off or whatever. So I would say make sure that you know the 360 of a restaurant. And if you're confident in doing all aspects of a restaurant, buy your own equipment, whether it be just a nice bag and some pans, and say, I'm going to cook for you. Those pictures that you take of cooking for your mom or cooking for your aunt is going to spur something. So just try it and go out there and just put it out there. You don't need to spend many hours doing it. You just one time, one dinner, see what feedback you get, see how much you like it. You know what I mean? And then go from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I tell people when they tell me like, hey, I want to start a podcast. I'm like, all right, go for it. They're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, dude,
jump in.
But I was like, knowing it, you got to think about this. You got to think about that. You got to think about this. So I always tell people like, it's not, and I'm not trying to deter people. I'm just being honest. Like if you want to start getting into this space or doing something like that, I'm going to give you the things that you should. If you're not going to do all that, you're going to probably not be successful.
But also like, I would say jump in that you're going to have hard knocks. But like, I guess I would be also extending a hand. Like I'll help you. You know what I mean? If you want to be a personal chef, either you can work for me and learn, or, you know what I mean? Like from a distance, let me know what you're going through, man. I'll help you. You know what I'm saying? But it's not going to be easy. You know what I mean? But I would say just go out there and do it. You know what I mean? Figure it out. Like when you cook with just a pan and your knife bag, you're like, I wish I had a cutting board.
Yeah.
Or, you know, wait, I wish I had, you know, croutons. I'm going to bring bread next time, every time I come. So I'm ready for whatever happens, you know? Or toreados, you know what I mean? I always have jalapenos and bread with me, by the way. So like, do you have bread? Yeah, I got bread. I got you. Or do you have tortillas? I'm ready. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Not tortillas, but I have bread.
Yeah.
Throw a little baguette here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's cool, man. Like, I mean, for anybody who's out there, and I appreciate you taking the time to come over here and talk about your life, and I look forward to see what you got going on and all your videos on Instagram and shit like that. And of course, the podcast that you guys got going on, that is
check that out.
That is dope
Grind
too,
Too
man.
Hard on YouTube, Spotify.
Yeah, man, plug yourself real quick. Let everybody know what's up. Let everybody know your handle on Instagram and all the shit you got going on, brother.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Well, thank you first of all. I mean, it just I'm in awe of anybody inviting me to their home, especially to do something like this. So thank you very much. What I do is I have a podcast called Grind Too Hard. It's Grind 2, the number 2, and then Hard. It's on YouTube, Spotify, and a couple other platforms. But it's all about entrepreneurship and motivation. Just check it out. If you have anything, you know, give us some feedback. We're looking for more subscribers on YouTube. But my business is keeping it PC. That's personal chef service. I do serve El Paso, Las Cruces. I can travel if you need. But I'm here to bring gourmet food to your home, and you don't have to leave nowhere. I have all my own tools and equipment, so check it out. Other than that, I'm gonna start a meal prep business.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. So me and Ricky Menez, we're gonna start up some here probably in the next 2 weeks. We'll get something.
Let's go.
Yeah,
That's dope, man.
That's the next endeavor. So we're gonna hit that hard. And then my podcast co-host Vic, he's doing that. We're doing it. It's a drip fest, a drip event. We're gonna do again every month. So
cool, man.
Look out for that. So I
That's
appreciate
dope,
you,
man.
Thanks.
Fuck yeah, man. And everything, guys, you'll see it down in the description, man. Like I said, man, thank you so much for your time, man.
Absolutely, man. Thank
Getting
you.
to know you, man. And maybe we'll we'll be hiring you for
Yeah,
some event sometime in the near
let me
future.
know, man. Let me know.
definitely
We're gonna have
appreciate
you.
man.
We'll probably have you on our podcast, man.
Hey, man, hey,
But
if it makes sense,
Jimmy
great,
Duke's
man.
the podcaster, bro.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
well, I don't know about that. Some little assholes. Just I'll show up.
Ins and outs of podcasting and what? How do you start it, bro? You know what I mean? We're gonna hear
Just
your
do
story.
it.
I'm telling you, whatever it is, bro. It's the Nike slogan, but do it, man.
Yeah.
Just jump in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Get wet,
appreciate
get wet,
you, man.
for sure,
Fuck
for
yeah,
sure.
man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, man. It's a pleasure, man. It's been a pleasure for sure, man.
Y'all make sure you guys check us out. You guys already know iTunes, Spotify, all the fucking platforms, YouTube, Facebook,
Oh, yeah.
all that good stuff. The description for Chef Clay will
Appreciate
be
y'all.
there,
Thank
man. But until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take
Stay
care.
up, y'all. Stay motivated.
What up, y'all? Welcome to another episode of the Jimmy Dukes Gaming Podcast. And I am excited to have a re-guest from last October. We met Miss Spank Queen. We're out here in ATL for the ATL meetup, and I hit her up ahead of time, and I just wanted to sneak her over and have a conversation and catch up since last time. How you been?
Oh man, dude, I've been great. I've
Yeah.
been pretty good. You know, life is life, and all you gotta do is just keep on swimming.
Right? Right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wanted to say just some little small kudos. I've had a lot of people hit me up on the side when we did our podcast because you were talking about a lot of things that we normally don't hear about as far as being a female content creator and stuff like that. So I wanted to let you know that podcast was one of the highest views for my as far as numbers because of the topics we were talking about. So awesome.
That's pretty dope,
Yeah.
man. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Good to hear that.
It's cool because obviously, you know, we talked about it last time, you know, you're in a male dominant space, but the way you were going about content creating and not selling out was cool of you talking about it, because I went back and listened to it the other day and I was like, oh yeah, she was saying, you know, you do you. Like some people were, you know, kind of selling themselves out in different platforms and stuff, and you're like, hey, you know, that's not something I want to do, but if you also want to do, and go for it.
Right, exactly. Respectfully, I respect the grind. I respect everybody's grind. Everybody's got bills to pay for. Everyone's got some sort of a goal they have in mind, and however they reach that goal is, you know, it's not our business.
Yeah, well said. So since we last caught up, how's the content been? I see you doing really well on TikTok.
Oh yeah,
I just saw you just after that conversation, you were talking about doing different things and doing the cooking, and you started doing well on TikTok. I was keeping up with you.
Yeah, I think I started using TikTok more so for editing. This was when Facebook Reels just came out, and I don't know what happened, but TikTok it instantly blew up. I had over 10,000 followers within those 2 months, literally after our podcast.
That's crazy.
I don't know what it is. TikTok is a really, really good base platform to get yourself out there. Just from the use of hashtags. Right.
I like how you said that because a lot of people don't realize the power of having even just a Twitter or a TikTok. I was always against having a TikTok because my wife would be on it. She watches cooking stuff and like, you know, little hacks, life hacks.
Yeah.
And I would catch myself watching shit, but I never really posted any of my stuff. But last year was kind of like an awakening with everybody just getting out of their comfort zone, playing more than games, doing more things. And I jumped on TikTok, and I enjoy putting that out there because it's just a whole different audience that you can reach, right?
Yes, exactly. TikTok is definitely a different kind of audience. I also think that the algorithm is definitely different over there. Lots and lots of new people. The discoverability on TikTok is just, I don't know. It's very fascinating. Because, you know, like if you're streaming on Facebook Gaming, you meet mostly gamers. But on TikTok, it's everyone. It could be your grandma, you know, like that has no interest in whatever you're posting whatsoever. Everyone can discover your content.
I like that's I like how you said that. Like even your grandma, because you're right. Because some people will scroll, and depending on what they watch, it kind of starts putting things in your feed that you're kind of looking at. So I always mess with my friends. I'm like, let me see your feed. It's a bunch of they're looking at girls, or some of them are just cars. But it works.
Yes.
Like a lot of the stuff that I look for, and then like sometimes it'll throw something randomly, and you're like, oh shit, let me look at that.
Yeah, like you can come across like a cat meme or something.
Yeah.
You like that one cat meme, you instantly have access to 200 more cat meme videos in your disposal.
Right? Right. Just like that. And so not only do you create content on TikTok, you also stream on there, right?
Yeah. So I actually had the opportunity a few months ago to be a part of the TikTok gaming agency called Carter Plus.
Okay.
And they were actually scouting that day, came across my live stream, sent me a message over Twitter, I believe, this is why it's so important to have all kinds of platforms as far as availability goes on how to contact. Because if you only have an email or a Discord, it's really hard to kind of reach you that way. And you know how Facebook is too, it's really hard to reach people nowadays on there. So I got contacted on Twitter, and I mean, I got like 100 followers on there, but the agency looked and said, we like your vibes. We like your energy. You're a natural. We want you on our agency. And when I looked, they're actually huge. They have people from NRG and Cloud9 and, all kinds of like esports teams on their agency as well, on their roster. And I don't know, I just couldn't believe it. And it was all because of TikTok and cooking, and it was weird. And I don't know, I guess it was just kind of like a blessing in disguise, because like I said, I originally used TikTok just to edit my videos and to pass time. You can easily pass 4 hours.
Yeah, for sure.
and you think you just blink.
Yeah.
Time just goes.
You're like, fuck, man, I've been scrolling for an hour already.
Yeah, but they gave me the opportunity to be able to go live. And it's been awesome.
That's cool, because I know that, I'm glad you brought that up, because I remember you had posted something about that. And so you're still with them right now currently, and that's working out for you. That's awesome.
Yep.
And that's crazy. And you're like, I didn't really pay attention to TikTok, and now just because of that. And I tell people all the time, like, don't sleep on other platforms. It doesn't hurt to have the name. Like, I don't use Twitter like big, but I have a Twitter.
Yeah.
So how you were saying, like, oh, you only have 100 people. I have like less than 100 or whatever. But every once in a while, I just throw my podcast stuff up there, and people randomly will come across my profile, and then it'll just, they see everywhere else you're at.
Exactly. And I remember when you were, first starting and posting these podcasts and stuff, and I saw you on Spotify, and that's probably something I would have never thought about, to post your podcast interviews on Spotify. That was pretty neat seeing that.
When I met some people from where I'm from in El Paso, and they had a local podcast, and they spit me on that game. Like, they just said, hey, have you ever thought of putting it on iTunes or Spotify? I'm like, I have it on YouTube. He's like, bro, you just get your audio and even the video. And he set me up. How we were just, before we were recording right now.
Right.
Like, hey, you mentioned the mic thing. That's exactly how it was. He just brought it up and say, hey, have you looked into the, shout out to Pub Crew from El Paso and shit. But yeah, they put me on Spotify, and then when you make the account, it puts it on Spotify, iTunes, iHeart automatically, on Amazon, everything.
That's
so I was
sick.
Like, I had no idea until they just spit that game for me. I thought it was cool.
Oh man, that is so cool. And it's important to have connections. It really is. I mean, it's not really sad to say. It's it's about who you know and whatnot.
Sometimes, for sure, I agree.
But it is, connections on all these platforms are very important.
Yeah.
And that's why, I believe that, I try not to have beef with anybody.
Yeah, no,
like,
yeah.
It's like I see some folks that really use that to gain their audience, and I'd rather not have a whole mob on my side to fight other people.
Yeah.
I'd rather have people like, hey, if you like my content, go follow my friend Jimmy Dukes.
Yeah.
Or he plays the same games as I do. You guys like variety? Little Chaos or Christy.
You shout out the people that you kind of mess with anyways, right? So yeah, like, you kind of let people know, hey, I might not be your cup of tea, or you might also like this too.
Yeah.
And it's cool that you said it, because a lot of people are afraid to lose people or whatever, because I've had people say, hey, I came across you because of so-and-so, and then jokingly the other person's like, hey man, that fucker never shows up to my stream, but I hear it all the time. But just jokingly, right? But
yeah,
that's just how it is. Like, I'm sure there's people that's found me and then found other people.
Exactly.
And it's all good, you know what I mean? I think keeping that neutral with a lot of people with the relationships, I've always been told, oh, you're passive, you're chill. I was like, I just try to do that with everything. So it's easier to deal with people. If I ever do anything else or whatever, it's good to say, hey, Spank, I heard you were talking to the agency. How does this work? And you can just, just say this or that or whatever, just to speak some game. You know what I mean?
As soon as I got into the agency, I recommended Mr. Carter Pulse with a bunch of people. I said, hey, there's a lot of really good folks out there on Facebook Gaming that probably have over 1,000 followers on TikTok that would be able to, benefit from your agency. And I would like to give a good word out for them if possible. And I gave him a list of names. Hopefully he's contacted somebody, but I'm just all about help me help you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, not in the sense of owing, but it's just, I feel blessed to have a community like mine, and I want everybody else to kind of feel the same way.
Yeah. That's cool that you're so like that too, because not a lot of people will be so open and want to, give other people shout outs when you're in your bag kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
You could easily say, hey, I'm on this agency. Hey, peace out, y'all. I'm doing my thing.
Yeah.
Which is cool too. You're in your own lane. But, within the first week, I'm sure you said, hey, by the way, and you gave people if you guys are looking for people, I'd recommend these people to check them out. And you didn't have to do that. And I'm sure you didn't tell all those people, but you did it because you wanted to do it.
Exactly. I'm just all about everybody getting their bag at this point. You know,
cool.
It's been a struggle here on Facebook Gaming.
Yeah. Since we last talked, obviously, a lot of people, have left the platform or jumped around. And, how do you feel about everything that's been going on as far as like some people staying, not jumping around, or just being more open with their content? What do you think about all that, the landscape that's changed since last year?
I would tell you this. I don't know if it's me or if it's just, everyone else's own volition. I've been noticing that a lot of people who just stuck to their guns with one game, like Apex or something. I've seen so many people choose variety over it. Everyone's starting to experience that burnout. You can only play one game for so long and so much. Even if your community doesn't agree, I would hope that maybe at least more than 50% of your community agrees on, taking care of your mental. And I see people a little bit happier, playing different things and trying new things.
Yeah.
I know that Thrive's been doing reactions to weird food stuff, and I know Trav, Black Lion Gamers, he's already been a variety streamer, but I always see everybody just, playing new games and stuff. And I remember thinking I was afraid of treading on new waters. But nowadays it's like, whoa, what are you playing, Spank? What is this? See, you're playing the most random stuff lately.
I like that too.
Yeah.
Because I said it before with other people, people get so caught up in being you're tied to that game, which is fine, but having that opportunity to go away from games, and I've been doing that for about 1.5 years now. I said, fuck it, I'm gonna just play what I want to play, and it's gotten to the point to where, all right, what is Jimmy playing?
Right.
Because I would come in your streams late or whatever, and you'd be playing. I remember you were stuck on this one game. Was it the Yakuza one?
Oh yeah.
You played all of them, and then there was one time you were sitting there just playing a mini game within the game, and you're like, this is so addicting. But everybody was having fun, and that was cool because you got away from your normal games and you started playing Apex. And I've seen you play Warzone here and there, and so it's cool that you're it shows that you can be a variety streamer and still be successful.
Exactly. Remember, everything else can change but the streamer. You know what I'm saying? At least for the good. I try to keep the vibes just about the same, chill, positive, I'm more happy than I was, I would say, being able to play whatever I want. Mm-hmm. Just as long as, the community sticks around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not really afraid of losing.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people are, exiting stage left because of some issues
things,
with their contracts and stuff. But I have different goals now.
Yeah.
So I remember originally I was like, you know what, I'll try to get back on Facebook Partner and see what happens, on that same track. And things are starting to look up.
Yeah.
So
I know I've seen your numbers up and down. I see you.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, I might not be in their streams, but I see, like, I'm a really observant person, so I'm always kind of keeping track of how people are doing.
Yeah.
You know, especially like the people that I've talked to, you know, because I genuinely, like, people that I ask to be on here or I talk to, I genuinely are pulling from them, and I could see them doing their thing. And I don't ever have to feel like you have to notice me or contact me or react to things. But it's cool that, you know, people see each other from afar and they're like, hey, I see you. Keep doing your thing.
Trust me, I see you all the time.
Right? So it's cool. So it's cool. I like seeing that because I was doing the TikTok thing and seeing you do that, and you did the agency. So I was like, man, she's doing well. And one thing I do like about you as well as a creator, you're really transparent with your community as far as letting people know what's going on with games and times and things like that. So you have stayed true since we've last talked, and you have adapted, and you're being successful in it, and it shows.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I swore, you know, with my community that I would be 100%, you know, like transparent, truthful, honest. I feel like there's just no way around not being honest with your community when it comes down to things. You know, since we've had our podcast, there's a lot that went on, you know, well, whether it was my dog, you know, I'm building a house now.
Yeah, I saw it. Hey, congratulations, y'all.
Thank you. And I've always been transparent where donations go. Even if they were direct donos or not.
Yeah.
Just, you know, always letting my community know that I'm not, you know, using their donations for ill will things.
Yeah.
And not scamming people.
Yeah.
That's
like,
important.
You don't have to tell them what you're doing with it, but you being transparent is why people like you and gravitate toward your honesty and your personality and your content. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever they donate and whatever you use, you don't have to tell people. But I've noticed that people that are a little bit more open as far as what's going on in their lives and everything, you don't have to tell them everything personally. But
yeah,
you know what I mean? A lot of people, like I always say, hey, I have my kids, you know, I'm married, I have a full-time job. I might not be streaming as much, but I got this, I got that. And with my community, it's cool because I might not stream as much, but when people come by, I appreciate it. But I've just been doing more reels, more YouTube stuff, more podcast stuff. And I'm starting to get people to cross platforms and kind of follow me. Cause I say, whatever platform you want to follow me on or watch me on, I appreciate it.
Exactly.
It doesn't have to be all of them. It's just one. I'll take it.
Right. And I'm still working on that myself though. Like I am still stuck between like Facebook gaming and TikTok because, you know, I'm more known to be streaming for like 8 hours at a time. It's hard to kind of split that between Twitch, Kick.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So I'm also trying to do the same, you know, like I just made my Kick account not too long ago, but I only streamed maybe like twice on Kick so far. I'm hoping
you're aware.
I'm aware. Yeah. That's just, you know, that's the adaptation that I'm taking, you know what I mean? And I think like it is very important to spread your wings somewhere, you know, just in case, you know, shit goes down, basically.
Yeah, I like how you said that because a lot of people might not realize that you don't have to be everywhere. You know what I mean? That's one thing that I personally say, but for me and the way I'm doing my stuff, I'm going everywhere. And one thing I've always said, and I tell full-time streamers all the time, I respect that because that's your job.
Yeah.
For me, it's easy to say, well, I'm not streaming or I can do this, I can do that. But the consistency on your platform and your community is what you're doing it for. Exactly. You could easily jump around and doing Twitch like that. But are you really, hey guys, I'm over here. Okay, I'm going to be over here. You know, your community is like, all right, they're already supporting you. But if you're jumping around like that all the time, it's kind of hard to have that consistency and that the community always look forward to your streams if you're always jumping around.
Exactly. It's I would say, yeah, it's easy to create an account, but it's really hard to maintain the consistency. I mean, I see like bigger streamers, I say, stream for a maximum of 4 hours and then they're done for like the rest of the day. And knowing how I came up, I cater mostly to people on their night shifts. So people on their night shifts are on for 10 hours or on for 8, you know, on those opposite you know, schedules. And I always believe that if I were to switch platforms, I don't know how many people I would lose. Yeah. Right? I always account for I actually only account for everybody else's schedules. Yeah. Being a full-time creator, you have to know your community schedules as well. So for things like community games and stuff. So that way they're not really missing out on, their benefits if they subscribe or not.
Exactly.
Which is why you only see me on after 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
If you see me on at 6, that means I'm probably sick, but I'm still streaming.
Yeah.
Other than that, like I remember thinking if I first started full time, I was going to think of just my time.
Yeah.
Right. But
I'm going to make everybody watch me when I go on.
Exactly. And I just really didn't feel good about that, because it's like, I want to cater to those who even just, slip by and donate, you know what I'm saying? And, the people that say things like, I know, shout outs to Cesar, right? He said I saved his life. And that's what I live for. I live for everybody's mental health, and, I'm always spreading the awareness. Those messages are what keeps me on, Facebook gaming at the times that I am.
Yeah.
A lot of people get down in their feelings and stuff like that, around those times, around like 2 o'clock, sad boy hours, 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's true though, right? Somebody just to tell me that if I'm watching somebody, I think I've done that a couple times on a late stream. Just came across your stream. I'm drunk as fuck. I just saying what's up, and I'm like, hey, what's up? What do you play? And like just a random person like just giving me a hard time, and then I just start talking to them. Thanks, man. I needed that. I have nobody to talk to, and I just came across the stream. I just wanted to talk shit. And it's funny because it's cool that you say that. Hey, the positive impact that we have as content creators, it's crazy because you don't realize it. And shout out to my boy Miko, aka Tinsu's Temple. He would always say, "We're little celebrities without. It doesn't matter. You're a public figure and somehow." So if you say something and somebody just sees you as oh, you're a streamer or whatever, and to us, we're not that big of a deal. But if we say something positive and it resonates to them, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. You said you saved somebody's life, and you just being yourself and being positive and just chilling, right?
Yeah. And, I've always been about just giving back. I'm always about sharing blessings. And I would say just one of those few things is being able to be that role model, I guess, for even those who streamed longer than me, or for those who are just now coming up, just to know that we, even if we are a small streamer, we impact people's lives in some way.
Yep.
Which is why I always try to maintain, my positive image and stuff. So I don't really, if I ever have beef, I don't really, post the beef.
Yes.
Or I don't really show the beef.
Yeah. It's funny because I've seen people go back and forth and take jabs at each other. And I'm just looking at it like, this is so stupid.
Yeah.
If you don't like somebody, don't watch them. Don't waste your time. I don't have time. And this is just in general in life. I don't have time to put up with stupid shit. I just don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Let alone content creation, small little.
Not our grown ass. No. It's like I turn 30 next year. I'm trying to start a family. I'm about to pay a mortgage.
Yeah.
I don't really have time to post my screenshots. Be like, look what this bitch said.
Yeah. I've seen people like, oh, hey, look up this guy. This fool's talking shit, and like screenshots. Like,
right.
I'm like, I mean,
as entertaining as it is to see the beef, it just makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah.
That was the one thing about neutrality for me. Is like, oh man, but they're the homies though.
Yeah.
And it's like, but I know that one day, things will work out. Things will work out. Everybody's just gonna again chase their own bag and mind their business.
Yep. I think if one thing I've been more about is just staying in my lane. Like I'm in my lane and I'm not worried about how good I'm doing compared to somebody else.
Right.
And I just kind of keep up with how everybody's doing, but I'm on my grind. You know what I mean? I'm not worried about anybody else. I'm not comparing myself to anybody else. And I think since last year, you see a lot of either people, they have totally changed and kept evolving, or you just see people say, hey, this is not for me anymore. Unfortunately, this is not worth my time. The turnaround of not getting that feeling of reactions and streaming and the numbers really pushed a lot of people away.
Right.
Unfortunately, it sucks. I don't want anybody to feel like they can't do something, but this is, and I say all the time, it's a marathon.
Right.
It is a marathon. A lot of people just want to stream and think they're going to get successful without really trying or building their core community and going from there. And I don't want to talk shit, but at the same time, I'm just being honest. Fuck them. I mean, if you don't want to do it no more, fuck it. It's all good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No ill will toward you. This is not for you. And it just starts showing people who's really built for this kind of stuff. And that's
Exactly.
not for everybody.
Exactly. I like to think, as far as in the course of a year, I like to think Facebook gaming like the stock market. It's going to go up, it's going to go down. Because when I first started on Facebook gaming, the first 2 years were immaculate. Like, numbers were up all the time. Lots and lots of more, like, newer faces. For the past year, it's gone down. And, from when I used to get over 100 likes in every stream, I would get like 30. Even when I was doing, sticking with my guns with just one game. After I decided I'm not going to worry about the numbers anymore. I'm just going to try and have a good time. I'm going to cater to my community. I'm going to be consistent and stream every night and do whatever. And as you can see, the past like couple weeks now, the numbers have gone up.
Yep. It paid off. You stayed true.
I stayed true.
You stayed true. And I like, because I'll say it. I not that I've talking shit to anybody else, but I was jumping around platforms to try to to figure out for my streaming career, like, what can I do? But when I realized that toward the end of last year, I came to the realization, I was like, hey, I might not be a good streamer because I can't dedicate the time to be a good streamer.
Exactly.
I have too much stuff going on. What I can do and I want to look forward to was doing this.
Exactly.
Because I can schedule conversations and, start putting out reels and things like that. So I felt like, all right, when everything started changing, I was like, okay, I'm still going to stream. It might not be as much, but I'm going to start venturing over here.
Yeah.
And I might not get the numbers like I would on streams before, but I'm still stuck to my guns as far as streaming. I still stream like at least 10, 12 hours a week.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, you know what I mean? But I'm always putting out content.
Exactly.
I'm always like, every day is a reel. I got shorts. I got this. I got podcasts.
I see you on that YouTube for sure.
Yeah.
I subscribe to your YouTube
Yeah.
and I see your shorts all the time.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
Yeah, and that's how I'm going about my business. And how you were saying earlier, just like, hey, this is how I want to do it. I'm doing TikTok and I'm doing Facebook because that's what's working for me.
Yeah.
And that's cool. And that's great.
Yeah, like I like creating, as in like I do love like video editing and things like that. And majority of the time I like to do like more comedy. But lately, from what I've seen and what I'm working with, I do better with live content. Yep. So I've just been really, really focused on my live content, and every now and then I'll post content. Offline content.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But I just love seeing and capturing it live and seeing everybody's reactions live. It makes me feel better more about that. And I see like, you're all constantly editing videos and things. You know how long it takes.
Yeah, sure.
Like a 5-minute video could take you 3 hours. And it would be a 30-second video when you post it. I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to mind my mental, maybe not to put too much on my plate and just focus on my live content, which is, a lot of people have been talking about that. They're like, hey, Spank, we made like a bajillion clips off of your video. When are you going to post that? And sometimes I'll get that reminder. I'm like, oh, I already stream 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
So maybe at some point I'll manage. And, Facebook keeps your videos, I think, for like 2 or 3 more years. So I'd like to, kind of space out my time. But consistency is definitely the key to everything.
Yeah.
Because if you just switch up and change all of a sudden, that's a whole new community you might have to cater to.
Exactly.
So it's...
I like how you said that though, and you're honest. I like that. And I tell people, you can be a successful streamer. You really can. You could be a streamer / content creator, or vice versa, content creator streamer. You know what I mean? I always say I'm a content creator first.
Right.
But I do say I stream, but then I also say I'm a podcast host. So it's like, for you, for how you're going down your lane, I like it because it shows that you can be a gaming streamer consistently and be successful. Because a lot of people feel like, well, I'm doing this and I'm streaming all the time and nothing else is happening. But
right,
a lot of the time, guys, people might not like you, and it is what it is. It's not for everybody. Not everybody's entertaining. Not everybody's welcoming. Not everybody has a face that they want to see every day. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's cool to see you saying that, hey, I could be doing all this, but my bag is the streaming.
Exactly.
And, you know what I mean? And I'm glad you said that's cool, because I've seen a lot of bigger streamers. Like, there's one guy that, I don't know if you ever come across him on Facebook. His name is Primetime.
Yeah.
And Prime, he do long hours. That was just his, and he would say, guys, I'm not a Reels guy. I'm not short content. I'm a streamer. I'm doing this. I'm playing this. And hearing him say it, and he's like, yeah, I could do all this, but I don't. This is what I do, and this is what I like, and this is what where my lane is, my bag. So hearing somebody that's been doing it for 6-7 years saying that, hey, this is what I do, and he's successful, it works.
Yeah, he definitely, I think Primetime definitely motivated me to do longer streams. Just seeing how successful that went. I may not necessarily be partner and we'll be able to have things like subathons and whatnot, but he did inspire me to just keep doing what you like.
Yep.
You know, because like I said, I really did think that my content was going to go down to the ground because I don't post a lot of reels or a lot of, you know, TikTok videos or things like that and, you know, offline content. Everybody knows me. As soon as they click on my name, I'm live.
Yeah.
And that's just what they're there for. They know that I'm there all the time. And if anybody needs to talk to somebody and whatnot, like I always would like to be available to them. Shout outs to Prime though. He called my dog ugly. I remember showing a picture of my dog. And
Like in a Discord or something?
no, this was live. He was thinking about buying a puppy or something. And he was like asking people for suggestions on breeds. And I was like, well, why don't you get a pit bull chihuahua mix? And he goes, a pit bull chihuahua? Are you kidding me? And
I can hear you saying it too.
I sent him a picture, and I kid you not, he dogged on my dog for 3 minutes.
Nice.
It was hilarious. It was like, no, Prime is a really cool dude.
Yeah. I've learned a lot from him. Like he probably doesn't even know who I am, but I've jumped in there and I've lurked. I don't make myself like known that I'm in there. I just kind of say shit here and there. But one thing I always say when he does say stuff and he starts talking, I'm like, bro, that was awesome. That was a good point. Or things like that. Because he said certain things.
I feel like he keeps it real.
Yes. And he's like, I know a lot of people don't like me. I know a lot, and I know this, and I say this, but then he'll just say his point or whatever. And I'm like, I respect his grind and how he carries himself. Yeah. And it's cool because he's honest too. And I think that the more you're honest, going back to the honesty with your community, if you let people know what's going on and you're honest about how you carry yourselves with your content, you'd be amazed how much more people can relate to you by just being honest.
Right, exactly. And, you know, you can't change the truth. You know, you can't switch that up. As soon as you, like I said right before, you know, as soon as you switch up, you're catering to a whole nother community.
If you change too much.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you change too much, you're right.
And that's the thing, you know, like everybody has to love their community. You know what I mean? Obviously there could be some bad apples here and there and whatnot, but all in all, I feel like if you're more into the live content, you gotta stay true. Otherwise, I mean, the person that you thought you would see every day is gonna be gone and you're gonna wonder where they went. And, you know, got to do some self-reflection. A lot of it. A lot of streaming has to do with self-reflection. And balance. Yeah. Because I've experienced being burnt out a lot. I've experienced having too much on my plate. Even disregarding my own health at some point. But my community allowed me to self-reflect and to rest and to mind my mental. And they were the ones that reminded me to do it. Even my husband couldn't move me. You know?
Because you're like, go, 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 go.
All the time.
And even your husband's like, because my wife does the same thing. Like, I'll be staying up late editing or doing shit. And she's like, hey, you need to sleep. Right. I got to get this done. I was like, yeah, but that's 3 nights in a row. You're doing the same thing. I was like, okay, you're right. But and even with my wife telling me, but then hearing it from somebody outside, it's kind of like... it resonates a little bit more because, you know, obviously your partner's there to help you out, whatever. But like, yeah, I'm fine. Right. You're thinking that I can't handle this, but you don't realize it yourself. They're like, I'm burning myself out without even realizing it until you start burning out.
Right. Like, I tell you, like, I went to the ER last week for my back. And I was literally in the bed, in the room in the ER, telling everybody in the Spankdom, hey, I still want to stream tonight, even if I have to stand up and do it on like whatever medicine they're going to give me. If I have to stand, I'm going to stream tonight. And everyone was like, no. Everyone was like, no, Spank. Yeah. You rest, Spank. Yeah, relax. Relax.
Take it easy now. No, but that's cool that, you know, that goes back to your honesty, your community, having that core people that genuinely care about you. Yeah. I've met some of the coolest people through this that I'm getting to know. Like, obviously we all know a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I'm casual with everybody. Not everybody's my friend, but I could, we are good acquaintances on a positive note.
Right. Right.
But when you generally start getting to know people in your chat that, who always come in and I get to know them and what they do and their family and just little chit chats, you're genuinely building relationships while you're streaming. Exactly.
And I'm actually very, very thankful for the relationships that I built and all the connections that I have because of streaming in general. Even like, we had this person, he passed away in February. I was able to run like a mini charity for him and his family, and we made it such a huge impact to them. They planted trees under our name.
That's so cool.
And I mean, I think like those kind of things, that kind of impact is extremely important.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying. I always say, like, with me having conversations with people and like, letting people know how things are, I feel like I'm a beacon of information. I might not know everything, but sometimes by me just putting myself out there and the way I carry myself, people want to talk to me, and then I can talk to them and we could share our interests and journey and let people know, and hopefully pass on some positive vibes to people to be like, oh, I remember going through that. I remember doing this, or I remember when Spank was talking to Jimmy and she was talking about still streaming and her community said no. Maybe I need to chill, you know what I mean? Like that self-reflect kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I also would like to show like, to people like I'm not just a pretty face, I know I'm intelligent. I'm decent at what I do. I can't really say like I'm the best. That's a little bit too much. Yeah. I know like it's important to have confidence. Yeah. I'm still working on that. Yeah, but I'm still working on being
that.
Honest. Like,
I feel like I'm being more humble.
Yeah. But that's cool. Like you're like, I know I'm good, but I don't have to toot my own horn at the same time.
Right. And that's just what I want to show to people, like, sometimes like I'll scroll and I'll see like gorgeous ladies, like, oh my gosh, Sparkling Sprite, Lady Geek, Swish is Sweet. Like they're just, and Chrissy and all them, they're just so pretty and so photogenic. And I don't even remember like the last time I've dressed up like that just to post content, right? Like even today, like I feel like I have some like eyeliner smears on. I can't even tell, maybe half an eyebrow, who knows? But like just seeing like, all of that, I used to feel envious, you know what I'm saying? Because, I used to look at the numbers and stuff. Yeah. And I used to be like, whoa, like why do I have 100 likes on a picture of me? But I have like 30 people liking my live stream and I've been on for 8 hours. Yeah. Sometimes I'm like, maybe I have to post content like that, like being a female streamer. But I realized like, that's not me.
Good. Yeah.
That's not me. If I don't even post my own selfies on my personal Facebook, why do I have to do it as a content creator? If I'm already live, you see my face for 8 hours. Do I have to post the picture? Yeah. But, every now and then I do. Yeah. Every now and then I do. But sometimes when I see that, like, I know, for example, right? I followed Sparkling Sprite for a really long time. And, she used to stream every day. She would be on Warzone every single day. Nowadays, all I see is a picture. All I see is maybe a reel. But now she does videos with her husband. And I think I was like, maybe she had that same realization, like, hey, this is what I'm happier doing. This is what I do better at. I'd rather do vlogs, more slice of life type stuff. I think the gaming's, too much for me, even though she's amazing at what she does. And I've seen that. So it's like, and I've seen Queen Eliminator. She used to do the opposite. She used to post more pictures and everything like that. I've seen her do more lives. She's done tournaments now. She's like really, really good. She's super skilled. So she's picked up I'm more of a skilled gamer and a live streamer than I am a content poster.
Oh, well said. Yeah. So you see other people doing the same thing, like, hey, it can be done.
It can be done. Yeah. And still on that goal to, I guess to show other upcoming female streamers or even ones that have already been there in the game, to know that just stay true to yourself and you don't have to sell yourself out. Just be you. I think that like everybody likes genuine people.
Yeah. I like how you say that, because a lot of people feel like they have to do different things to keep up. But I think it's more genuine when you just stick to what you want to do, and people will respect you and follow you because what you do.
Right.
Like I might not, like you said, I might not be the prettiest face. I might not be the best at games, but what I do well is what I do. And,
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
A lot of people just feel like they have to do this, they have to do that to keep up.
Right.
And I said it a while back too. I was like, man, once I stopped like worrying about the numbers and just realizing what I wanted to do, my creativity just got so much better because I feel more confident in myself.
Exactly.
Instead of like, well, this person's doing this. Well, maybe I should do that. Well, this person's doing this. Maybe I should do that. I should start doing reaction videos. Oh, everybody's doing reaction. And I was like, what am I doing?
Right. Exactly.
That's not me. What am I doing? I'm doing it because everybody else is doing it. I need to stop. That's not me. You know what I mean? That's not me. And you're going back to the self-reflect. It's having that sit back moment and be like, all right, that's not me. And I'm okay with it.
And it's like, do you really want to? Like, if it makes you feel like you're forcing yourself out of your comfort zone, does it really mean that you have to do it?
Right. Yeah, there's a difference, right?
Yeah.
You're willing to try something compared to like, I need to do this.
Yeah, like I remember that's like with TikTok, right? Yeah, I have like a video that has almost 1 million likes on it. But it was just me lip syncing to songs. Do I want to keep lip syncing to songs? There's only so many songs that I know in my head. So I'm like, I'm not a lip syncer.
Yeah.
I did it for fun.
Yeah.
Even though I had all the numbers and everything like that, I can't find myself just having a TikTok page full of me just lip syncing videos and
there's
dancing.
people like that. And hey, that's right. But it's cool. But you did that because you wanted to do it. But it also shows your personality. Like, hey, I could do this.
Right.
I like
it's
doing
like,
this,
oh,
but I
well,
don't need a bank on this to keep going.
right. And I knew that like that's the direction that I wanted for my TikTok was just to be like, you know, I'm not just like a Facebook streamer that plays games. You know, I have opinions on things that I would share and whatnot. Just like the new AI trend, I posted a thing about how it only takes a paycheck, you know, for things to change. You know, there was a trend that was going on a couple of years ago with Japanese TikTok, where they would act like robots or AI on live stream, and they were like bullied for it. A lot of people were like, "Oh my god, that's so creepy! Stop doing that." They would make fun of them because they'll do like the ooh woo, whatever it was. It was like the e-girl stuff.
Okay.
They were making fun of them. This year, I think this one girl, we call her Popcorn Girl on TikTok, and she uses like a hair straightener and pops popcorn. She goes, "Thank you for the roses. Ice cream, yum. Ice cream, yum." And like she'll act like a robot. She posted how she makes $7,000 every live stream because of just acting like an AI, and everyone starts doing it.
Right.
So all of a sudden,
Even though the people were talking shit.
people were talking so much mad shit about the other, like the Japanese TikTokers.
Yeah, and they're all fucking doing it now.
And yeah, it only took a paycheck for it not to be creepy.
Right.
And now it's cute. Now it's funny. Now it's entertaining. And it's like, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
You know, if I was like, I think like everybody was messaging me about it after I posted my video because it was a little bit controversial. They were like, oh, but you know, it is still creepy or whatever. And I was like, I literally saw you live that night. But I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah.
Right?
That's your thing. That's your thing. So
I just I like to use TikTok to spread awareness to things that I feel like, you know, or like speaking my mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes Facebook may not like the political stuff.
Yeah.
But you know, TikTok is a whole nother realm.
It's cool because you could expand yourself in different platforms depending what it is.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like obviously with the discoverability on TikTok is amazing. So you can throw little things that you like and do. Like even though you might not sing, sometimes like I put up my hockey videos and they're like, "Oh, you play hockey?" Yeah. I was like,
right. Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's just another part of me that I started feeling more confident sharing.
Exactly.
Because I was like, you know what? I don't know any other streamers or content creators right now that do GoPro stuff with their hockey. I'm like, oh shit. And then I know I just started jujitsu again. I'm gonna start putting some jujitsu content.
I did notice that your TikTok page was like hockey stuff.
Yeah. And it's just like one little aspect of just who I am. And it's cool because people gravitate like, oh, you're a hockey player? Oh, you play games? Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For example, we had a community game night. And we were playing Jackbox, and it was like you had to put yourself, you had to type in a truth and you type in a lie, and to see if anybody could figure out which one's the truth and lie, right? I actually used to swim. I used to swim every day. I used to swim laps. I can swim a mile under 10 minutes.
Damn.
So, but people didn't know that about me, right? And the lie that I put was saying that I liked tequila.
Nice.
And it was hilarious because everybody knows I drink.
Yeah.
So they were like, nah, it's definitely got to be tequila.
Right? It's like,
And then they're like, no way, Spank, you can swim? And I was like, yeah. Like, you know, when I was 8 years old, my dad just pushed me into a pool. And I remember waking up because I drowned. And he goes, now you're going to know how to swim because you're not going to want to drown no more.
There's sink or swim, girl. Sink
Exactly.
or swim.
And ever since then, since I was 8 years old, we had a neighborhood pool and I swam there every day.
That's so cool. And like, and just because of a video game and you guys were just hanging out and they got to know you just a little bit more because of that.
Exactly.
Right.
And you know, like I said, it's just really fun to learn more about people like that you want to surround yourself with. Especially me. Like I feel like we know each other.
Yeah, we're building our friendship, and you know it's cool because I mean I feel like if I were reached out to you, you would respond.
Oh, of course.
And I think that a lot of people like expect that from everybody.
Exactly.
You know?
And I
like,
wouldn't.
sometimes you have to build that relationship with people, and some people don't understand that. You can't just have a lot of people like, hey, you should interview him. You should interview her. I'm like, I don't know them. They don't know me. What am I just gonna shoot my shot? I'm like, I'm realistic. Like I'm letting my work do, let my work and my craft show that what I can do. And maybe I get on people's radar and they do want to talk to me.
Right.
I just don't want to just be like the mixtape guy, just handing out my mixtape everywhere.
Right.
Check my podcast.
Right. Yeah. And then, I want to give shout outs to, the God Squad and to Black Phoenix and their communities because they brought us all here together.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, shout out to them.
Because I have to say this, I am pretty sure nobody would have never known who I was with the name Spank Queen, especially if it's like in the Apex community. No way, unless I played 24/7.
Yeah.
Saw my, name somewhere in a lobby.
Yeah.
But I have to thank them for that. I have to thank for all these connections that I've been making and everything. And I was just talking to my husband last night before. Okay, realistically, it was this morning. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. But I was talking to him about it. That I was like, I'm really thankful for everybody here. And he asked me why. When we went to VBS, like all the streamers that knew about my back issues, because they knew I went to the ER last week, they were all giving up their VIP seats for me. Even though I didn't really expect that. I was like, I know I said that, I might need a seat for my bag, but I didn't expect it because I came late. Kelly Kell was like, hey, you got to come early. But as soon as I got there, it was probably maybe midnight. Everybody was like, hey, Spade, you have a seat, right? You have a seat, right? And I just thought that was just...
Yeah.
Like
everybody
without
genuinely like, hey, are you okay?
Yes,
you know what I mean? Like we all know of each other and making sure everybody's all right. That's cool.
and it makes me feel a little better that like everyone's like looking out for each other. That was like the main thing. Everybody was looking out for each other.
People care in different ways, and that's cool to see because we are building bonds through meeting up on these weekends. Last year I was kind of like, oh shit, let me just see what goes on.
Right.
This year I'm like, I know more people. I'm more confident in what I do and stuff. I feel like I can, hold more conversation and get to meet more people because coming last year.
Yes.
And seeing how genuinely everybody like it sees each other and says what's up. I mean, we don't have to be in each other's stuff all the time, but hey, I know so and so. I met them. They were pretty cool. We had a conversation and things like that. We met last year gradually and talking, and we had our podcast, and we've kept each other in touch just here and there.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see that you could do that with multiple people that genuinely want to just see how you're doing and just keep up.
Yeah. And considering just compared to the meetup from last year and the meetup now, instead of, hi, I'm Jimmy Dukes, it's, hey, what's up, Jimmy Dukes?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
It definitely feels a lot better, you know? And for me, it's like, nowadays, it's like, I mean, given I'm like maybe the only other Asian, I know there's others now, but I don't really feel like I'm the only Asian anymore because now we got Tetsu and whoever.
Yeah. It's cool because this year, I think from just the numbers from what I saw for tickets, it tripled.
It literally tripled.
That's cool. I could only imagine, God forbid that everything's all right. This is only going to get better, and we're like the core people. Imagine when it gets to 1,000 people, 2,000 people.
Facebook will finally be like, this is a thing.
Spank has been here for the last 4 years. You know what I mean? She's been here from the very beginning. Oh, Jimmy's been here for 3 years. It's like, that's cool because like we're helping this meetup be a thing to look forward to every year.
Right. And, you know, people were coming from all over the place, like, you know, the Caribbean, Canada, the UK, you know, it's becoming worldwide.
Yeah.
And eventually I feel like I'm not personally a part of their coordination.
Yeah.
But personally, like, if Facebook sponsors these events, how sick would that be?
Yeah.
You know, to have the cameras and everything like that. I know we kind of turn, like, you know, the ballroom into a trap house every now and then, but it would be really cool.
Everybody hanging out. Yeah, but that's the thing is that's how you build it.
Right.
You build it. You keep making it better. Last year was good. This year's better. You know.
Yeah,
what I mean?
and
imagine next year.
Exactly. And you know, given their circumstances, I feel like there will be like a different vibe this year. But all in all, it's going to be very positive,
Yeah, it's
and
gonna be a win.
it's going to be a win for sure.
Yeah. What's it called? So going back with you know, with the agency and streaming, like what do you got coming up in the near future that you can kind of talk about, or what do you got coming on for the rest of this year now that you know 2023 is like halfway done? Like what do you got coming up? Then you can share.
Okay. Well, you know, my house closes in October.
Nice.
So my plan is to do a different layout of the stream room and have a different vibe going on with that. My plans is if I do have any extra money, I would do some little upgrades here and there. As far as my content goes, I personally want to like live stream anime on Kick and create content and do anime reviews. Because I have this huge list. If you look up my name, Spank Queen, and animelist.net or whatever, I have a huge, how do I say it? Like, library of anime and manga that I have read. And I kind of want to, like, do, like, reviews or talk about it, do summaries about it and stuff, and try to recommend people watching these niche animes that no one's ever heard of before.
Yeah.
And I want to do that
That's cool.
I spend a lot of nights not sleeping and watching just random stuff on Crunchyroll.
You know, it's cool because that's just going to be another aspect that you can genuinely do it because you like it.
Yeah, I love
just
it.
like, hey, by the way, guys, does anyone like anime? Because I'm going to start doing this. Imagine people are like, wow, that's cool. And then you're going to get a whole other audience of people that are just anime people. And you're going to sit there and say names, plots, and things like that. You know, there was one homie out there, I don't know if you're watching, but CVG, this guy I found through Tinsu, he does reviews for characters on YouTube, Marvel characters. You say the name, their powers, and things like that. And I was all, that's dope, because I'm a comic book nerd.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it was cool that his content was like reels of just random characters that nobody knew about. Oh, by the way, did you know this character, this, and this came out in comic book number this, said all his abilities. I thought it was cool.
Right.
It was just like a whole other different type of content that he was doing that I liked because I like Marvel stuff.
Right.
And I'm just a nerd like that. I was like, that's dope.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I wanted to do. And I love comic books as well, but I'm a DC fan. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it's all
good.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about doing as far as like, you know, expanding myself a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because not only am I playing like niche games that people have never heard of before, I'm like, well, what about anime? I like anime. I want people to watch this because I know this anime isn't popular, but maybe people will like it if they liked things like this or like that. So that's pretty much what I want to start for like
that's dope. Yeah. So you're just ever evolving, right? Always evolving, changing, tweaking. I think
because I don't want to do the same thing on a different platform. Yeah. If I'm already playing live video games on Facebook Gaming,
let me do something else.
I'm gonna do something else on Kick, whether it's like a personal vlog or you know doing anime nights. Yeah. I know a lot of people are doing anime nights, but I want to do something different with those anime nights. I want to first post my like reaction to the first episode live. Then later on, I'll finish the season and then talk about and recap it and rate it and things like that. That's what I want to do.
By the way, this one is a 1. Don't waste your time.
Exactly. Exactly. Whether I hate it or not.
Yeah, I would just give you my opinion.
Exactly.
Cool. That's dope. So, one of the last things I wanted to talk to you about is where do you see yourself in the next? I know I asked you last year where you saw yourself in a year. Now, where do you see yourself in this next year? How everything's going? Ideally, just what else do you see yourself doing?
Well, me and my husband, we talked about it. I think we're gonna try for a kid in February.
Hey.
Yeah, you know that Valentine's Day stuff.
Mother's Day.
Yes,
That's
yes.
so cool. Hey, you know what? I God bless you guys, and hopefully everything good. You guys are having kids by next year. You said you were turning 30. That's when my wife and I decided to have kids.
Yeah.
I felt like our 20s, because we've been together 17 years, going on 18 years.
Oh my goodness, congratulations.
Right, yeah. So shout out to my wifey. And but we traveled, had a good time in our 20s, and then at 30 we're like, all right, let's hammer out the kids, the house, and the wedding. And we did all that within like 3 years. We did it all backwards, but it worked for us. And so
whatever works for you.
Yeah. So I'm happy for you that you guys are gonna go down that road. And I look forward to seeing a little spank.
Oh, a little spank in the oven, right?
A little spank in the oven. I like that shit. But thank you so much for your time and catching up with you. It's cool seeing that we talked last year and we kept in touch, and you're doing well as far as your content and your health and keeping up with what's going on. And it's cool because I don't wish it on anybody. I want everybody to do well when it comes to being a full-time creator, and you're showing that it can be done. You know what I mean? It can be done.
Yeah, and I want to keep doing that.
Hell yeah, that's what's up. So thank you so much for coming by. Let everybody know where they can find you. TikTok, Facebook, all that stuff. Plug yourself.
All right. Well, on Facebook, I'm still fighting for the URL, but it's fb.gg/spankqueenplays. On TikTok, though, I secured it. So it's just tiktok.com/@spankqueen. You can find me also on Threads, the brand new Meta Twitter-like platform, @spankqueen. Twitter's Spank Queen FB, and I'm pretty sure I have more. Instagram is also just Spank Queen. Other than that, that's where you guys can
find me. And I'll have all the descriptions down there low. If you guys are watching this on YouTube or listening on Spotify and all that, it's gonna be all down low. But thank you so much for your time. I'm looking forward to hanging out with everybody tonight and meeting some more new people and catching up with other people. But thank you so much for your time.
Of course, it's always a pleasure. Anytime, man.
For sure. Until next time, guys, y'all make sure to go check out Miss Spank Queen and all that good stuff that she's got going on. Until next time, peace out, homies. Thanks, guys.
Peace.
What up, y'all? It's your boy Jimmy Dukes, and we're here for another podcast here on the Jimmy Dukes Gaming podcast channel. It's weird to say that, but I'm excited to have one of my good friends that I grew up working wise in our early 20s, but we're here in her beautiful tattoo studio, and I'm gonna fuck it up already. Can you say the name?
Sana Sanctum.
Sana Sanctum. So Miss Alyssa here is a tattoo artist and business owner. So quick little background between me and her. We used to work in a sports department for the city, and we knew of each other, but we didn't start working with each other until we did a certain sport. We got to know each other, but it was cool because while we were both going to school, I was doing IT stuff. She was in art. She started pursuing something that led to this. So I wanted to sit down and have a conversation with her. But thank you for coming on and letting me come over and wreck your place.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Yeah. So give us a little background about yourself as far as like how you got into the art space and things like that.
Well, I mean, I always grew up like drawing or painting or doing anything sort of as like an outlet to cope, to just deal with life stressors. And then once I decided that I was going to go to UTEP, that was my main goal, to be an artist. But I realized very quickly that there's not a whole lot of things you can do past a certain point with a degree like that. So I got a little bit, not scared, but I got a little more pragmatic and decided that I was going to do something plus that. so it wasn't like the main focus. So I have a BA in psychology, but my minor was in painting. So I was able to get like the best of both worlds, I guess. And then during one of my off summers, my cousin actually let me guest spot or like hang out with him as like an apprentice at his shop. But I always knew I was going to go back to school, and I feel really bad because he thought I was going to stay there with him, and I didn't. But that was like the introduction to tattooing. And then shortly after, I don't know, maybe like a year after, I met somebody that was a tattooer, and I started getting more involved in like being around the area and like just learning about the space and different things of like that specific shop. That didn't work out, so then I moved to a different place. That also didn't work out, so I moved to a different place. And then, well, the one that I was at for 7 years, they accepted me right off the bat. Like I showed them my portfolio of paintings, and so the owner was really, really great, and he let me start there. So I apprenticed for a little bit with him because he knew I already had a rap of like apprenticing for a minute. So he kind of trusted me a little bit more. And then eventually I just started pulling in walk-ins and working there with them. And I was there for 7 years. So
that's crazy. Because I remember when we were working together, I remember that conversation, because you're like, I'm going to school for art, but I can't, other than being an art teacher or like doing anything, like I have to kind of have a backup, and because they're like, yeah, I want to paint and stuff like that. But at the same time, I was like, I can't just make a living just doing this. And I remember when you started tattooing, and that was always a little joke I always had. You're like, let me tattoo you. I was all, when you can do what I want, then you can fucking tattoo me. Until then, fuck you. But that was cool, because that was one thing that, our friendship, we were pretty cool, because we worked weekends together, and we got to know each other with, Crystal and a lot of the other people we worked with, Greg and so on, that we all built a little bond. But that was always something that you were pursuing. And I thought it was always cool. Even though I kind of gave you a hard time.
Yeah, you did. You
were always pursuing it. It's because I was giving you a hard time because I was like rooting for you, but at the same time I was like giving you shit, like the brother giving you shit, right? Yeah. But it was cool that you were going through all that different stuff, and you started taking it serious. And I remember just the different things that you had to deal with, just, being new on the block, and let alone, people just saying, oh, well, you're just an artist trying to tattoo, So
or you're just a girl.
You're just a girl. Yeah, well, that too. You're just a girl too. Yeah, that's a big thing that in this space, obviously, that it's male dominated, obviously, but for you to go in there at those shops and, kind of earn your keep was how people started respecting you, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was like a equation in my head of how it needed to roll. So that respect was, number probably on the top of my list, that I needed to make sure that people understood I was serious, that I was committed, that I was going to listen, that I was going to like try my best, and not try to use something else to my advantage that would, that has nothing to do with tattooing or creating art or anything like that. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I like how you said that, because obviously being a female, a lot of people didn't take you serious. So, and you're an apprentice, I can't even imagine. But I remember that you stuck it out. That was one thing that I remember you always saying you kind of had a hard time, or you always kind of you wanted to not just be, hey, I'm here just to be the girl to learn how to tattoo. No, I want to be taken serious for this craft, and I do see myself pursuing this in a certain way. And then you built your clientele, you built your style, and you got to the point to where you're like, fuck, I could do what you want now. And you did my tattoo, and I was blown away. And obviously I was always supporting you, but when you started doing what I like, my shit, I was like, God damn, this bitch got good. You know what I mean?
That was such a long time ago. If you did this today, it would have been way better.
Yeah.
You didn't want to fucking wait though.
Yeah.
So that's on you.
Yeah. But it was cool, because I remember I was like, well, I want this, this, and this. You're like, well, let me just do this. I'm like, no, I want this. But it was cool because when you finally did, I was, you were working on one spot,
and you already had a clientele and your style going, and you did this, and I was super happy, and I would just tell people, hey, look her up, check out her stuff, and that's how it started going from there. But when you were tattooing, and then you're like, all right, when was that pivotal moment in your life? Like, all right, school, I'm out of school, I really want to push this. We were working at that place together at the time for sports. And when did you say, you know what, I'm gonna just stop this and then go full in on that? When was like that epiphany in your life where you're like, fuck, it's time to go. It's time to go all in on this.
So I would like to mention that it's insane the amount of things you can do when you're in your 20s in the context of time, because you don't need a lot of sleep and you can eat like shit. So you go to school for 8 hours, you go to work for another 8 hours, and then you go and do apprenticing someplace for another, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, because it's like the nightlife. It's insane. I don't know. I couldn't do it again. Like, I would never do it again. It's awful hours. Like, my body is not built like that anymore. But at a specific point in time, I think before I moved to the second to last place that I was at, I was told that nobody would want me, that I would never succeed, that I would be fired within 2 weeks of starting somewhere to tattoo. And in my mind, I thought, well, I guess I'm not shit. But then the other part of me was like, fuck that guy. Like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyways, because like, we're not guaranteed anything in this lifetime. Like, I have to just try my best and like see what happens. And the whole school thing, I just knew I have an endpoint here. I need to get to it. I need to finish, because I didn't work my ass off all these years just to throw it out the window and then decide I'm just going to tattoo. Like, that was a commitment I made to myself, that I'm going to finish this degree first, and then I'm going to do the apprenticing when I need to. But yeah, that moment was like, I graduated. I was at the place I was at for 7 years, and it was just more of, all right, time to like focus. You got what you wanted over here. Now let's get what you want over here. Like, put your head down and just go. And that's what I did for a few years, to the point where it wasn't great for my physical health, because I like didn't eat very well for myself. Barely drank water while I was tattooing, just taking so many ibuprofen because my back hurt, my everything hurt, you know? And then like eventually I started developing like kidney stones, and I know exactly from the point where it started, because I was so focused on work and like, I have to be good. I have to be at the level that these men are. I have to get past the level that these men are. Like, there was always like a comparison, like, because I'm a woman, I have to work twice as hard to get to this point, because they don't believe that I can.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
Granted, there's a few that were like so supportive and so helping, and like, I love those guys. But then there were the ones that are like rooting for you to fucking fail. And, like,
I watch this bitch, she's gonna fuck up. Yeah. You think you're hot shit, and you're coming over here with your art, and it doesn't like translate to tattooing. But
that's what I was told often.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And you, I like that when people say that, because as I gotten older, and you know, I grew up, you know, playing sports and being told that I couldn't do certain things because I'm small. But I was always like, that fuck you, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah. No, it's
that fuck you, I'm gonna show
fuel.
you. It's fuel. A lot of people either like, you take that and you're kind of like, maybe they're right. But sometimes, how you said, your other half, we're like, you know what? I'm gonna just show them that I can. So, you know, leading to my next question, like, what were some of the biggest challenges? Obviously, you're being a female, let alone in the tattoo space. Like, when people would walk in, they were like, I don't want her to do it. Like, things like that. Like, talk about some of the biggest challenges of like, just like being accepted by clients because you're a female. Like, talk about little certain challenges that you had to deal with just being a female artist in a shop with like 8 or 7 guys and you're the only female.
You know, I guess I don't remember a lot of that. It's so like blurry, everything that happened in that time frame. I probably also kind of like throw it in the back of my head, but some of them were real supportive, especially women. They wanted to get tattooed by a woman because they felt safer. There wasn't, you know, somebody trying to look down their cleavage or like touch them in inappropriate ways. And I felt like that was where I started getting my clientele base. And then with the men, I feel like there was probably more of that. Like how long have you been tattooing? Or are you really qualified to do this?
Right.
Or,
You're like,
I don't know, man. And so, I mean, I kind of just like, do you want this fucking tattoo or not?
Right.
Cool. Bye.
Yeah.
You know, like,
right. It got to a certain point to where like you feel like I don't have to fucking sit here and try to sell you on my
yes,
on my skill. Like either you want it or you don't. Here's my portfolio. This is what I can do and things like that. If you don't want to, then that's fine. You know, just because, I'm not begging for you to come here, but at the same time, I can do it if you want to do it. I'm not going to sit here and pitter patter.
Yeah. And I mean, some people would, once they have you, because I worked in more of like a street shop kind of thing. So it was more on like walk-in basis at first, for at least my first 3 years. You'd sit down and it'd be a dude, you know, and then it was always a fucking question. So how long have you been tattooing?
Right.
Like, do you know what you're doing?
Right.
Like, can you even draw?
Right.
And that was always the,
yeah.
Like, why would I be here, bro, if I don't know what the fuck I'm doing? Yeah.
You know, and just to be fair, and I'm going to just say this because I'm a man, but when right? Like and I'm just being like a stereotype situation. Like, let's say I walk into a mechanic shop and I see a female as a working on the cars. I'm gonna be like, does she know what she's doing? But it sucks that people think that way, but it's true. Like, even like I try not to think that way, and I've gotten better over time, obviously, you know. But yeah, I can see how that can just, you know, people questioning you, and then that gives you self-doubt, a little bit of self-doubt.
Yeah.
You know, and just like, I know what I'm capable of, but do I have to fucking prove myself every single goddamn time? But I commend you that you kept doing it, because how many people that you met in this space, not male or female, that after a while they're just like, this is not for me.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of those.
Yeah,
that just don't last. They can't hack the environment. They can't hack like being told what to do or how to do it or criticized or whatever. And it's like things that you have to work through specifically during that time, because I don't know how it is anymore. Like around tattoo industry stuff and like shops anymore. I kind of like removed myself a little bit from that. But like the men there, the people there, it's very, I wouldn't say it's crass, but it's not like an orthodox way to be. You know, you don't walk into a church and like expect it to be a certain way, and it's not, you know, it's just like shops are a specific kind of breed.
Yeah.
And so if you're not used to that, or you're not willing to kind of adjust yourself and adapt, then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that are going to say, okay, you can start tattooing today.
Yeah.
You know, like whoever your mentor is or whoever lets you in or whatever. So you kind of have to deal with it. And that's like the unfortunate part of it. But I mean, that's what I had to do. I can't speak for everybody else, but like you just fucking deal.
Yeah. So like when you're going through all these different things, and you know, you talked about moving to different shops, and how did that motivation keep you coming in and out? Like after you're done with school and you started pursuing this, like how was that motivation just to keep showing up? You talked about like, damn, you were so focused, and people were either rooting for you or rooting against you. But how was that, just that motivation that kept getting you up every morning? Like, all right, let's go to the shop. Let's take care of shit. Let me work on things. Like, how was that mindset? Like, you were so driven. How was that? How did you keep that going at that time?
I think I'm really fucking stubborn. So like if someone tells me no, I figure out how to do it and better than them. I think that's just been like my personality since I was younger. I don't accept basic or passable or anything. Like I want to try to be excellent. Like that's part of the whole thing. Like if you want to just be average, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like why don't you want to try harder?
Yeah.
Be better. Like keep going, keep growing. I think for me, like even family members, some people that I thought were friends, people that I was in a relationship with, like in certain times, different owners or whatever that would tell me, you know, like, you can't do this. You're not gonna be able to do this. I think that was just the basic, like, in spite of, I had to, because then in my head, that was kind of like defining my worth. Like, well, if I don't do this, then they're right.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not going to be that. Like, I'm going to be better than that, you know? So it was just the no. Fuck no.
I like that. Because, like, that's the thing, too. A lot of people, either when they get criticized for doing something or not doing something, or what are you doing or whatever, it'll question your motivation, it'll question things. But if you can sit there and get through it, I think that's when there's like that breakthrough. And, you know, this leads me to, you know, the next breakthrough. I remember you got to the point to where you felt confident in your work, confident in your clients, the way you were handling everything. And you're like, I'm gonna open a shop. I remember you told me, I'm gonna open a shop. I was like, what the fuck? You're gonna open a shop? She's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna open a shop. And I remember that was always like something that you had talked about. And you were positioning yourself to get to that point. So when you got to that point, how exciting and nervous were you? Were like, okay, I'm in the position that I can do this. Now I can do this. Like, talk about going through all that.
So there were different reasons why I wanted to open this place. But particularly during that time was when we had, you know, COVID happening and people were dropping left and right like flies. And there was this understanding in me that, knowing the people that I worked with, and I do love them, but knowing that the seriousness of what was happening, like, was almost non-existent in their eyes, because, you know, tattooers are historically known as like pirates, and like they go against the grain and they don't believe in, you know, basic things that a lot of people do, like, I don't know, science.
Yeah.
So the whole reasoning for opening this place was more because I felt like I would be safer if I could control my environment and still do what I love. Besides the fact that I felt like, if we're all going to either get sick or die, I don't know if it's in 2020 or like later on, then like I need to just try. Like, what's the worst that can happen? I fail and I have to go work for somebody else again, you know? It's like things that if you don't try, you'll never know. And in my head, I felt like, okay, I just turned 30, and I just felt like I don't want to be at this place. Not that there's anything wrong with that or anyone who's there, but for me personally, I don't want to like be here for longer than I feel I need to be, you know? And it's not out of being ungrateful or anything for like the things that the people did for me there. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with everything about me personally and feeling like I had stopped emotionally growing. I had stopped, like, I was going through a lot of things in my life at that point, and I just felt like I need a change.
Yeah.
And I need to be able to do what I want, when I want, how I want it. And I need the space to reflect that.
Yeah.
And I need it to be welcoming and safe and just like comforting, and a place that people want to be when they're getting tattooed. Not just because they want the work, they enjoy being in this place. And like, that was my goal.
And that's cool that you say that, because a lot of people in certain situations, like work, life, relationships, anything, like sometimes you outgrow your environment, and you were seeing that. And you're like, hey, and you just said, all right, it had nothing to do with the people there or whatever. Just for me and my past and the way I want to go about this, I don't want to do this anymore. So that gave you that ability to be like, you know what, I might as well just try now and get into it. And you fucking did it. You know, I remember when you opened up the shop, I was so happy for you. And I was like, holy shit, Dad, you know, she's doing it. And it was cool because it made me look back to you just drawing all the time and, you know, going to school and then being an apprentice and getting shit on or doing little work. And you know, all that was paying off. And you opened up your shop, which was cool. And not only that, then you started kind of branching and doing little different things as well. Like, you already had your style, which was cool.
and a lot of people would come to you for that style. And then this place is amazing, which I'll take shots and you guys will see it later, but it is welcoming. It is clean. It's friendly and like it's welcoming. Like, why wouldn't you want to get a tattoo in a nice place compared to, not talking shit to other places, but when there's 5 guys all getting tattooed in one area, you know what I mean? And there's so much stuff going on, like the private space that you provide here and like the more comfortable approach of it, I think it's cool because it sets yourself aside. You might not be getting a million people walking in through the door, but you got to the point where you just have so much appointments, right? That it's just
and like
appointment based.
The goal wasn't to get a million people coming through the door. The goal was to be selective about who is in this space because they contribute to like the energy that's in here. I think that's really important too. Besides getting something that they really like it's an exchange. Like tattooing is an exchange. It's not just like me doing everything, like people have to feel comfortable and like that they want to be here. And I think like the private experience is not for everyone. I understand that. Some people love the chaos. They love being around a bunch of noise and a bunch of people screaming and yelling and laughing and all that stuff. But I think for my nervous system, that's not for me. I need a little bit different kind of one-on-one thing. And it's been working out for me. So
that's great. I like that you say that because like, hey, this is what and I think a lot of people, when they start opening businesses that I've seen, I mean, I don't own a business or anything, but that I started doing this more often, just with the content creation. I'm more selective who I work with. I don't need to work with somebody that I don't feel like it's the same. And I'm in my own lane. So I just, I surround myself with the right type of people. And if it makes sense to talk to somebody like yourself that I've known for so long, and it just kind of like, wow, like, I'm pursuing this project where I want to sit to talk to people with their different journeys. And I told you even before we started recording, I was like, remember, I was sitting there like, who can I talk to? And you were like the 3rd or 4th person. I was like, oh, no shit. You know what I mean? Like she fucking, all the stuff that she went through and did, and she said she was to do it and she did it. And she's still the same person that I know. I've never, I know we're not the best of friends anymore. We might not talk. But when we do talk, it's like no time's passed. No time has passed.
It's just like old times.
It's like no time has passed. And I think that's how you can tell that when somebody has a good friendship with somebody, because it's like, well, where you been? What the fuck? Like, that's the first thing you want to hear when you see somebody you haven't seen in a long time. You know what I mean? So when we're talking about your business, how do you like handling, like, you have a shop, even though it's a shoe, you have to pay for bills. And how was some of those things that, when you first having a business and as you were doing it, like how did your friends and family, like, did you care or feel respect? Like you needed to feel respect amongst your family and your peers, or you just didn't give a fuck and you just did your own thing?
So I think at some point there's a mixture of both. You have to, because if you care too much about what other people think of what you're creating, then it taints what you're making, and it just like a black cloud over it. And then you're like, why am I doing this to begin with? So there's a little bit of that, like a little pinch of it. And then the rest of it, is like, yeah, I'm just going to do this because I want to do this. And this is for me. And yeah, I mean, I serve community. That's also part of it. But I felt like I was missing and lacking this thing when I didn't have this space. Mm-hmm. And like it kind of like filled in that little space that I needed.
You're like, oh, now that I have my own spot, I could do what I want to do, and I'm pursuing a career
that I love.
Yeah, that you love.
But there's overhead and there's things I have to pay for, and there's inflation and all this other stuff that's happening in the last few years, and it's a little tough because I'm the one that's taking care of like being able to pay for that. But it's so much reward. I'm telling you, it's before I was here, I was somewhere else, right? And I didn't have to worry about any of the overhead. I didn't have to worry about shit.
Electricity.
Just had to
just show up.
Buy your supplies, go, schedule your stuff, whatever. And, some months were really great over there and it was cool, but I'd rather kind of stagger my schedule so that I can feel more fulfilled in what I'm doing, not just as a tattooer, but like as a creator of other things, as a painter, as a wife, as a person. Like, I think there's this holistic thing that people don't really want to think about until something is taken from them, like their health or a person or a relationship. And that's when you start realizing like, oh shit, I don't have the full picture. I'm not happy.
Yeah.
But it's not because I don't like what I do. It's because, you know, I'm not balancing anything.
Yep. And that's what, like, my next question was like, how do you balance like so much going up? You talked about, you know, you being a wife, you still pursuing you being a business owner. You still got to work on your trade. It's not like you just stop learning how to tattoo or new techniques or, you know, keeping up with different products and things like that. So how do you just kind of like keep all that going? Like how do you balance everything to where like you feel comfortable knowing that when I'm at work, I'm at work. When I'm with my husband, I'm doing this. Or when I need some time away, like how long did it take you to get in that groove? Because you've had this shop open for how long?
3 years.
3 years.
In August.
So obviously the first year was the greatest year, right? Because you're like, oh fuck, I gotta do all this, I gotta do all that.
Yeah, the first year there was a fire under my ass to basically like, you need to make these numbers every damn month because we don't know if we're gonna get shut down. We don't know if we're gonna be here in a couple months. You know, you have to have something to fall back on. So I was literally just like one, like here we go, like constant, like 3 tattoos a day, like just constantly. I'd draw. At night, I'd come work for, you know, all of the sessions, and then I'd go back home, eat something, draw. Same thing, repeat for like the first year. And it was really taxing, you know, because it's like, damn, I have to do all this work now.
Yeah.
Like as a business owner, like shit.
Yeah.
It's not just like, just show up.
Yep.
Do whatever you want.
Yep.
It sounds really romantic to have your own place and do all this stuff, but there's work.
Yeah.
Like it's not just, and I know people will be like, oh, like, you know, at the end, they're like, some people probably think this. No one's ever told me this, but think like, oh, you charge a lot or something like that. And it's like, bro, you have no idea how much time I have put into your personal design, your tattoo. Like, it didn't just happen. Yeah. You know, there's hard work that happened years ago, and there's hard work that happened a week ago to get this out. You know, it's a process, and that's what you're paying for. You're paying for that whole thing and the ambiance, and you're like, you know.
It's a whole package thing because a lot of people don't understand. Like, you know, I've been doing content creation myself for 3 years, and I've gotten better. Like, damn, Jimmy, you do this, you do that. I'm like, dude, you know how much time I've taken away from my family or friends or whatever to learn how to do this, to learn how to do that, to add to my toolbox. That once people see, like, oh, fucking, you're just doing all that. Like, yeah, but you understand how much time and effort I've taken away to get better at this, to do this.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? A lot of people like, well, oh yeah, that must be nice. Like, bitch, that must be nice. Like,
real nice.
Yeah, you know how you were saying, like, when it comes to you know, you're more personalized when it comes to your style and your with tattooing. It's not like, here, just pick this off the wall and I'm just gonna fucking trace it.
I try to avoid those. I don't typically want to do that because it has no reflection of like what I can do. And
it's not that you can't do it.
It's not that I can't do it. I can do it.
Yeah.
It's just more of a selectivity of, and then there's also that whole thing of like artistry. Well, somebody else drew it and you got to give them credit, and it's just the whole thing. But back to your question about balance, I think that in the last 2 and 3 years, I've switched up my mentality about working. I think because for me, I love this work, but I don't think it should fill my entire life.
Yeah.
And I think the best parts of me are able to be here when I take care of myself, when I take care of my family. And if I don't do that, then I'm actually neglecting like being here because I'm burnt out.
Yeah.
And I've burnt out many times throughout the past years, and I have to take some time off and like recalibrate, and it sucks because in my back of my head I'm thinking I'm losing money, I'm purging money, like I should be working. But that's just this hustler mentality that I don't feel resonates with me anymore.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you don't have to be selfish or greedy about your money, but like work hard
Yeah.
and still make your money, you know? There's like this fine little
Yeah, we were
balance.
talking about it before we started recording.
You don't
It's
need to be greedy.
Yeah, like in my personal life, as far as like, you know, a lot of people know I'm an IT professional and that pays the bills. I'm not fucking dumb. That's gonna pay my mortgage and shit like that.
Fucking dumb.
You know, right? And I love streaming and, you know, creating content and making reels and connecting with people. But at the same time, like having that balance and kind of sitting back that I have to take care of myself too. Cause like, you know, shout out to my wife, you know, she was like, you're not sleeping. You know what I mean? Like you still get up and you still there, but you're like running yourself ragged. And I know I'm doing it, but how you were just mentioning like that fucking go, 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 go.
Yeah.
Like it was always instilled in me. Cause I was like, I remember at one time where before I left, when we were all working together, I was working 3 jobs. I was working 60-hour weeks. I wouldn't have a day off. I'd work Monday through Sunday. And I think I did it for like 5 months, but I was young. You were talking about it. We were young and I could just do that. But nowadays I'm like, fuck, like I have to balance out all the different things that I have going in my life because I don't want to lack being a husband. I don't want to be lack and being a shitty father. I don't want to just overdo this, or I have to keep up with my IT, like terminology and things that are happening with my work. You know, even though that's not like my passion, I'm not stupid that I can't take all that into account and balance everything out. And a lot of people just get so like, you know, blinded, like they're on their mission, but they forget about a lot of other things.
Yeah.
You know, and you said that sometimes like sitting back and like, fuck, I got to just chill for a second. Let me, you know, you said recalibrate, reassess. And a lot of people don't want to do that because they feel like if they do, they're losing out. Or
They're losing out or something's going to catch up to you or... Yeah, no, I totally understand that. But also there's like this part that I'm learning personally in my own like journey and path right now is that you have to step back and give yourself the space to feel gratitude for how far you've come, for where you are, for how everything's going, because it could be a lot worse, you know?
Yeah.
But you have to practice that gratitude to like ground you into your present moment. Because without that, you're just running on fumes and there's no acknowledgement of growth. There's no acknowledgement of anything that you're doing, really. You're just on an autopilot thing. And I don't think that's beneficial for anybody to be doing. But yeah, like it has to be like the gratitude. I remember a couple days ago, I mean, I don't do this enough for myself because I'm always in this like mode of it has to be done this way and it has to be done at this time, even though there's no real sense of urgency.
Yeah. You put it on yourself.
I put this pressure on myself to be this and do this, and you have to make it look like this. But I cleaned the shop and I sat back and realized, oh my God, I did this.
Yeah.
Like, look where we are.
Yeah, that
Holy
reflective
shit.
moment sometimes.
Yeah. Like, what? This
I'm still
beautiful.
thinking that too. I'm like, damn.
This is so insane, you know? Even to like the plants, because when I first came here, I didn't know shit about plants. And that was one of my coping mechanisms for my personal life, to start learning how to take care of things and like help them grow and, you know, nourish them and all that. And when I first started, I really had like maybe 4 of them, and it was a mess because I didn't know how to take care of them. I didn't put the right soil in them. I didn't do like the things you were supposed to do because I didn't know and I didn't research it then. And I realized once things started dying or I had gnats flying around everywhere that I had to recalibrate and think, what do I have to do to learn how to do this? So I bought a bunch of books. I read a bunch of things. And then I started learning how to take care of things. And now the shop is filled with plants. And, you know, some things die sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how life goes, man. But for the most part, I mean, you can see that a lot of them are thriving because I did the research, what they needed, like how they grow, what kind of food they like, you know, like there's a whole list of things. And I think we're all like that too. We need to figure out ourselves and what we need and just what we are happy with. And I mean, like, it's just introspective things that I feel like everyone should take a moment and a pause to kind of figure out.
And it's cool that you say that you're talking about that right now. It has nothing to do with what we're having a conversation about, tattooing a business owner, but the fact that you took time, and I want to say maybe it was like a therapeutic thing for you to like to learn something different outside of that.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
we never stop learning, regardless of what it is. It might not be geared toward, what we're pursuing, our passion or work or whatever. But sometimes learning something apart from that has nothing to do with what you got going on is pretty cool sometimes.
No, yeah.
Isn't it like, wow, I never thought I'd fucking sit there and talk about plants like that. Holy shit,
Yeah. It gives you like an extra. So there's like these terms in psychology where there's like traumas and then there's like glimmers. And glimmers are like the good part of things that happen throughout your day that are like small or that you probably wouldn't have noticed, but that are good, inherently good. And I feel like plants are those glimmers for me. Yeah.
Cool. That's cool. No, I like that. That's the thing. It's like, that's for you. That's something that helps you deal with everything you got going on. Just even though it's not directed into making money or keeping the shop running or, learning more into your craft like that. Just that, the ambiance, obviously, it's cool because of that. I like seeing the plants and it looks awesome in here because of that. So, going on to the business, how you've been open for 3 years and you're doing well. Where do you see like yourself as like an owner, as an artist individually? Do you want to be bigger? Are you comfortable with the workload that you're at now or what you're pursuing? Like, what's an ideal future for your shop and yourself as a tattoo artist?
I'm kind of a little more in the headspace of not trying to think too far ahead, just because I feel like I have this thing where if you go too far, then another shoe is gonna drop and like it's gonna fuck up that plan that you had. So kind of like staying more in the present for me is where I'm trying to be more. But I would love to, keep this space indefinitely because it allows me to do what I do and do it well in an environment that I want to be in. So I think that's really more of the goal, like just to be able to maintain and keep it polished and keep my work polished.
Yeah.
And, because, I am working by myself, but the whole thing is that there's always trends and there's always things. And the beauty of social media and online things is that we have access to everything at our hands. And so we're able to see what somebody in the UK is doing or somebody across the country is doing. And so we're able to be like, okay, I want my level to be at their level. And so we're still trying to raise the bar, even if we're not around other people. And I think that's a misconception where people think like, you have to be around other people to learn things.
Yeah, iron sharpen iron kind of thing.
It's not true. Because I've seen many people that are around a bunch of people that are good and they never got better.
Yeah.
And they've been doing this for 20 years, you know what I mean? Like no one in particular, but
yeah.
But it just doesn't happen because they don't have the application to be able to do it or the drive or the awareness. Like it's like this self-awareness that we all have to have. So I think right now is more like just enjoying where I'm at, trying to stay present in everything that's happening, be grateful for it. I mean, everybody always asks me like, are you going to hire people? Are you going to put people on? And I love my solitude. You know? It's just
it's
peaceful.
crazy. The you've been in the chaos of different shops and have the atmosphere because there's different personalities and things like that to deal with on a daily basis. But the fact that you work alone at your own pace, you can put whatever music you want, you can change the temperature wherever you want, you can schedule whenever you want. Having those makes you a better artist in your own right, the way you want to pursue it. And I think that's cool, and I respect the fuck out of that because, like, I could probably have one or two people in here when I'm not here and making money, but it's not. I don't want that for the atmosphere that I have and what I bring, and I think that's kind of cool that you're like, I mean, I could, but I don't want to. That's not my goal or what I'm trying to.
It's like this acceptance too that I've been trying to understand about myself because, when you have like people in your ear telling you, you should do this, you should do that, you should do this, and it's like not in you, that's how you screw yourself over by acting on what somebody else said and like, oh yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's not even their experience. Like they saw you for 2 seconds and gave you their 2 cents, you know, and you're gonna deal with this for the next year. And I feel like you have to be able to acknowledge that part of it. Like that's not your thing, and that's okay. Like this stuff is your thing right now, and it's like gonna keep growing and keep moving and stuff. And if anyone's telling you something different, I mean, just don't listen to them, because that's not their thing.
Yeah.
They're just inputting themselves for a second and then bouncing, and they don't have to do anything.
I like how people will always have an opinion with so they have no idea about.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like, well, why don't you do this? Like, bitch, like I could if I wanted to, I guess, but it's not it's not something that I'm gravitating toward or a goal to. So
yeah,
like, bitch, of course, just like one of the stupid opinions, like asshole, everybody has one. It's true.
Everybody has one.
You know what I mean?
I had family tell me, don't open this place during the pandemic. Don't do it. You know, you're going to fail.
Yeah.
And it's just like, shut up. You don't even know what I do.
Yeah.
First of all, you don't know what I do.
Yeah.
You don't know how I am with people. You don't know, because you don't get that side of me.
Exactly.
So, I mean, sorry, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Like, bye.
Yeah. I like how you said that too, because like with the whole, I mean, because I've been, I was streaming first, and I still stream and I make content. I'm doing podcasting. And a lot of people are like, well, what are you doing with, like, it just like, you don't get, like, when people see me on camera or I have conversations, they're like they don't get to see that side of me because they're not around me when it comes to that aspect. A lot of people don't see me when I'm a father. A lot of people don't see me when I'm at work. So, a lot of people get tripped out when I'm at work. I'm Jaime. They're like, what? Your name is Jaime? Yeah. When I'm at work, I'm Jaime.
I got tripped out.
And but there's the thing is like, there's like a lot of different spaces that people don't get to see. But when you're in your zone, being an artist, being a business owner, you have certain focus in certain ways that you are. And a lot of people don't see that. So they don't give you the credit because they just see you as, oh, I've known Alyssa for X amount of years. She's so nice and dorky and being like, bitch, like this. She's been fucking having a business. She's had clientele. It just like, but they don't see that in you. They like people. But that's the thing is like they just assume, but they don't know.
They don't know. I think it also has to be like reflective of how capable they are of seeing you where you're at, because some people want to see you where they met you because they haven't grown any. And in their mind, you're still that person.
Yeah. Well said.
And we're not.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're doing it right, you shouldn't be that same person. If you're doing it wrong.
Right. Well, that's the thing.
Another story.
A lot of people get complacent with whatever they do. Like, where I used to work at different places, I'm like, oh, I've been here 15 years. I'm all doing the same damn thing. Shit, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but for me, just for me, like, I see myself, in this lane or doing this or doing that, and it's cool because we're always ever learning. So, leading to my next question, like somebody specifically, for a female that wants to get into tattooing, like what are some of the things that you could look back and think about? If I would have done this a little sooner, it would have helped me. If I would have not done this, I would have done better. So like somebody who might be getting into the space as far as being an artist, specific more of a female, like what are some of the things that you could look back and think about that helped you or didn't help you, or what you could change that could help you move on? Obviously, you've gone through a lot of different things and you wouldn't change it. But if somebody was like, hey, do this, don't do that, don't worry about this, and things like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would necessarily change it because the trajectory of where you are or were determines, where you're at. So it kind of like domino effect, right? I think for female artists in particular, what I've had to deal with, unfortunately, were men who would take advantage of their position of power. And if I could talk to myself, when I was in my 20s, I would say, like, don't take that shit. Like, it's not something you have to take. But I think then I was so young and so dumb and so, like, You know,
like you're naive and you didn't know any better.
Naive, and I just thought, this is how the world works.
Yeah.
And surprise, that is not how the world should work. Like people being able to like sexually assault you is not how the world should work. And that's not okay. Like none of that's okay. None of it's acceptable. That's like one of the main things for me that I had an issue with, or with people who would pretend to be really cool with you and they really just want to like hook up with you.
Yeah.
And that's something that men don't have to worry about in this industry, or in a lot of industries, you know, like it's perfectly okay to want to feel safe where you are. And I think that not enough places offer that safety
For like a female artist.
for a female artist.
Yeah.
It's just not like you just have to like put up with it, or, oh, boys are being boys,
Yeah.
or, oh my God, that happened. Why did you let him?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, like I didn't do anything. Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Like, it's always like this victim shaming. And I think for females, it's so hard. And I hope it's changing, because like I've been in this whole industry for 10 years, right? So I'm hoping it's changing, but I know that change is slow sometimes. Because I don't want that for anybody else.
Yeah.
That's just so shitty, man.
Yeah. So like if you feel like you're in a place where it's kind of like that, it's probably one of the best places to grow at.
Yeah.
Because you shouldn't have to deal with that. You should be more focused on the job at hand. Because I've never had to show up anywhere at work and have to worry about, being sexually assaulted or making little comments and shit like that. I just, as a male, that's something that we don't think about. And it's true, for a lot of females and whatever, a lot of different aspects in life, whatever, you know what I mean? Especially in male dominant careers, which I see it all the time. I remember when I was in IT and I would be traveling, there was a girl, a lot of guys would be all weird. Instead of just like, it's a girl.
They can do what we do.
That was the thing, is that I was always around a lot of females that were doing different things and things like that. And my mom raised me, obviously, not to be an asshole. And
not everybody's raised that way.
Right. But people would get weirded out. Like, she's the IT manager? Like, what do you mean? Like, obviously she's there for a reason. She's knowledgeable, educated, and things like that. You think if she wasn't and didn't want to be here, she'd be here. She'd probably be somewhere else. So I'm glad you say that. And it sucks that happens. And I'm sure it still does.
God, it has to, right? Like that's the world we live in, but it doesn't have to. I guess my point is like, you don't have to stay wherever you're starting or where you're at. If shit like that is happening to you, and you shouldn't stand for it. You should say something and speak up. And I think that's, it's problematic because, then you have people saying, well, it's his word against hers. And what if she's lying? And what if, she just wants her fame. She wants her 10 seconds of fame, or she wants to just, because fuck him up. And
at the same time, we'll be honest. There's some girls that will take advantage of it in certain ways that, it could work in their benefit, but they shouldn't. But for the girls that, artists that are coming up, that are in a tattoo shop that don't feel safe, it's not okay to be safe. You should be working on your craft and the procedure. And things like that. Because a lot of things I'm sure you've learned over time is like, there's a lot of things that go into a tattoo session. It's not like you just show up and you just start tattooing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't think about that kind of shit.
Yeah, and also that, like, if you're a female artist and you have a client that, tries to do some stupid shit with you that's really inappropriate, like, stop that session and tell them to leave.
Yeah.
Like, whoever it is, regardless of gender, if it's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. And you don't have to stand for that shit. You don't have to finish the tattoo. And I think I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And I had a guy, like, put his hand up my thigh, and I didn't know. Like, you stop and you kick them out.
Yeah.
And that's it, Instead, in my head, I was thinking, fuck, like, my boss is going to think that I screwed up. He's not going to, like, be happy with me. I had to make this amount of money from this person, and I didn't. If I kick him out, then I won't make that money.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of things happening because, in the past, other things would happen, and no one would have my back. And I think that's part of being a female artist that men don't fucking understand.
Yeah.
Like, safety is so important, and that's the whole reason why this place is like has to be a safe haven, like for me and for clients. Like, it's not. Like nobody that wants to do any weird shit is welcome here.
Yeah.
You know? Like it's not for that.
Exactly. Just like here, I'm here to provide a service because I want to with something that you hopefully be happy with once we're done. And the last thing I want is for you to feel uncomfortable and me to feel uncomfortable and everything. So for a lot of artists coming up, you would say just, focus on what you need to focus on as far as, getting better at your craft and your art, keeping up with the times. But if it's a place that you don't see yourself being safe or people aren't like honestly trying to help you, because I do believe in the iron sharpen iron, but this is just me from my perspective, because I grew up playing sports and shit like that. So when somebody's doing good, you want to do good, and
right.
Kind of like the same thing. And then, but sometimes it might just be different like that. But once I started doing this content creation thing, there's a lot of times where people want you to do good and but they still want you to fail.
Oh yeah.
But they don't want you to
be better than them.
Yeah, be better than them, or they want to make sure that, yeah, good job, you're doing good. We're like, damn, this bitch is fucking getting good. Either that realizes like, fuck, I got to get on my shit. Because sometimes you might have the wrong type of people around you, like being the yes people, and they don't have your best interests and vice versa. Because when I work with people, or like one of the biggest things with social media is everybody wants to follow everybody, just to say they have a follow, but who genuinely like is pulling for somebody?
Yeah.
And over time you learn that by being in the position that you're in. Now that you're a business owner, you see other business owners who reach out or talk to you, be like, hey, it's dope, you're doing this, or other artists that you used to work with that, hey, I see you, that, from afar or whatever. Like that's the kind of the people that I want to talk to and relate to, because there's so much negative things in this world and people making excuses or they feel entitled because of certain things. It's just like, I'm not in that space anymore. Like I'm trying to be a good father, a good husband, a good IT professional. This thing that I'm pursuing, I want to be good at it. I'm not half-assing anything anymore. And you said earlier, like, we only have so much time that nothing's fucking guaranteed. So if I'm going to leave a mark on this world, I want to make sure that I didn't waste any more time like I used to in my 20s. I'm like, damn, I was fucking drinking and doing this and partying. And I don't regret it because it's made me who I am now.
Yeah, you have to go through stages.
And I think, but the realization was like when you sit back and you're like, all right, I can't do this shit all the time and shit like that. And, one thing that I've been more cautious about is my health a lot more. Like,
once you get your 30s.
Yeah, I'm 38 now and I'm almost getting into my 40s. And people are like, you're 38. I'm like, I fucking feel amazing. I feel like more the people that I'm around and surrounded with, we're all pulling for each other in different ways, regardless of what it is in life. Like if everybody's pursuing doing this or doing that, having those right type of people, like, telling you good shit is a good thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's cool because
your support system.
Yeah, the support system. You don't have to be there or talk to each other all the time and shit like that. But it's good to know that people are in your corner or on your side for the right types of reasons.
Yeah, for sure. And I think like an important thing everybody should be aware of, and this is something that I'm having to unlearn of bad habits and relearn, is that there's enough for everyone.
Yeah.
More than enough. We're a huge city,
Yeah.
Like there's more than enough for everybody to be successful if you all want to be.
Yep.
Like we can all do it at the same time,
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be like, everybody shit talks, I think.
Yeah.
If you say you don't, you're a liar. But.
Yeah. No, yeah. But that's the thing too. And I can relate to this with the content creation thing. It's just like, I've said this and I've talked to other content creators, but it's kind of like, I want everybody to eat, but I'm not going to fix your plate.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Don't hate on me that I'm doing this and doing that or not seeing you, or like everybody's in their own lane and moving in their own speed. So a lot of people were like, damn, I'm doing all this. You don't say what's up. You don't give me my props. Like, dude, you know what I mean? How many people are doing this that I wish I can go to everybody's stream. I wish I could like all their posts.
Yeah.
But the people that I know and I've gotten to know, we know what's up. You know what I mean? I don't need you to be telling me how great I am all the time.
Yeah.
If we've had conversations on or off stream or played games or had podcast situations or even hung out, like I know the type of people that are pulling for me in different ways, and it's cool. And the people that aren't, I'm not worried about them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people get so caught up of of worrying about the people that they don't have or not. They wish they had people rooting for them, and they're not. And you said it earlier. Sometimes family and friends, as much as you would want them to be there and understand, they don't understand. And it took me about a year and a half to understand that, like, my closest friends and family don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. Like, they don't need to know. If they want to know and ask, it's cool. But like, for you to expect certain support from people or friends and family, just like that's when you start getting caught up and like worrying about shit that you can't control.
Right, and like your success does not depend on somebody else's opinions or support of you, because you're still gonna do it regardless, you know.
And I like how you said that too. That's cool, man. So with that being said, plug yourself. Let everybody know where we could find you, your Instagram, like your website, what other thing, because there's other things in here that you do as well aside from tattooing. So talk about some of the other things that you do.
So I want to say it was 2019, like right before the pandemic hit, I decided to have a different creative outlet, and I started making candles, and it was so much fun and so therapeutic, and so it was just a new thing to learn, and I like learning new things and trying to get good at them, Some things are not always that successful, but yeah, so I started making candles, and then once I opened this place, well, actually, I had also had some ointment that I was making for healing my tattoos that I was creating
nice.
for people. So I saw that there was like a bunch of different products out there, and I read, labels of things, and it all had this like very chemical based, just
can't even pronounce the fucking name.
Can't pronounce it. You have no idea what the fuck it is. That you're putting on open skin, and it kind of drove me to decide, like, I'm gonna make my own formula of this specific salve that basically like heals tattoos. Some people, like, if you're allergic to read the labels, guys. If you're allergic to something specifically, like a tree nut allergy or something, not to use it or eat it or whatever. And for salves, people that are allergic to coconut, do not use my salve.
Yeah,
just don't do it, because But everybody else that is like totally cool with all these natural ingredients, they give me feedback and they're like, it healed great. Like, no issues. Everything was really fast. It was moisturized. It was the easiest healing I've ever had.
That's dope.
And so then after that, I decided, okay, I made this. Now I'm going to make something to clean them with.
Nice.
So I started formulating these things and ideas, and I decided and kind of created this tattoo soap. And so I know a lot of people like the sticky Saniderm, Tagiderm, whatever, to heal your tattoos, but I 100% don't agree with that stuff. It's really like, it's a glue, first of all, that's being put on an open skin. That's like, you just worked 4 hours of punching color into. And everybody does their own thing, but that's just not what my philosophy is on healing. So I have salve, I have soap, and it's out of love for making it. I don't make a lot of money on it. If anything, I give it away just because I want people's tattoos to heal well.
Yeah.
So it's a labor of love because it takes me time, effort. I make every label in here. Like, I create everything. And people think like, oh, you order it from somewhere. Like, no, my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of thought process beforehand before I am able to make or create anything,
Yeah.
But yeah, so I have a lot of that stuff here. I restocked recently. So, if any of my clients that come in the next couple months, they have access to it. Yeah.
That's cool.
I have a website that's starting to be built. I'm trying to get some more photos of my actual products in there. But, once I launch that, that'll be on my page. Right now, I really only work from my Instagram page, which is Ali Tattoos, ALYTATTOOS.
And that'll be at the bottom of the description, guys. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, so that's really, since I started, that was my main.
And I like that you, when I grew up on social media, like I was always on Facebook and shit like that.
Yeah.
But I've been more aware since I started being in the content space. Like, there's a lot of different ways to reach different people and, learn different things. And I saw that you started picking it up more and more and you were putting more of your stuff out there and you started putting out your candles and the things that you were doing. I was like, fuck yeah. Because I was even telling you, I was like, oh, good shit. Because that's like free. It's like free marketing and it's free. because a lot of people can come across your stuff that would have never come across it if they weren't on your page or like,
Right,
you know, and
yeah.
things like that. So it's a cool way to put yourself out there. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you, and you've been doing so well. I'm so proud of you. And I've known you for so long. You know, I think we've known each other like 13, 14 years, I want to say.
Yeah, I started with the city I legally started with the city when I was
Right.
18.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I met you.
Yeah, and I was 22 at that time or whatever.
It's been like 14 years.
Yeah, because I remember you were at Delta and I was at Tobin, and yeah, because because at that time, that's when the sports department started just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And there was just a lot, but there was always the Delta people, there was the Tobin people, and then when then we started helping with baseball and then volleyball, and then we would football, and we would cross paths and stuff like that. But yeah, we've known each other, and it's cool seeing you
That's
grow
15
from a young
years.
lady to a mature young lady, and you know,
Wild, huh? What time
doing
you
your
can do.
thing, right? You know, and we've always had kind of conversations here and there, because you know, I always tell people when we have conversations, especially on podcasts, we're not the best of friends, but we've always kind of kept in touch and know what's going on in each other's lives. And we might not, you know, hang out all the time, but you know, we know what's going on, and I've always appreciated your friendship. And every time that people ask me about the tattoo, I'm like, yeah, look, this bitch, she's pretty dope and shit like that. but yeah, man, I'm so happy for you, and you know, keep doing your thing, and thank you
so
for the
much.
conversation. And if anybody got anything out of this, you know, fuck guys and tattoo shop, no, I'm just fine. But you know, it's cool. I appreciate you sharing your story with, you know, a lot of people might, you know, get some positive things out of it, because regardless, it might not be with tattooing or business owner, just like, hey, all of us go through different things in life. And if you start talking to the right type of people, everybody has that kind of struggle or that kind of point in life to where like, fuck, man, this sucks, or I can't do this. And certain things happen in your life to where like, damn, you just push through it.
Yeah.
And it's inspiring. And I love seeing that you're doing so well with it. And, you know, GG's on that shit.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
So thank you guys for watching. You guys know, if you guys are watching this on YouTube or on Spotify, you can listen to the audio on iTunes, Spotify, YouTube. We'll be doing more and more guests outside of the gaming realm, and I hope you guys enjoy this that are coming in now. But keep a lookout for my homie Alyssa on her Instagram. Check out her shop. It's beautiful. I'll be taking some pictures and stuff that you guys can check it out. But thank you guys for your time and continuing support. You know, until from me and my friend Miss Alisa. Thank you guys so much for the time.
Thank you. Bye.
Peace out, homies. What up, y'all? Welcome to our first episode in our newly furnished studio. Jimmy Dukes and shit. No, I'm just playing. But anyways, guys, this is my boy Eric, good hockey buddy of mine, and wanted to sit down and talk to him about some experiences that he's had. If you guys didn't know, I slowly started going into talking about other stuff other than gaming stuff. And then, you know, I approached Eric a while back. I've known you for what, like 20
plus
years?
years.
20 plus years?
20 plus, I'm going to say, yes.
Yeah. So, you know, we were going to just talk about a little bit of hockey stuff, and then just some of the experiences he's had because of the traveling that he's had to do. I mean, opportunity to do because of hockey. You know, if y'all don't know, I grew up playing hockey as well. You know, I grew up playing in the mid-90s. I met Eric out in Nations Tobin, and, you know, even though he was younger with me, we've been together and been friends and played numerous tournaments and
many tournaments,
play.
many games, seasons together, winning them.
Right? Yeah,
Double
man.
trouble.
Yeah, double trouble. Yeah, man. We go to Vegas and, you know, playing USA Inline Cup and shit like that. But, you know, I wanted to talk to you about some of the experiences you got to play because of the international thing, because that's one thing that I'm not envious of it, but it's dope that I get to see somebody that got the opportunity to do that. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people understand that not only do we live in El Paso, but you got to play for Mexico international team and you got to travel.
Exactly. Yeah. I first of all, thank you, Jimmy, for having me here.
Yeah, of course, man. Cheers, bro.
This is something we've talked about for quite some time.
Yeah, man.
So
Cheers on that. GG's on that,
Cheers,
man.
yes, sir. Well, not only just Mexico. Remember when we were younger, Alan, Tony, Zach, myself, we were able to play with the junior team USA.
Oh, yeah, that's right. For AAU?
Yeah, for AAU. We didn't go international with that one, but we did play together for, I believe it was the Junior Olympics, obviously in New Orleans and Detroit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That was cool that they had like the regional teams and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
there was.
my ass was too old by that time that you guys were all doing all that.
All that fun started. The fun stuff started. You were already. Ya estabas viejito.
Right? With my old ass out there. And but it was crazy because as we we did travel hockey and everything through our teenage years, and I started getting pretty decent in my early 20s. But at that time we started playing AHL and AIHL and PIHA, and you joined the military, right?
Yeah. So I remember I did get to do sorry, the table.
No, you're good, man.
We did go through. I went through one season with PIHA, right? It was like 2 seasons with PIHA, and then that's when in 2010, when I was 21, that's when I ended up joining the military. So I missed out. I think it was 3 or 4 more years with you guys that you guys kept playing.
Yeah, man. I know it was crazy because at that time we were playing PIHA and AIHL. Well, we played PIHA for a couple years, and then the league was pretty cool, man. Now, a lot of people don't understand that we're just El Paso guys playing hockey. We're playing roller hockey, but we got to travel and got to go and go to different places, meet some cool people.
Exactly. I think that's what my dad loved most about it, and I'm sure your dad did too, is when they got to see us go out of town and play out of town, or even go with us to those tournaments and see us either be successful or learn from our mistakes.
Failures, it's funny because we're both dads now too. So when I see the kids play a sport or whatever, I get happy.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You know what I mean? So you would see the parents always cheering us on and happy for us to do well or not, obviously. But it was an opportunity that we got to because of playing hockey.
Exactly. We went through all those moments with our parents, and then now that we're parents. I love it. I love it when my daughter does good in basketball, when she does in softball, when parents come up to me like, hey, your daughter's getting so much better, right? They're doing so much better, and it just makes you happy, man. It makes me, really proud.
Yeah,
at least I did something,
right? So we were talking about the PIHA and everything. So you left the military, and then when did you leave in the military?
So yes, man. Okay, so I joined the Army in 2010. And then I was stationed in North Carolina for those first 4 years. Deployed to Afghanistan, and
you kind of stopped playing.
Yeah. You can't play. It's a full-time job, and they expect you to answer your phone at all times. And and actually, you know what? There wasn't even inline hockey in North Carolina. It was there was ice, but I didn't get to see that until towards the end of my time in North Carolina. I think it was less than 6 months where. Before I moved back to El Paso, and I found out that there's a ice rink on post. It was crazy. As long as I've been there, I never knew.
Damn, because you had so much shit going on.
Yeah, I didn't know there was an ice rink there. And then, sure enough, towards when we got back from Afghanistan, our battalion commander sent out a memo, it was a memo to I guess they sent it to leadership. Leadership distributes it out. And saying hey, if there anybody in the battalion that plays hockey, tryouts for the battalion team is this week or whatever. I put a timeline, and I'm sitting there what? I didn't know this even existed. Sure enough, our battalion commander was it wasn't even battalion commander, it was brigade commander. It was a full bird colonel. He is a big hockey fan, lover. He grew up playing. I remember him telling me that he did play roller, but he was mainly ice all the time. Yeah. So it was pretty cool to find that out. So
toward the end.
Yeah, towards the end of my time in North Carolina, the last 6 months, I found out. And I started playing a little bit, but then that was it.
Yeah, that was great. So so you did that military gap, and then once you came back to El Paso, and you started kind of getting in the rotation of playing.
Yeah.
And tell me about how you end up getting connected to play for the Mexico national team.
Mexico team. Well, when I moved back from North Carolina, I was still in the Army. I was stationed here at Bliss. I was able to transfer over. But being at home, you're just like, oh, I'm at home. I'm comfortable. I can pretty much go back to my what I used to do before the military. Because now the military is just it's just a full-time job, 8 to 5 technically, or 6:30 to 5. But anyway, so yeah, once I moved back, I started, you saw me. I started coming back into the inline world at here in El Paso, and then just kept playing in little tournaments that we've had here, until finally we held a tournament here. I forgot when it was, like 2016, 17. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 17. A team from Chihuahua, the Chihuahua team from Mexico came down and played in the tournament. They saw me play. They were like, "Hey, are you Mexican too?" And that's
that was one of the you have to have a
the nationality. You have to have like I have the double nationality. So it was having both of them allowed me to play in the Mexico League.
Oh, nice. So yeah, because that's one thing a lot of people don't understand. Like, so you are American, obviously, and shit like that, but you were born in Mexico, so that's why it gave you the opportunity to still play for them, right?
Yeah. But well, I was born here in El Paso, but my parents are from Chihuahua. Both my parents are actually from the Mexican National. And so being born here in El Paso, them being full Mexican, they're able to give you exactly like. So
okay.
I have both the U.S. citizenship, and because of my parents, I'm also Mexican.
Oh, okay. Because technically, I got dual citizenship with Panama.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you were born here, but
I was born in Panama, but I was born on a military base. So when we came here, so like I can go, like I have a Panama birth certificate, but I also got a U.S. certificate.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys connected with them, and then you were eligible to play.
Exactly, for the league. So it allowed me to play and be part of the Chihuahua team, basically because my parents are from Chihuahua. So to represent technically the state, in the national tournaments that they have. And I just kept going to the tournaments. And I think it was like after my second or third tournament, I think it was my third one actually, the list came out for the ones that can try out. I know that are basically trying out. They name it's like 2 teams, and they name that many people. And on the following tournament, they base that tournament, they'll go ahead and they pick the team. From those 2 teams, so they picked one team.
Oh, damn!
One team, and then
so it wasn't even a tryout. Just like depending how you guys played.
Exactly. Like the first notice was kind of like, "Hey, we're looking at you."
Okay.
So the next tournament, obviously, you got to show up, and show out, and if they liked you or whatever after that tournament, out of those 2 teams, they'll make one team, and that's the team. So me being able to play, in Mexico, allowed me to be a part of that, which I ended up making the first list. And then that following tournament, I played really well. And then that's when they're like, hey, you made the team pretty much.
That's crazy.
So it was kind of like that. And I think I got notified, I think it was like 3 months before the World Games.
Damn.
That were in Italy.
That is sick. I remember when you were going, I was like, you son of a bitch. But I was happy. That was cool that you got the opportunity. You were just like getting back in the swing, and you're not a slouch. You're really good. So you got to go down there play in Mexico. Then they're like, hey, you want to play with us internationally? So where it was like, how was that? How you were like, what?
It happened from one thing, from one day to the next, and it was pretty cool that when I was notified, hey, you're on the list, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And then they're like, oh, they're watching you now, and they showed me, and I'm like, oh snap, I didn't even know I could be a part of it just because I was.
You were just happy to be there.
I just wanted to play tournaments, travel Mexico, have fun, and drink up a little bit, have a good time with friends, and play hockey. Yeah, that's all I thought about it, until boom, the list came out.
That's crazy. So when they asked you to come out, and you're like, oh shit, Italy. You're like, whoa, what the fuck?
Okay, so I think both you and I can connect with this is the fact that playing hockey just out of town is heck yeah, right? Yeah. Right? You're happy, and we get to go to a tournament. It's gonna be fun. But when I was like, oh shit, like I can go to Italy. I thought it was once in a lifetime opportunity, and I could just hear my dad tell me, like, hey,
fucking do this shit, dog.
Why not? You know, you have the time, you have the ability to do it. And yeah, I ended up doing it.
So tell me how that went, because I remember, if I'm not mistaken, you went early. You guys practiced for a couple days, and then you guys flew out.
Yeah. So I've been on what's that already? Going on 3 World Games.
So what do you mean by World Games?
So the competition of like the international World Games where all the countries meet up and play it out, you know, and see who wins.
And that the first one you went to was in
that one was
Italy.
in Italy, Asiago. Yeah, there you go. It was Asiago, and then the second one, Colombia. And then I'm sorry, no, whoa. The team went to Colombia. I couldn't go to that one. I don't remember why. Couldn't go to that one, but it was the Pan American Games or something.
Oh,
like
okay.
That. So it was
like, because I know there's different organizations for the World Games. It's like FURS. And
you got USARS first. And then you got NARCH and Star Wars and all that. But yeah, no. So I didn't get to go to that one, but the following one immediately after that was Italy again. And that's when we were at Asiaga, and then I think it was Roana, and one more. I forgot how to. But that was so that was my second one, and then my third one was we just came back from Argentina.
Damn.
Argentina was pretty badass because we were there kind of like when we were in Buenos Aires, and during the games there, as we were driving to go to the rink, the opposite side of the freeway was shut down because the buses of the Argentinian soccer team, they were leaving to the World Cup.
Oh, damn.
So like we saw like the whole parade and, you know, the team bus.
Yeah. Nobody gives a shit about us.
Yeah. Everyone wants to go see soccer though. So
yeah.
Oh, well, fuck it.
Yeah. So like, tell me that experience when you went to Italy for the first time and you're there with the team. Like, obviously, you know, these guys to a certain extent.
Yeah.
You guys show up to Italy. Like, what's the rink like? What's the atmosphere in another country? Because I mean, we've played in a decent amount of places here in the States, but like when you play in Europe, and like, how is roller hockey out there?
So what I did notice, like in Italy, in the first time they had the inline rink inside an ice hockey rink. So it was a medium-sized stadium, pretty cool stands and everything, but the inline rink was inside the ice rink because you know how the inline rink is a little bit smaller.
Yeah, the international ones are a lot wider, light, and a little longer than like an NHL one. So it fit inside of it.
It fit inside the ice rink, so that one was pretty cool. We've always, on all the tournaments we've ever played here in the States, right? Like you see the fans and they're like, oh, you know, they cheer. But when my first time ever, and I still have those videos, you know, I recorded like France, Italy, Spain, who else? Great Britain, Sweden. All those teams all had a fan base there and cheering like big chants, like we see in the NHL when they make, you know, that music, you know what I mean? Like, so it was like that. So I was kind of like, oh wow, like,
that's dope.
Like these these are legit inline hockey fans because they went crazy for their team, you know, and the chants are just, they're awesome and they get you pumped.
Yeah, that's the thing that I've always liked about the atmosphere of. I mean, obviously, when we were playing here in El Paso, when we were playing IHL, you remember our fans would. I mean, when we would play home games, people would show up. It was so dope. So I can only imagine on an international scale. I mean, obviously, there might not be that many people from Mexico, but seeing it, all those other countries
going through that, like those type of support, which is, I mean, when we went to Argentina, a lot of the parents, the players' parents actually flew out there, so that was pretty cool to see. But no, and I mean, like these, you know, the fans that were there for all the other countries, they get crazy. They have the drums, you know, they do the rhythm, they chant, they scream. I'll show you some of those videos.
Oh man,
the first one. So it was a wonderful time.
Yeah,
I loved it,
and that's cool because like, so how many countries show up? Like when you went to that first one in Italy, I remember you taking a picture, man, and you're like, you fucking wear your shirt and shit. I was like, fuck yeah.
Like, bitch, Mexicano.
JimmyDukesGaming out in fucking Italy and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had to because I'm like, to support this guy, and you know that hopefully that video gets out somewhere.
Right? No, that was cool. So like, and then how many teams were there? I mean, you rattled off a couple countries, but like, how many teams are in the overall tournament? Like,
so if
12,
I remember correctly, okay, so in these world games, right? Like obviously, you know you have your bottom tier, and then you have your top tier, right? Top tier being like Canada, U.S., Italy, France. You know the big name, Great Britain, the ones I named earlier. That's like the tier 1, and then they have the bottom, and that's tier 2. And unfortunately, in order to get to tier 1, you gotta win tier 2. You gotta get first or second place to be able to move. Like so, the bottom 2 move down, top 2 of the bottom tier move up.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes. So, if I remember correctly, I think it came out to like at least 24 teams.
Damn.
So like it was tier 1 was top 12, and then tier 2 is the bottom 12. It was somewhere around something.
But still, 24 countries.
Yeah,
bro.
different ones. You got like
What were some of the randomest countries that you had no idea that?
Latvia.
Okay.
They just won did they beat or lost to Canada? I think it was in the Junior World Games not too long ago. It was, let's see, India. that one was crazy. What else? The Chinese Taipei.
Okay.
Those guys are pretty badass little dudes. Those are the ones I can. Australia. I remember Australia.
Yeah. So there was like from all over the world. And that's the thing that always gets me. Like, I'm like, damn, that's dope that so many different countries, regardless like that the tier levels or whatever, all showed up to one damn place.
Yes, and so it gets super packed, and that's why you get fans. You know, and it's an amazing event to see because I mean, coming from El Paso.
Exactly. And that's the thing that I always tell people, man. Like, yeah, I got to travel a lot of places because of inline hockey. I mean, I maybe could have gone to Phoenix and Tucson and places like, but I would have never went to Florida. I would have never went to fucking LA. I would have never went to Colorado or, places like that. I've been to Pittsburgh and shit like that. I would have never gone to those places if it wasn't for inline.
New Orleans,
yeah,
Detroit,
I would have never gone because
Oklahoma.
of those, but right? But because of inline hockey, dude. So you went Italy the first year, and then when you went back again, it was Italy the second year, right? But it was at a different.
It was at different. Yeah, it was different parts of Italy. I don't know exactly how. I can't recall exactly how close. Like Asiago, Roana. Oh man, I forgot the other one. Yeah, no, I can't remember.
Yeah.
They're all separated, so you go. But what's neat about Italy is that. It's the, you know how when we travel outside of El Paso, right? When we go across Texas and it's pure desert, it's boring as hell, right? So over there is when you're traveling from city to city, which actually it's like town to town.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Like the whole outside is just mountain green.
Yeah, like you see on fucking their
scenery,
wallpaper,
like,
wallpaper,
exactly,
wallpaper everywhere.
Exactly. And I'm sitting here like, wow, like this is pretty neat because then you'll see up in the mountain, you look up. And there's a town on the mountain. Just you're like, Jesus, can it collapse? Like,
right? It's been around for centuries.
Exactly,
and shit.
And that's what that's the neat. That was the one of the things I won't forget about Italy of how beautiful everything is.
Yeah, regardless of the how well you did or didn't do, the while you were out there, you took it all in. Like, damn, when am I ever coming to Italy?
When am I ever coming back?
Let alone to play fucking hockey.
Exactly. When does this opportunity come for?
Remember, I told you I was like, "Fucking go, man! Fuck, I can't."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember you were like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Dude," I remember. I can't remember, but I just said, "Fucking, that's dope." And you're like, you already were leaning going to go, obviously, but I was just like, "Fuck yeah, that's dope."
Yeah, no, I think I remember. Like, what was I asking you? It was something like, "Man, should I not?" I don't know. I think you.
Because I think along the lines like, can you financially afford it? Can you financially get away? Yes. Well, fucking do it.
Well, then fucking do it. It's because you know what it was. That's right. The first trip, everything was covered. Like our transportation, our hotel, our food, equipment wise to like be taken care of over there. Like everything was taken care of. The only thing we needed to pay for was for the flight.
Yeah.
And I think at that time, I'm starting like, was it my relationship with Laura? Oh, that's right. And I don't know. It was just kind of like I just wanted to, do I stay with her or do I go? Or,
because obviously it's kind of like, well, fuck, I want to be with her, but I don't want to cause anything, but I could afford this trip.
Exactly.
I want to fucking go.
And you know what I think it was? I was just worried that like, I'm leaving for like 2 weeks. I know it's just 2 weeks, doesn't sound that long, but I don't know. I guess I just like, damn, what if she gets, she
Yeah.
gets or whatever. I don't know. I was
Yeah.
just,
No, but you're still with her to this day, obviously.
Married her.
Married, so that was a winner and overall. So Italy 1 and Italy 2. And then out of those 2 rinks, which one was a better rink? The
man.
first one or the second one?
ooh, they were both. I like the first one
Yeah.
because the town that we were in, they lived and breathed inline hockey.
Nice.
Like they had, like I remember walking the streets and just at every light post, it's like flyers. Like when we go to an NHL game, right, a big city, they
Yeah.
put the teams.
Yeah.
They had that for all the inline hockey players.
That's
Like,
crazy.
They lived and breathed like inline hockey. So that was like the
Pretty dope to
that
see.
Was dope to see. Yeah.
Yeah.
To get to go to the nearest store, it's like you drive like 20-30 minutes, and the way you leave, it's like through mountain, and because it was beautiful. Like I will never forget that place.
Yeah. And then so you did Italy, and then
Argentina. Yeah.
But in between then, you were already traveling here, like in the States, and playing a high level hockey at that time too. It's not like you were just waiting around every year.
No.
playing
So like for me and Laura, was frustrated about it from time to time. I play here, like here in the States. I'll go to Narch, I'll go to State Wars, I'll go to tours. I have friends like all over the U.S. that play. They invite me to play.
Yeah, you're a mercenary. You just show up.
Exactly.
All right, tourists, you made it. Front line.
Front line. Get to it, dog.
Front line, you made it. No, but see, that's the cool thing about like just hockey or in sports in general is you have that camaraderie. You meet people and you get the opportunity to go play somebody else or play with another team.
I just always and not only that, but you also get the experience of big important games, which I mean, to us, like I get it. We're not gonna go pro.
Yeah, but still,
but it's just living in those moments.
Yeah,
be a part of all that. That's what we love. Right?
Yeah,
like
I think that's one of the, and even just this past tournament we played here in El Paso, even though it's like a small little tournament, local people and teams coming from out of town, it's still like as me. I like getting that little competitive itch.
That itch, yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're playing competitive hockey.
Yeah, I'm not going out there to fucking slay a dragon or anything, but I'm out there busting my butt.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm having a good time. And I'm playing with my friends.
You're playing the sport that you love.
Yeah.
With the friends that we grew up with playing. Like that's nothing beats that.
Yeah, exactly. So so let me ask you about Argentina. When you went to Argentina, how was that ring compared to the Italy ones?
I'm still going to say I like the first one in Asiago. In the first time I went to Italy, the rink in Argentina, there was 2 rinks. It was like they were like just a big factory,
like a big warehouse.
Yeah. And they put the rink in there, and then they added stands, things like that, and I mean it was pretty cool.
Yeah. But it wasn't no fucking Italy.
Yeah, but it was in Italy where actually the spot where the rinks were at in Argentina was like. They were telling me that's where Ubers won't go pick you up at night.
Where Ubers
won't pick you up.
So the cheapest fucking place is where we're gonna hold this tournament.
I have no idea or how they did it, why they did it. But me and one of my friends, the hotel was like a 15-minute drive, 10 to 15-minute drive in a car. So walk it's quite some time.
Yeah.
And we went to one of the night games, and I think it was like US and Italy or something like that.
Yeah.
And when we left, everybody had I guess they had an app or something that pre-requested the taxis there. Like it's different there.
Yeah.
So when me and my buddy, we'll just get an Uber. Well, the game ended like at 8 at night, super dark, and we go. We couldn't get an Uber.
Ain't nobody coming out here.
Nobody was picking us up, man. Nobody wanted to take the ride. Nope.
Damn.
And then as soon as we'd see a taxi coming, dude would be there waving it down hey, and they're already pre-ordered for somebody
else. Oh my god.
So we stayed there I think it was we were outside the place for 45 minutes to an hour trying to get picked up, and that's when I told him, dude, we're going walking.
Yeah. Did you guys walk?
So we walked and walked. I'm gonna say 30-40 minutes we walked. And then I see a car with a person inside of it, parked under a light. And I'm thinking, it's got to be a security guard or something, And sure enough, I go knock on the door, and it's a female. And she gets out. It's a cop. I'm like, oh, what the? Like, I'm so sorry, officer.
Perdón.
Yeah.
Perdón.
No, it's fine.
I speak Spanish.
And I told her, like, hey, we're trying to get out of here. And where can we, is there a bus where we can, and she just straight up was like, why are you guys walking out here?
Dude,
that was the first thing.
Fucking places. And she's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Look at it's because so like the way we were dressed, and like
how many were you? How many were you?
There's 3 of us. There's just 3 of us, and
hey, that's still kind of.
I know
it's three guys walking around, and just compared to just one person walking alone, you're probably still a little safe.
Oh man, no,
Still.
but I mean, still, it was a little. And she just straight up asked me like, "What are you guys doing out here and walking out here?" And I tell her like, where we're at, blah blah blah. And she just straight up was like, okay, you need to go walk that way towards that light, keep going, and then you'll see a bus stop and get on bus B.
Okay.
Whatever it was. So there we go, dude. We walked over there like, checking my surroundings at all times. Like just no one sneak up on us.
And that was in Buenos Aires?
In Buenos Aires and like outside. That's why like it was like the outskirts of it, kind of a little. It was something like that.
Yeah. It was something kind of in the area, but not the places to be.
They're just like, it's best to not walk alone at night, in Argentina and Buenos Aires.
In any city, there's always bad spots. It doesn't matter like where crime rate or whatever, but yeah, you rather not put yourself in that situation. Right? And so there was like, what are you doing? Well, we had no choice.
Exactly, but luckily, as we're waiting for that bus, one of the other buddies that was with us, he was like, hey, I got an Uber. And then like, when we looked it up, like he wanted us to walk like a little bit, like a quarter mile or something like that, down that route. And that's where like when he picked us up, at the time I didn't really know like why the Ubers wouldn't pick us up there. You know what I mean? They're just like, we just weren't getting them, and we get in that Uber and I told him like, it's crazy. We had to walk for this long because we're waiting for this long. And he straight up goes, dude, it's because you guys are like in the worst part of town. Like you guys should not be walking, and no Ubers like to go over there. So I was like, oh, all right, now
we ain't doing that shit again,
And so it was funny, but whatever. At least we got safe.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you like, without getting in trouble, what other funny stories or things that you experienced, like just in between, like the traveling, like the airports, like the interaction with people at restaurants. Like, can you think of something that pops on your head, like, damn, that shit was a funny interaction, or it was interesting to be in that atmosphere, or ordering food in Italy, or being in like you already talked about being in Argentina in that little shady area as you were leaving. Can you think of anything else that pops in your head, like, oh, this was cool, like that was cool, I would have never experienced that if I wasn't here?
Oh man, the Italy's and Argentina, oh man, we have our stories here in the U.S., right? When we've gone to Vegas, we've gone to New Orleans, but I cannot think of something.
Right?
Dude.
Without getting in trouble.
Without getting in trouble.
Without getting in trouble and shit.
Yeah. No. Don't get me in trouble, Jimmy.
Right?
No, actually, no. Dang. Trying to think.
Like let's say you're at a restaurant or interactions with people.
Fun interaction. Dude, you know what? I can't think of anything. I cannot think of anything. I think like maybe, well, something pretty cool. Obvious. Well, I mean, it's obvious. It just has to do with the money exchange. But I think it was pretty cool when we were in Argentina and we literally like, dude, we're all in shorts and sandals. Hats backwards, just how we are now.
Yeah.
And we were walking downtown Buenos Aires, like, the good areas. And we pulled up to a fancy steakhouse.
And y'all wearing sandals and shit.
Dude, you go inside and everybody inside was like in slacks, like super like, fancy. And they almost denied us service.
Yeah.
Because of like the sandals. But I think there was just like 3 of us, and out of like the 14 of us that there were. And we told them, we just wanted to eat a nice juicy steak. That's where we're from. We're from Mexico.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, oh, all right, fine, come on in. They sit us down. Due to the exchange, like the money currency exchange, dude, we all got a tomahawk steak, good size, And you would think here in the U.S. a tomahawk steak with sides and drinks,
$50.
Oh, not even like $200, like, you know, for a
Yeah, depending where you're like Ruth Chris.
Yeah, or
you go to Ruth Chris and shit like
Dallas
that.
or San Antonio, you know, big cities. But you know, dude, we got it there in Argentina. When we got the bill, I'm looking at it like, oh, that's like the Argentinian, you know,
Like currency.
And when you switch it over, dude, $30.
Damn.
Like for a nice juicy, like I think it was like almost 20 ounce, 22 ounces.
Fucking A.
You know, with fries, you know, the sides, fancy sides and lettuce. And dude, I think that like cash wise, I just gave up like it was like $35.
Right here. Here's a badass tip too and shit.
Like we, you know, show like, hey,
Yeah, right.
But
how was like that's one of my bucket lists is to go to Italy. So did you get to eat some of the food there?
Oh,
like
best food.
yeah, I can imagine. I mean,
the pasta.
Compared to here, our pasta compared to somebody else, depending, I mean, where you get it or whatever. But over there, just being in Italy, eating pasta or eating their dishes and shit like that.
Every night was pasta, spaghetti, like all the different types of pasta.
Carbon up, brother.
Carbs, dude.
Carbon
I think
up.
I came back like super bloated. Dude, because he was just, you got what, like the penne pasta, the twisties, the spaghetti, like, you know, you just have all the different styles, and every day, because the meals are paid for.
Yeah.
So every night for dinner, they gave us like a different style of pasta, spaghetti, pizza.
And was that at the hotel?
Yeah.
Nice.
And it was
so
like,
you didn't have to go anywhere.
No. Like,
Ooh,
that's why
that's
they
dope.
gave us times like, hey, breakfast is 9 a.m. You know, in Italy, breakfast, you're talking like granola, yogurts, hams, different style of hams, different style of cheeses.
Damn.
Croissants.
Fucking getting hungry now.
Dude, you know, they were like, and I'm always thinking like, oh, well, no wonder they're not, you know, they're a lot skinnier over there because the way they eat is different.
Fucking good old fat Americans over here.
I know, fast food all the time. You see McDonald's.
Yeah.
I won't get in trouble for that.
Right?
And then, of course, they're like, hey, come back at 12, 1 o'clock for your lunch. And then dinner's 6, 7 o'clock.
Damn.
Boom, that was it, dude. And everywhere we could go wherever, but as long as, I mean, if you didn't want to come back to eat, that's on you.
Yeah, exactly.
You had to go buy your own food.
Yeah.
But if you want to eat, you had to come back to the hotel. But the neat thing about it is that in Italy, like the rinks were in those towns. So like,
you didn't really have to go.
You'd go, if you walk anywhere, like you go from the middle of the city or the town to the outside of one, you're talking like 10-minute walk, 15-minute walk.
Yeah.
So like it was just everything's within reach. So
Nice.
like, oh shoot, 10 minutes before dinner, let's go.
Except in
Wherever you're at.
Argentina.
In Argentina, no, in Buenos Aires. Hell no, that place.
Did you?
Jesus.
So from the hockey aside, when you were done with the games and stuff, did you guys get to travel, like check out certain areas?
Yeah. We immediately, like, after, because all of our games were like, it's one game per game. I'm sorry, 1 game per day.
Okay.
And they were early. They're like, you're done by like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So even sometimes in the morning, and so you play one, you put an hour and a half to 2 hour game, you're done for the day. So we'd go to downtown Buenos Aires. We looked at the shops. I bought me some shoes from over there, some like nice leather, fancy shoes. Got to eat different foods there, to try different restaurants. And the cool thing about it is that there was a messy jersey stand at every corner.
Right. They're like, this is our guys.
So that was pretty cool. And man, Super Bowl, dude, like I should have just bought a jersey.
Right.
There,
You think
I could say, hey, Messi won the World Cup. I got a jersey from Buenos
for
Aires.
$20.
Oh, whatever. Exactly.
For
I'm like,
$20.
damn, man, Laura gives me a hard time.
Right.
She's like, hey, why didn't you bring a jersey from?
Right?
I'm like,
What are you fucking thinking, right? What are you fucking thinking? See, and that's what goes by I think the appreciation that we've been playing for so long, and a lot of people don't understand. And I'm sure that it happens in a lot of different sports: soccer, baseball, whatever sport, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, whatever that you do. When you're growing up and you get to travel, since we traveled when we were so little, I think you appreciate.
It's all about appreciation.
The appreciation, and a lot of people don't understand that. And like for us, I mean, we didn't come from rich ass families, and our parents did whatever they needed to do for us to have the opportunity to go. So that was one big thing I was always big on, because my parents couldn't go with me really ever.
Yeah, I remember.
So, but they made sure I was able to go. Yeah. So when I went, I made sure that I fucking didn't fuck around too much. But I mean, I tried my ass off everywhere I went.
Exactly,
You know what I mean?
because we, without our parents, this wouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
And
And
it was crazy. It's crazy because you and I both, along with everybody else, the guys that when our parents couldn't go, shoot, we had to go, fit into another car with somebody else.
Yep.
And, they parents give them the money, and that's how we traveled and got to do all that stuff. And
yeah, dude, what you were saying, just like we got to go to Tucson, Phoenix, Vegas, LA, San Diego, fucking Colorado, fucking
New Orleans as well,
New Orleans, Florida.
Oklahoma. Dang, dude.
I didn't go to Oklahoma. I've been to Pittsburgh. But yeah, all because
remember San Jose?
San Jose?
Skylar, you and I.
San
Dude,
Jose.
I love that.
Oh, I forgot about that. San Jose. And then remember we went to San Jose and they're like, oh, well, let's go to San Francisco. It's 45 minutes. We drove. We were all wearing shorts and it was fucking cold.
And it was cold. And
we had to buy it.
we were just like, damn it, But dude, and then when we like crossed the bridge the first time, and we got lost and it turned us around. And we're like, damn it, we gotta go back.
But dude, that's funny you said, but because of hockey.
All because of
hockey, man. And I think that's the coolest thing, we're older guys now, but I remember just even Midland tournaments, you know what I mean? Odessa tournaments. When I was little, dude, it was cool just to get out of town and be in a hotel with your friends when you're 13 or 14 years old.
Exactly. And then your parents fit you in a room and you just
right? Figure it out. Two people to a bed. That's all we could fucking afford.
The one joke I'll never forget is we did it there in Odessa. And who was it? Remember Brian Foster?
Yeah.
So
shout out to Brian. What up, Brian?
Foster, wherever you're at, man. Say what's up. Congratulations on your wedding and
all that.
Hey, he posted a picture today. He's starting to play hockey again.
Hey.
So he's happy about it.
Good shit.
But anyways, the bigger joke, dude, that we went to we grabbed, those little trash cans, right? Like, and we did it in Vegas too. We from the restroom, the little trash cans. We fill it up like halfway with water or 3/4, and we go to the neighbor's room and we tilt it and knock on the door. So when they open the door, you get water all over. Like, wow, what the fuck,
dude? That was one of those little fucking hotel pranks and shit, dude.
Yes, man.
That was and that goes back to the hockey and the camaraderie that you get to have with your friends. Because I've known you for so long. We're all really good friends. We might not hang out all the time or see each other all the time, but when we do hang out and talk, it's just like no time to ever pass.
That's. I love you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, it's something that we've grown up together and gone through so much.
Yeah, and I think that's that bond that people build, and obviously hockey was that for us, but obviously people build that with different things that they do in life. But it's cool that a lot of us still keep in touch, still hang out. We all know each other's families and friends and kids and shit like that. So that's dope because that was the whole premise of like I wanted to talk about. We get to travel because of hockey, and it was cool that you got to travel internationally, and you still
and I'm still doing it.
Yeah, you still do it now, right?
Yeah. So I guess at the end of this year in November, we're going to back to Argentina for the Continental Games.
Cool.
And then next year, for the World Games, they're already telling us they're in Rome.
They're in what?
Rome.
Damn.
So I guess I get to really.
We need a Panama team.
Like, we get to live up in Rome for a little bit.
Hey, we need a Panama team. Hey, Panama, you need my little ass will be out there.
You know what team went this last time? Ecuador.
That's dope.
That was like something I didn't expect.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a team that just
like a random country that would
like, oh snap, they brought a team out here. Shoot, they even the Irish.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ireland.
There you go.
Ireland.
They were out there.
Yeah.
And we whooped their butts, but
yeah.
But it was good. It's good.
I know, and you played good too. I mean, I saw some videos of you, and it's not like you guys were fucking murdering people, but at the same time, you guys weren't getting your ass kicked, right?
No, there were.
Because on the scale of like for Mexico international level, like.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in tier 2 comparing to obviously Canada, US, Great Britain, the big countries. But this last one in Argentina, dude, we put in work. Mm-hmm. We pulled out a win with, let's see, obviously we ended up playing Ecuador. We beat them. We played Japan. That was another one, Japan. Germany. That was a game that, unfortunately, that was the one where I kind of like I tore my groin. But we played Germany and we beat Germany. That one was cool. And then for the first time after the round plays and playoffs, how we were playing, and we ended up playing Canada. Dude, I don't know how it happened. They were losing the close games. Like every game they lost.
So they got bumped down.
Yeah, they were like towards the end, like of like the playoff runs. If you're not doing too good, they start moving you down the line, you know. And unfortunately, Canada, even though they're a powerhouse, they were losing overtime. They were just over by one goal. You know, they couldn't put it away, and it landed where we were winning. They were losing. We played Canada, and we put up I thought we were gonna win. I was like, dude, we're gonna win this. But they ended up beating us 4-3 or 5-4.
Yeah,
I forgot.
But either way, you're going in there like it's not like you're gonna try your fucking ass off. We're gonna try to fucking win this bitch every game. We're out there to. Obviously, you're having a good time and you're, again to do all this, but at the same time, you're there to fucking win.
Exactly, and the goal. Well, how we as the players we view it is we have to put on a good show for the the president of the federation in Mexico, the vice president. We want to show them that hey,
hockey matters.
And we're worth it. Because. Like I said, remember the first trip to Italy was we had to pay our flights. Every trip after that, because we've been doing good, like we put up good results. We may not win the tournament, but we're putting. Yeah, we're putting up winning records.
You guys aren't going backwards. In other words, you guys are steadily climbing, getting better every year.
Exactly, and they're paying for everything.
That's cool. Man.
They actually last time they gave us sticks, wheels, gloves, helmets. They gave us the works. So that was pretty neat.
That's dope. And so, and you play with a lot of those guys throughout the year with like tournaments here and there in Mexico.
And that's the
so
cool
you guys
thing.
are just still, you still build that chemistry. You might not play with each other time, but in those tournaments, you guys get to kind of catch up and build from there.
Together. They'll come. Sorry, my voice is. They'll come from Mexico City, from where they're at. The selection team, and we'll go to Narch. We'll go to California for Narch. We'll go to let's see. We've gone to Colorado, Narch, California a couple times, Colorado a couple times,
and that's how you get better too. Like
because we play together. How we do.
Because down there, like the level of hockey might not be as high of when you go to these tournaments. So that's how you test yourself.
That's how we get to play. Technically, the best inline hockey there is out here is in California. Technically, right? That's what they always say. And we'll play Narch. We'll play platinum level, which is right under pro. And the closest we've won to winning is we got second place. We lost in the championship game 1-0.
Yeah,
dude. When do you hear of a
inline hockey 1-0? Right. Yeah, so, usually 2 or 3 goals easily a game. For sure. But that's dope, man. I mean, I'm happy for you, and I'm glad that you got to do all that, and you're still getting it. I mean, God willing, and everything works out that you're able to
keep doing it. For
keep doing it until you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it attests to yourself, like taking care of yourself, taking care of everything you got to do at home, and still being able to loop that in, because like you said, we ain't going pro, we're not doing this, but this is this is what we love.
Yeah, we love doing. We love this sport.
You know what I mean? So
I thank my dad.
Yeah, you're able to juggle all this stuff to do that.
Exactly.
Because you're a good husband, you go to school, you're a good father. And, you're able to loop in that kind of stuff. And a lot of people always tell me, damn, Jimmy, how do you do all this? I'm like, dude, if you got good communication with your partner and you balance everything in life, like everything is possible. Like you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly.
And it's cool seeing you do that, man. I'm happy for you. And I cheer you on all the time, man. And it's dope that you're able to go to Narch and all this shit and still get to play hockey.
I like you said, communication with my wife. At first, I was kind of like a little shitty to it, being new to marriage. No, man, my wife's like, dude, as long as you let me know in advance, like that way we can schedule things like, no problem. And that's why I'm able to do it, because I communicate with her. Sometimes there's a little bit here miscommunication in there, but
I mean, that works out. Like that's with everything. I mean, that's with everything. Where do you want to go eat? There's God,
well, say something,
right? But that's dope, man. So I mean, ending on this, what's the next tournament that you're looking forward to? What do you got going on this summer?
So
are you guys meeting up with the national team at all?
We were supposed to the second weekend of July, but unfortunately that did not go through. But I'm still playing. The first week of July in 2 weeks, I go to Narch again I'm playing with a team with the Chupacables from Austin. They asked me if I could go play, and I was like, you know what, I'll do it.
Mercenary,
right? Because it didn't fall through for us, so I still
you saw the opportunity to go and shit.
So let's go. So I have that. I just got back from Mexico City from that national tournament over there. And what else do I have going on? We got Narch, and then another. I know there's another one in Mexico City, but that's not till November.
And that's cool that you could go back and forth down there, so often, and it's not too crazy as far as expensive.
They take care of us, because
I think I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican.
When you here's my birth certificate. Being on, that's the cool part. You show results, they take care of you. And for me, it's kind of like they know that I have to travel a lot back and forth. So
gratitude, appreciate it.
Here you go. Here's here's how you pay for your stuff. So thank you very much, and that's why I gotta keep going. They supporting me, so I gotta show out.
That's dope, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on, man, and awesome. Talking about your little journey. And we'll have you on again, man, and we're gonna have some other people on to talk about hockey stuff. But man, thank you so much for coming out here.
Thank you for having me. And
thank you for all those cool experiences, man. Will forever be embedded in your brain, dude.
It's I'll never. I have pictures, videos that I'll never forget. Hopefully we'll see if we have a kid or not.
For sure,
Where
man.
I can show and be like, hey, you can do something like this. So.
And that's the thing too. Like I always tell my kids too, is like, look, you could do whatever you want, and then and still do it as an adult. People think that when you hit a certain age, you're too old to do this, you're too old to do that. One thing about the hockey community that I love is that everybody still plays and tries to do what they can to keep it in their life. Because if you're playing hockey, you're semi in shape. You're taking care of yourself and stuff. Exactly. And then shout out to the Pile of Bones, man. Those guys are the epitome of taking care of yourself in your 60s and 70s and playing hockey.
They're what, 40s, 50s, and 60s, like, and they're still playing, and still playing. Yeah,
you know what I mean. So like,
those guys are.
That's why I even though I might not play as often, I always make sure that I loop in hockey, man. But thank you so much again for coming on, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for having me. It's pretty cool, man. And we'll run it back with some of the other guys.
Yeah, man, for sure, man. More BSing and shit like that, man. But thank you guys for watching, man. We didn't even get your name. Fucking Eric Torres. My boy, man. But thank you guys for listening in or watching. Make sure you guys check out all the different channels. We're on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all that good stuff, man.
And I'll be thinking about how we had that talk of, I don't know, maybe hashtag keep Eric might come to you live.
hashtag keep Eric and shit, man.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Until next time. Peace out. Appreciate your guys' continuing time and support. Peace out, homies. Hey, yo, what up, y'all? Welcome back to another episode of the Jimmy Dukes Gaming Podcast. We are here with two gentlemen that I've been looking forward to talking to, man. And it's cool that I've met some of the coolest people through gaming. And, this is one thing that we were just talking about recording is we met through gaming, right, y'all?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. And I remember Smoke, he'd always be dropping bombs and shit. And I know, Danny, you had mentioned you were just kind of always part of the community. And I'm sure we've crossed paths or even talked in the chat. But I appreciate you guys coming on, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, bro. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, man. So we were kind of briefly talking how we crossed paths because of gaming, but we've all been slowly kind of been doing different things. And when I saw y'all were putting this together, I didn't know how much you guys were in or what experiences you guys had before. But when I saw you guys had machines, I was like, oh, damn, these guys are serious. So, give us a quick background about yourselves and how you guys got in the fashion game and, how did this come about?
Well, hey, I grew up in New Britain, been here for at least past 20 years. Nothing much about that, We're in CT. Nobody ever really heard of us or really makes it out, but there's a couple of us, out there in different types of industries. But as far as that goes. How about you?
Same here. Born in New York, but raised my entire life in New Britain. We went to high school together, and we didn't know each other too much in high school.
Right.
We met more on a personal level afterwards. With gaming is where it started. Same thing. Just pulled up to his community as a supporter, and then afterwards, we ended up getting together on the clothing and stuff right after I was doing these sneakers. That's how I kind of got into the.
Oh, you were doing the sneakers.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, see, I remember now, bro. I remember now. Okay. Because I had just say I had confused it with somebody else, but I wanted to say I remembered you. But when you said the sneakers, I had been following you on Instagram, and I remember that shit, bro. You would do the Air Force ones, the all white ones, and you would do custom. Yes, hell yeah. See, I remember that shit now. Okay. I kept.
I knew you had it.
Yeah, see, I tried my best, man. Like, I tried my best because, I mean, obviously, we all meet different people in different lines in life, right? I'm horrible with names, but I'm good with faces. That's one thing that. But I remember that shit, though. That's dope, man. So when you guys started, how did it come up? Like, hey, you want to trying to do some shit? Like, so how did that conversation come about between you guys? Obviously, you guys connected after high school and because of the video game thing, but when you all connected in RRL for the clothing, how did that come about?
So basically, this is about last year, literally a year from like a couple days ago. I bought my first machine, and I was at home trying to figure out, like, I wanted to get into the fashion industry, and I was on the thinking that I didn't want to pay $80 for like something that somebody else is making where I can make it and wear it and call it my own. And, basically it means more to me than just wearing somebody else's clothes. So that's basically where it came in for me. Like, I want to start making my own clothes. So I ended up buying a machine, and I had a fashion show coming up. Shout out to Batty on the Budget for giving me that opportunity to have her models walk the aisle basically with my gear on. So I was in like trying to get in a creative space, and I was, like I said, by myself. I didn't have anybody to go to, and Danny having his own creative space, we finally just like, we were talking on Discord about it, and it was like, dude, we've known each other basically since high school, and we've never came together and actually made anything. We never shared this creative space together. Why not? Like, so literally, like, within the next couple of days, we came over and we just shared creative spaces, and it took off from there. But even before I got
to actually that hoodie there.
Yeah, it's this hoodie right here. This is the first hoodie I ever made. It's trial and error.
Yeah.
Messed up on it, spilled bleach down the bag, still wear it and everything, because trial and error, and you gotta learn from your mistakes. But I didn't even have a name.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you. So did you already have the name before? Did you guys come together as far as putting the game together?
So when I was in the house just thinking of what to call it, I would brainstorm names of what I think it should be called, and even in my notes till now, I put like 4 or 5 names that stuck with me, and I put them in there, and I like 3 months went by, I still didn't know what to call it. So then Versatile Breed was in there, and I would just say it, and it would just ring a bell in my ear, like, dude, this name is crazy. So when he heard it, rung the same bell, and
that shit sounds good, right? Yeah, that shit does sound good, right?
Run down the list. It was like sometimes you hear one thing and it sticks out.
Yeah,
the other. That was the one for me. When I heard it, I was like, scratch those other ones off.
This one sounds good. That's dope. What's it called? So, when you guys, you got together, this is one of the coolest things that I've noticed, that as I cross paths with people, and you have as well when in content creation and shit like that, you never know by having a small conversation with somebody what you might have in common interest with outside of how you guys met. You know what I mean? So this is like the dopest thing. I love hearing shit like this. That's fucking dope. You know what I mean? Oh, I was doing this. I was doing that. Hey, what's up, man? You want to do some shit? Yeah. And then boom, just like that. You know what I mean? Some people just gravitate toward each other for different reasons, man. And this is a perfect example of that shit.
Crazy to think that, because for maybe 6 months, every time he would go live, same thing with Styles. Shout out to Styles. I was in a Styles community before I was in his community, and then when he started streaming, I jumped over to his, and everything. When you're into games in common, it tends to take over the conversation.
Yeah.
Especially when you chat.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you step out of that space is when you start to figure out people's other interests, just like you said, and then that's all it takes to be like, dude, I'm into the same stuff. You need to come over, and being that we're in the same town is so much easier.
Yeah.
Just maybe 10 minutes from each other?
That's crazy. So what's it called? So Smoke, you were already kind of in the fashion design, and Danny, you were doing shoes. Did you have any experience when it came to clothing, or your art was just more of the shoe thing at the time?
It was the shoe stuff, but it was sort of in between, because in the background of painting sneakers, I was always doing like sewing and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for example, when I was painting around that same time, I was experimenting with putting the shoes together from scratch.
Oh, damn.
So this is an Air Force One before it's put on a mold, before it gets the sole, and it doesn't have the tongue yet.
Uh-huh.
Same thing, sewing, and it's just the skill alone that is versatile. You can take that skill into so many different fields that it became a little easier to make the transition. And my dad also has a business in Florida that is his main source of income now, is clothing and custom anything, where he makes shirts, t-shirts, sweaters, mugs, coasters, anything you could think of. He can put your logo and get that done for you. But the only thing he didn't do was embroidery and anything that had to do with cut and sew. So that's where we sort of like filled his void and he fills our void.
That's cool, because like you kind of already have and that's a cool thing, because that kind of gives you an idea of how it could potentially be, and you got a little bit of guidance, and maybe kind of like, hey, you know, when we're doing this, you know, he could probably say, hey, look into this, do this, or don't do that when it comes to the business sense, because obviously you guys have the talent and the skill. You know, a lot of people, even when I always say the streaming and content creation space is like the music business. A lot of people have the talent and they can do all this, but when it comes to conversations, networking, making deals, knowing the business sense, some people are just,
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
you know what I mean? You know, and that's, yeah, but think about it. If you're an independent person and you don't want to be giving your money out, and if you can learn it on your own, and as you guys are building it, that's, I love seeing that, because it brings that little entrepreneurship in somebody, because you're willing to take a risk. Because you want to try this. You have nobody else to depend on. Hey, I'm doing this. We're doing this together. And it's dope to see that, you know, this how it started with a small conversation, fucking name list on the piece of paper for 3 months. Hey, you know what I mean? That's fucking, you can't make this shit up, bro. It's amazing. I love hearing that shit. So, when you guys started, you know, obviously you guys got together and everything. When you guys were like, hey, let's really go in on this, like, how did that conversation go about? Because you guys are partners. You know, a lot of people, you know, might go into a certain space or business and have different creative, you know, things. How do you guys mingle that together when you guys first started? Like, all right, let's go in on this.
So it was right around the time of that fashion show when I was making all these hoodies. I made like 18 hoodies at the time, and we did the fashion show, and then Danny was already on board, because he was like, dude, we had the conversation, he messed with everything, the name, you know, we had the same creative space, and the fact that when we talk about things, like, he can bring something to the table, I can bring something to the table, it's talked about. It's not like something's pushed off the table, like, nah, forget about that. You know, it's like we both sit down and we talk about it. And that goes for anything. So that's a plus to really share that creative mindset, and also same type of mindset towards business and taking business seriously.
I like how,
Sure.
Go ahead.
So that,
Yeah, go ahead.
as far as money goes, we are very. That's the one thing that I think not makes or breaks, but it helps us so much. Is we try to we eliminate money from everything. Thank God that now we're a little more self-sufficient when it comes to the business. It pays for itself. But in the beginning, when it did come to putting up money, we were always 50-50. And whatever we made back from it, it goes into its own account that we don't touch.
Nice.
So
Nice.
I feel like a lot of other businesses that have to deal with partners, money is a big problem when it comes to separating people.
Yeah, I'm glad that you guys have brought that up, because even when I still stream, but I don't go heavy on it. But like when I co-stream, I don't just co-stream with anybody, and that was always a lot of people like, oh, you don't want to co-stream with me? I'm like, look, it's a vibe. It's a certain conversation. I'm not a sweat. I'm laughing and all. I'm entertaining. You know what I mean? People are showing up to see how terrible or how good or how funny I do. So if I'm playing with somebody, which I've had, they're like, damn, you're terrible. Pick it up. I'm like, bro, this is me. You know what I mean? So, it just wasn't there. And I'm glad you say that, because those conversations are important, especially if you move forward, because a lot of people always want to say, well, I put in the money. I did this, I, instead of the we. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because that could break something before it even starts off.
100%.
You know what I mean? Just having that, it's not, when it comes to the partnership or a team or whatever that I've seen, I grew up playing sports. It's not always about being right. It's about making the right decision that makes sense for everybody to move forward. And if everybody could be unselfish enough to understand that my idea didn't work and his idea worked and it works for everybody, it's kind of like, hey, well, fuck that, man. I'm gonna do my own thing. All right, well, then fucking get out of here. You know what I mean? Just like, what do you say? You know what I mean? You know what I say? Your idea didn't work. His worked. Why are you upset? Kind of thing. So, yeah.
That's the learning process.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since day one, since Danny was like, he's on board, it's always been that type of mindset. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. So, like without going too much into the brand, so you guys have a LLC? Do you guys have like a official business as far as when it comes to the brand name? Like, you have it copyrighted and shit like that?
Well, we got it copyrighted, but as far as getting it a business and what route we want to take it, we haven't really gotten it.
Oh, that's cool. So that's perfect. That's dope. So I'm even more excited to see where you guys go from here, man. Because like this is generally like you guys are already making some moves on your own. You guys seem like you're in the right space, as far as when it comes to creativity and then the same vision. So that's dope. So going off of that, like, what is the biggest challenge for you guys so far when to start a brand in a business? Like, what is the biggest challenge that you guys have faced so far together?
That one?
I'll take it. All right, cool. There's a lot of challenges. So in the beginning, the challenges are a little different than now, just because we've gone all in and we have things like these larger machines that increases like production times and things like that. But prior, getting things out on our time, like we would set ourselves a schedule. You try to keep things at a certain pace, and we would set dates for us, and it was always hard for us to hit our scheduled dates, whether it be for getting a sample in or releasing something or putting a certain post up. We were always off, and getting on track when it comes to our own scheduling, and even giving ourselves the time, because sometimes you want things done faster and it affects that date that you set out. So we would give ourselves more time, but the challenge of doing things efficiently and being okay with if you're a day late or 2 days late, if there's a competent reason, that was one of our major challenges in the beginning.
Yeah, that's cool that you say that, because you're being realistic. Because obviously, if we set a date, you want to be as a hard date, but sometimes things are out of our hands, or certain things don't go our way. Like, how bad could it affect you? So the fact that you're like, it's still a learning process. You know what I mean? I was talking to you guys about this podcasting that I've been doing. I just got to the point to where like I wanted to talk to more and more people, and maybe it just didn't align or people didn't want to talk to me. So right now I'm in the process of making a studio at home. I'm like, hey, I know enough people here in town that I can talk to and come over. Like, I'm going to start doing things that it's in my control. You know what I mean? So by you guys investing in the machines and doing that, those are things that are more in your control, man. So that's perfect that you guys are going about it that way. So now that you guys have, you guys have the brand, you guys are on together on the same vision and all that. Do you guys like feel pressure, like to be successful? Like, damn, if we don't go this, like we're fucked. Or like, do you feel like that pressure is there from amongst each other or from family and friends? Do you feel that pressure at all?
I wouldn't necessarily. Wow, it's like a yes and a no. For the no, I wouldn't necessarily feel pressure from others to do something that I love doing, because that's the goal. Like, I want to do this, what I love doing, and it's a plus to get paid to do what you love doing. You know what I'm saying? There's no pressure though. I'm still going to continue to like gaming, for instance. Gaming, I've been gaming since I was a child. I love doing it. No matter if I'm gaming and streaming or I'm gaming and not streaming, I'm still going to game. It's something I love doing. So I'm not going to feel pressured by others to do that. And then, yes, I'm putting pressure on myself because I know me and him, because I know we have it within us to be successful. You know what I'm saying? So consistency is key, and we got to put that pressure on ourselves in order for us to be successful. So yes, I put the pressure on ourselves, and no, not from others.
Yeah, I love that's an honest answer. I love that. Like, do you feel the same way, Danny, when it comes to that? Like, everything he's saying, you're like, yep, pretty much,
100%. There's always going to be a background pressure when you're running a business or you're a part of something, especially. And that's the good part, is like before, when I was doing things by myself, it's a little less pressure when you're doing it by yourself than when you have someone else, because it's like you don't want to let that person down at
that accountability, right? That accountability. You're like, I don't want to let him down. You know what I mean? Because he wouldn't want to let me down.
Yes, they're all just like you have. So it's like, I can't slack off just as much as he is, because if one part goes down, it's like he's gonna have to pick that up, and then this relationship in the business doesn't become even. So keeping that balance is definitely the pressure that I feel on this side. Keep up, you know what I'm saying? This guy right here, this guy's a machine.
Hey, and that's cool, because you have to praise each other and see each other's goods and bad, because obviously, when it comes to a lot of things, it might not be 50-50, it might be 60-40 or whatever, but as long as that pendulum is like heel, and it's not always one person, or you know what I mean, and there's like, everybody's being positive and moving forward. I think a lot of people get so caught up in the wanting to get to that finish line. One thing I always say with streaming is that everybody wants to make money and have 1,000 followers and all this shit. Like, do you not understand there's a fucking journey before you get to that? And guess what? When you get to that finish line, there's another fucking finish line. This is a marathon. So the fact that you pointed that out, it just kind of like, hey, short-term goals. We're doing this. We're on the same page. We got to do this. And I think that a lot of people get so fucking tunnel vision to try to get to the end, then forget about, hey, there's a lot of shit we got to do in order to keep going in that direction. So that consistency quote is perfect, man. I totally agree on that shit.
Absolutely. The glory, you can't enjoy the glory at the end as much when you don't put the work in. If you were just given it at the end, you wouldn't know, like, it wouldn't feel the same.
Yeah.
It wouldn't, and you couldn't go back and say, like, you don't understand, or like, you can't give that fair perspective of, like, it takes this to go and do it.
It's crazy that you say that, because I follow a lot of like motivational speakers and people that talk about being successful in life when it comes to business or anything, right? And everything's the same thing: the consistency and knowing you're being true to yourself to move forward, then fuck everybody else. You know what I mean? How many millionaires have said that same damn thing? You're just like, if you put yourself on the right path and you're doing everything in your power that you can honestly say, hey, we're doing this and moving in the right direction, you're going to be successful. It might not be crazy or anything, like, but as long as you're honest and realistic with yourself, that's the biggest the biggest thing. So with all that being said, like, how do you guys keep that motivation going between each other? Like every day, like, hey man, we gotta do this. Hey, like, how does that motivation keep going between y'all?
So it's funny because our shifts are off. So I wake up at 5:40 in the morning to get ready for work. He just went to sleep like an hour maybe ago. You know what I'm saying? So he's like second, third shift. I'm up in the morning. I'm going to work. So like I'm at work, and right now my company's in the process of getting bought out by somebody else. So at work, I do my work. I have nothing to do for 8 hours. So I got my work laptop at work. I'm editing photos from photo shoots, getting content together to post, and he's getting his rest. When he get up, okay, we got these items to make today. Get on the embroidery machine, get it running. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's perfect that we basically hit all 3 shifts of the day in a sense. So like, it's perfect.
That's good.
It
Yeah.
never stops running.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I was talking to No Sense. Shout out to No Sense, man. He's another content creator, man. And I had him a while back, and he was like, "Man, my full-time job is my sponsor for my creativity, you know, dream." You know what I mean? Which is true. Like, I have an IT degree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know, I've been fortunate to always make okay money. I could always have a job, but that's not something I really want to pursue anymore. I could always have that job that pays the bills. I got kids, I got a mortgage, you know, shit. I still gotta work. You know, a lot of people don't understand that when you're getting into any business, the money's not there right away. A lot of people don't understand. They just see us, they see your brand. Oh, y'all fucking popping off. Where's the money? We wish it was that easy. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what I mean? But, you know, a lot of people don't understand that this is a passion that people have in whatever creative space they want to do. And they got to do everything else to, you know, keep that dream going, man. Because one of the hardest things I had to do was be honest with myself when it came to, because at first, you know, that COVID streaming, everybody's up in your streams, you're making X amount of money. I'm like, it's only going to go up from here. After about a year and a half, and it started slowing down, I was like, all right, I got to take a step back. You know, I'm in this room all the time. I'm neglecting my kids, my wife. You know, I'm not being honest with myself. But when I took a step back, you know, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it my way. And I'm going to be, you know, honest with myself. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be able to even pay my car streaming. So why the fuck am I going to invest so much time and effort into something that's not going to go correctly the way I want it? I need to make sure that I keep my job and then start finding the lanes that I can create content the way I want to. So hopefully in the next 4 or 5 years, I could do this full time. And I'm okay with that. You know, a lot of people just want to jump to making money right away. Like, look at all the shit you guys have and you guys all have to do. You know what I mean? And y'all still figuring it out and you're still doing it. So like, I love seeing that because it inspires me and motivates me, because I'm trying to do that in my own space. You know what I mean? I still got to work. I still got shit to do, but I ain't stupid. You know what I mean? I got to keep my job.
Yeah.
What's it called? So kind of like explain the balancing that you guys have with your, you know, family and friends when it comes to, you guys work obviously, and then you guys are doing this. Like, you guys take time to, you know, be with family or significant others, or just kind of like, this is just it's either work and this all the time?
So it was at the point where, cause yeah, I get up 6 o'clock in the morning, go to work till 3:30, get out of work, and then, you know, I gotta work on the business. That was just my mindset for a long time. So yeah, I was losing time from my family a lot, you know what I'm saying? But it got to the point where I can kind of like fall back a little bit off of it, and you know, it's just a sacrifice I had to make at the time. Sad to say, but you know, it's easier to juggle. I got less time at work right now. I come home, basically everything is smooth. It's like, you know, we're on a flat right now. It's not bumpy no more.
Yeah.
You know, we still hit bumps, but it's a lot better than it was before.
Are you the same way, Danny? Like, as far as like, you know, significant others and family, and then kind of just trying to balance your time in with everything?
It's always been a little bit easier for me, being that like I got my girl. I don't got no kids, dude. I got 2 dogs. You probably see one of them walking back and forth every couple of minutes. And besides that, I'm not really too in tune with my family as much as I was when I was younger. My parents left to Florida once I left high school.
Mm-hmm.
So once the parents separated, you know what I'm saying, the distance from the family becomes a little more. But I still got that small group of family members that I see on the occasions, the Thanksgiving, the Christmas.
Yeah.
But aside from that, it's not too difficult. I'm not working a job right now. I'm lucky enough that this pays my half of the bills full time now, and it wasn't always like this. 2 months ago, it wasn't like this, and that just goes to show you. I got injured May 29th last year. I tore my ACL, my medial meniscus, lateral meniscus, and I had a tibial plateau fracture.
Damn, how'd you manage that? He's like, I'm gonna show you how I did that shit.
Right.
Oh, what are those damn things you fell? Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
25 miles an hour. Destroyed my knees. So
wow.
When I got hurt, it was kind of a little bit a blessing in disguise because I hated my job. I worked at a milk facility in the town. They basically take raw milk from the farm, process it, and put it on shelves for people to sell.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got hurt, it was sort of an excuse to get away from the job.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at it as a positive.
Yeah.
And in that time is when we had these conversations, when we linked up, and you know, I was all screwed up. Crutches.
It's so crazy how things fall in place.
Man, it's insane. It's insane.
A year ago.
Exactly a year ago. So that same time frame, it just happened around that time. He was going into the fashion show. I had a piece of equipment that would make his process easier. And it was that Cricut. So I have a Cricut, and the actual lightning design on that hoodie was originally done with the Cricut. He ended up going with a freehand design afterwards, but it started off as a stencil that we made with the Cricut. He didn't have it at the time. That was the first initial. He came over, we did the stencil, put it on, see how it looked on the hoodie, and that was the first time we met. And it was those, maybe 2 hours or less that started and domino effect. It was almost once a week after that, and then now it's 4 to 6 times a week we see each other.
That's so dope, man. Isn't that I hate saying it. It's such a cliche thing, you know what I mean? Where you hear, well, everything happens for a reason. Like, you know, you don't ever want to hear that shit when it's like not going your way. You know what I mean? But, you know, but I tell people this, and like, as I've gotten older and I've been, you know, I'm a family man, I'm more understanding, you know, just like, I kind of, you know, look at things from afar. But sometimes a glass is half full. It's not half empty. You know, it's what you do with that half of that glass, it's up to you. Are you going to sit there and bitch that it's not full? Or are you going to realize, damn, it could be empty and I could do something with what I got? You know what I mean? How you were saying, like, damn, I fucking destroyed my knee, but it led to this without even fucking knowing.
And now I don't need to go work that job anymore.
Damn, that's so crazy, dude.
In 365 days. The anniversary of that was literally, and it's crazy because this was a bad omen. I shouldn't have did it, but I did it anyway. I got back on it for the first time.
He's all, fuck you. Fuck you, universe. Watch this.
On the same day that I messed my knee up, May 29th, I got back on it for the first time again. So far, so good, but I'm not doing 25 on messed up streets anymore.
Yeah. You got a little like too confident up in that bitch.
You said you got hurt May 29th?
May 29th.
Bro.
The same day.
Don't die. Swear to anybody.
I heard him say it, and he didn't know this.
I swear to anybody. I bought my first machine right here on the same fucking day.
Damn.
Last year. I swear
this
to
is
anybody.
prior. We didn't even have this conversation about the brand or anything.
The fucking universe was aligning the fucking planets for you guys.
Showing seats.
Holy shit.
That's even crazier.
That is so cool, man. So, you know, we talk about the brand, the relationship you guys are building and moving forward and, you know, keeping that motivation going. Do you feel like you need to be taken serious or feel respected within your community as far as when it comes to fashion? Or are there people you're kind of like, fuck, I don't care what y'all think. I'm going to just keep doing our thing, dude. Do you feel like you need to be respected or taken serious by your family and peers?
Damn. So I would say it kind of they come with each other. So when you're doing something in a business, if you take it seriously and you're putting in the work, it's open-ended. It's up to them whether they want to take you seriously. But I'd say the majority of the time, the 90% of the time, if you're doing something you love and you're taking it seriously and you're putting in the work and other people see that, they will take you seriously. The people can respect you or not respect you for any reason. It could be animosity. Maybe they're doing the same thing and they're doing a little better than you or not better than you. But I think being taken seriously in a business usually has to go with the amount of work you're putting into it.
Yeah, I agree, man. Because some people be like, or vice versa. Sometimes you're doing so good, but you're not really that great. A lot of people will sit there and hate on anybody. Like, you know, when I first started streaming, you know, I was always looking at big streamers and, you know, I'm trying to do this and like nobody takes me serious. And like my IT degree helped me get my stream better, make alerts, do this, make the lighting, fucking audio. Like, damn, Jimmy, you're doing your thing. I'm like, dude, I am putting in the work. Like, y'all don't know. Like, I got to the point to where like, I'm going to take myself serious, how Danny was saying, and I will just show people. I don't have to tell anybody anything. I'm just going to show and do my thing. And people will either respect me or not, but they're going to see that I'm taking it serious, man. So that was a great way for you to explain it. Because it's true, man. Some people are going to hate. Some people are going to just talk shit. Or some people are going to be like, hey, man, good luck. Keep it going. And I think that the positivity, regardless of what it is or not, having the right type of people, you know, embracing that you're trying to do something with this is dope. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people are always like, hey, do good, but not better than me, you know? Hey, you know what I mean? You meet a lot of those people, man, unfortunately, man. Hey, I'll see y'all doing your thing, man. I hope you don't do better than me, you know what I mean? It sucks that that's how the world is, you know, unfortunately, that, you know, we all know people and it is what it is, but I think if you stay on your own lane, how you were saying, and, you know, the work will show later, you know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. If you don't like me, then great. If you don't think I'm gonna do, it's all good, man. I get caught up with a lot of people who have different motivations, because I love a lot of people. I have a friends are like, tell me I can't. I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm just gonna, so I can fucking tell you, you know what I mean? Me, I'm kind of like, hey, if you don't believe in me, I'm just gonna do my thing, and I can care less if you think I'm doing good or not, because later on, I'm not gonna be like, haha, I told you. I'm like, I'm not that type of person, man. I'm in my lane. You see, hey, man, what's up, man? I appreciate it. Hey, I see you doing your thing. Yeah, I remember you fucking not giving me my props and my praise, but I don't say that because I don't need to put that negative energy out of there, man. I already know. They know. You know what I mean? I'm sure you're going to get a lot of people like, look at these motherfuckers with their VB hats on. Haha, good luck. You know what I mean? You know, just like, all right, fine. You know, I'm going to do it regardless. How Smoke said, I'm going to do it regardless no matter what. So,
yeah, there's always two ways it goes. It either goes where somebody is going to be like, do good but not better than me, or you get those other people that are really on your side.
Yeah, man, because in the whole like my experience with the whole content space is that, you know, I'm not the biggest, I'm not the smallest, but I've always kind of been well respected. A lot of people say, hey man, he's a good dude and blah blah blah. And so I'm fortunate to have conversations like this with people. Like I can just say, hey, you down to talk about this? And people like say yes. How many people can actually reach out to other people and have them be taken serious? You know what I mean? Not a lot of people. A lot of people, you know what I mean? And it just comes with your personality and how you carry yourself, because you guys have shit to do. You know, you didn't have to sit here and talk to me. You know what I mean? But I appreciate it. And that's how that thing goes, man. Everybody's trying to see each other win. You know what I mean? I love seeing people win, man. Even if I have no part of it or nothing, and I just, hey, I knew those guys there. I talked to them a year ago. They've been doing it for 2 years. They're doing great. It's great to see that, you know what I mean? And a lot of people get so caught up in the hate or wishing they did this or didn't do that, and, you know, can never congratulate somebody for, you know, trying to do something with their life, man. So, yeah, man. So, like, either respect or not respected, you know, that was a great answer. But now that, you know, you guys, you know, obviously your business plan and everything are still coming together, like, what is the goal for the brand, or like, what's the ideal future that you guys see? Like, if everything was going all right, what's the ideal future for your guys' brand? Like, what direction you guys want to go in?
Well, one of the main goals is, because right now our workspace is in it's in multiple locations right now. You know, we are an in-house brand, but it's just broken up in pieces right now. One of my main goals would be to put everything in one spot, and for it to be able to pay all of our bills, and we can pull up here for 8 hours a day and bust our ass here, and we can go home knowing we did what we loved all day and go and pay our bills.
Talk about a
You know
dream.
what I'm saying?
That right there, that would be.
That's the goal.
Fall asleep, have a dream. That would be it right there. Wake up and be able to work 24/7 and make a living. You know what I'm saying? Not just pay bills where you can enjoy your life. You can take your vacations. You can take your time off and still be okay.
I know, and then like, and you're building a brand and a business to the, you know what I mean? How many people all started like y'all? You know what I mean? I'm not that much into fashion game and know certain, you know, people, but I'm sure that you guys have heard similar stories when it comes to fashion and things like that, how people just started in their room or in the garage and went from there. You know what I mean? So that's so inspiring, because all these small conversations we're having, and you know, your knee and the gaming, it's funny how that shit all just fucking ends up being versatile breed, man, out of all that shit. You know what I mean? It's so crazy.
It was all one versatile breed puzzle.
Yeah.
We just had to put the pieces together. That's all.
Damn, that's sick, man. So like, now that you guys have some experience as you guys are going in there, if there's anybody out there that's listening or watching this that might be hesitant to get into the fashion or do things like that, what are some tips and some advice that you would give to somebody who's inspiring to kind of follow the route that you guys are doing?
I would say something you could say, or a couple good tips, is take your time in the beginning. A lot of people, you said it earlier, it's like you get so caught up in trying to get to that end goal, to reach the end of the tunnel, but like taking your time in the beginning will save you that time on the back end. If you take the time to make sure that what you're putting out as a clothing brand is top notch, or where you, the best of your ability, the first time you put it out, you can feel proud about what's out there. And not feeling proud about something you have out is, you can't have a worse feeling than that. Something going wrong, and it's the worst thing you could have. So doing the process early gives you time to sort of, we call it the sample process. Maybe you buy 3 or 4 sweaters that are different brands, and you like the way this one feels over another one. You have to take those steps and try different things to be able to be confident in what you're putting out there. Especially because there's so many clothing brands out there in the world now. It's like, it's a dime a dozen. You have to separate yourself from the next guy. And the next guy, especially in a town like ours, the next guy could be down the street.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so much stuff that's around. Everybody, you might not be into fashion, but everybody's got to get dressed every day.
Mm-hmm.
You can always find something for somebody to wear.
Mm-hmm.
So finding your demographic, your niche of what you're trying to target, and going through those sampling process, so when you put that product out, that niche target who you're targeting can have that same feeling you did about the product.
That's well said. That was fucking perfect. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people, like, they're like, oh, I'm gonna just go buy these t-shirts at Walmart and slap a screen thing on and try to sell it. You know what I mean? Just like the process, the fact that you said, hey, you got different materials, see how it feels. You know, are you proud of putting it out? Because a lot of people just want to do it just to do it and say that they're doing it just to do it. That was one thing I would always get, not hate on, but like I was, man, everybody's a streamer. When everybody was streaming, anybody can stream. Anybody can stream. You turn on the camera and you play COD all day, you're a streamer. But can you be successful? That's the different part. A lot of people don't know the time of the editing, the scheduling, the consistency of all that stuff. Same thing with you guys, the material, the logo, the demographic, the things that people don't think about. You know, they just think like, I'm gonna turn the camera on and I'm gonna make money. I'm gonna just grab this t-shirt, slap a logo on it, and I'm gonna make money. You know what I mean? Just like that. I like hearing that, because you guys you're being thoughtful of how you guys are going about that, man. That's fucking dope.
Hell yeah. All of our designs, we have everything. So our original sweater design that do I have one on this strap here? I do. So everything we get on our is all original. So we go, and another tip, Fiverr, anybody looking for a graphic designer, there's a ton of talented artists on Fiverr. Go on there, type in the type of art, or if there's anything in specific you're looking for, type it in, and you'll find somebody. And this was made by an artist on Fiverr. We gave him a concept idea, and it's sort of in the anime style art. And this is just a depiction of facing your own fears. So this is 3 different guys all facing their own fears. So it's kind of color coordinated, everybody fighting their own demon.
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
And that was sort of the original drop where we were a little further along. We did one set of shirts prior to that, and then the hoodies came out. But that was the first where we went like and got a design created and went all out. And that was sort of the meaningful first drop, where it was just like, this is our way of saying exactly this. Like, we're just getting into this. And in a sense, it was a fear of for us as well, starting something new. I've always hated change, especially when it came to like my job. Like, I was at that milk company for 6 years. I could have probably got a better job, but I just hate starting over. That new, that change, going from sneakers, and just even the fighting with yourself in your mind is dropping what I'm doing now and everything I've built, worth it to go and start something new right now. And it's just when you believe in something that much and you've got the motivation to get it done, you get going.
I like how you said that, because a lot of people they're just like, they're safe. I'm safe, I'm good. Like, people are afraid to take risks, afraid to fail in anything, in the smallest thing. You know, like, I have a son, and like, he'll play a new game. Oh, I'm suck. He gets all upset. I'm like, this is new to you. You know, like, embrace the fact that it's new, and you could potentially get good at it if you want to do it, but you have to know that you're gonna fail. Not everybody would be successful off the front. Imagine how easy it would be if everybody was successful. We have more than 1 billion businesses doing the same goddamn thing, and nobody would be making money. You know what I mean? Because like, it pulls it out of you, how you're saying your internal, like, the doubt, this, am I doing this right? Should I do this? No, this isn't right. Like, having those inner thoughts are good, because I hate to fail, but at the same time, I'm not afraid. You know what I mean? If I suck, I suck, bro. If I do this whole podcast thing and I get some good conversations, spread some positivity out there, I felt like I did good. You know what I mean? And if I feel like if I keep doing that, it may lead to something. If it doesn't, I'm not chasing the money. You know what I mean? So I'm still having fun with this right now, and what it could potentially open gates with. You know what I mean? Like, I started streaming just to stream for fun, meet some dope ass people. I like watching podcasts. I want to start a podcast. Let's fucking talk to people. Like, why the fuck not? Like, I would have never known that if I would have never taken the risk and turned on the camera to play fucking COD and get my ass kicked, you know?
And it gives you the opportunity to learn so much more about the people that you've already like been interacting with for the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's like the dopest thing, man. I've had so many different content creators, man, from different walks of life, different locations, you know, raised differently, and it just having that gaming thing in common is so crazy, because that's like a platform to go from there to potentially build a friendship. Or, you know, a lot of people that I always say, we don't all have to be best friends, but you can say, hey, I know Jimmy, I know Danny, I've seen Smoke. If you just see them from afar and give them the praise, that's all it is. Nobody's got to be in each other's ass. Nobody's got to be buying each other shit all the time or donating. It's like, it just like, if you feel the love and respect from afar, that's what's up. You know, that's
so free. It means more than any purchase.
Just knowing that you acknowledge what I'm doing, and you're rooting for me is all I need. That's fucking dope. Hell yeah, man. That's dope, man. So what's it called? Like, real quick, like with the name, can you give me like kind of like a description of your brand? Of how would you guys explain the brand as far as like the fashion sense of it? Like, what do you guys tell people? Like, what is the demographic of your style or whatever for your brand?
So that's the reason for the name, really. Like, it could be anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's the point of versatile breed. I came up with it basically because people get put through a lot of situations. And this is everybody, you know, hurt, you know, happy, whatever it is. Being able to adapt in your situation, though, whether it's good, horrible, being able to adapt in your situation, that's kind of where Versatile Breed came from. You know what I'm saying? Because you are able to overcome anything you put your mind to, and I feel like that's versatile. Like, and putting breed to it is like it can be anybody. So like, I wouldn't say it's to anybody in Pacific. Like, it can be anybody.
Well, that's good too, because you gotta. That's another thing too. A lot of people don't understand when it comes to the businesses. You gotta appeal to a broader audience. You know what I mean? Because if you narrow to one section of people, there might be a lot of other people that might be interested, but you're not focusing on them. And the fact that you said, "Hey, we're about everything because of this XYZ," so people can relate to that. You know, that's dope.
That was a lesson for us. That you say that. What he just said, kid. Yeah. We originally came up with that design you just saw, and there's no weapons in it, so that children can wear it. And we made the design with that intention, but then released it for adults only. And we got a flood of children's orders for it right after.
I saw some pictures of some of the shit you guys had. I was like, okay.
So that was perfect. It was like we had the idea, but we only released it for the adult sizes, and then just seeing the flood of people that support you that have kids that now want to match their kids. That was like, oh man, right in the heart.
That's
right
dope. That's cool.
Right in the heart.
That's cool that you said that, because like with for example, with my content, I used to, I don't know if you guys know who Stone Mountain is. He's a big streamer on Facebook. Well, he doesn't cuss. It's rare when he does. And I would notice it, and I was like, I cuss up a storm all the time. But now my kids are a little older. They watch my videos and they're friends. So I slowly stop cussing so I could appeal to a bigger audience. You know what I mean? Obviously with the podcast, it's something different. It's more of an adult. But when I'm gaming, I play with my kids. I play with other of my friends' kids, and I don't cuss. And you get more of a audience or people that want to be a part of the community, because I'm not sitting here dropping F-bombs and your kids playing Fortnite with me. You know what I mean? That was a conscious decision that I made when I met another streamer. Shout out to Big Watch Streaming, man. He would cuss up a storm, and then he stopped too. And then when I had a conversation like this with him, I was more conscious of like, damn, I can cuss, but do I need to? You know what I mean? And like the way you were saying that, just like, damn, now my friends' kids are, hey man, my friend had you up, my son had you up on YouTube. They're watching all your fails. You know, that's dope. My brain just was like, what the fuck? I didn't even think of that at all. But the fact that it was more like me having the thought process to how to expand more, just how you said, hey, we weren't doing this for kids, but it makes sense because we're versatile and we're not going to limit ourselves to just adult. Boom. Just like that. The thought that you guys thought about it and move forward is like, boom. So smart. That's amazing. That's so better.
So easy for us. It was perfect.
Yeah. So what's it called? We talked about the brand and how you guys got together and we known each other, man. So, man, plug yourselves, man. Where can people find your guys' things? Or like, what are you guys working on project-wise? Can people just like order online? Or like, how do you guys go about when you guys start working with people?
So, that's the brand and everything.
This is our business card.
Hey, that's dope.
That's our favorite design so far we've come out with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are our ads. IG is at versatile_breed_co. You can get us on Facebook at versatilebreedco. And then our email is at versatilebreed@gmail.com.
Boom. And all those links, guys, will be at the bottom. If you're watching this on YouTube or listening on Spotify, all those will be there. So do you guys have like a limited stock of things, or do you guys work on a project based when you guys are putting out new clothing? How do you guys go about as far as like if somebody just wants to say, hey, I want a shirt, can somebody just contact you? Do you guys have a website, or how do you guys go about that?
Basically, to answer two of those questions, you can just contact us to place the orders, because like we said before, we did the sample process, and then we'll make enough samples for us and then for the models. So then I'll post up on any social media like who wants to model the clothes, and we'll let them keep them. So and then whoever likes the clothes, they'll hit us up and we'll order based off that. So they can get any item that we ever made. They just gotta let us know. And then we don't only just make our clothes. Like people come to us with their own brand ideas and we'll run their stuff. Like shout out to Escoleaf, they're a huge company right now that makes basically like cigars and stuff like that. But you know, we made their business shirts for them, and we don't just only make our clothes. So
that's dope. That's cool. So yeah, you guys are kind of like a one-stop shop. Like we make our own things, but hey, if you guys have an idea that you guys want to put together, we could definitely take care of you guys. That's fucking even more being more broad as far as when it comes to the business. Yeah, y'all pushing your brand, but if somebody says, "Hey, I need 1,000 shirts," if you guys can come up with a logo and put it together for us, you guys are not going to say, "No, it's not Versatile Breed." You know, you know what I mean? It's just like. It's so crazy. Like somebody reached out to me like, "Hey, we want you to run this gaming event." Me? Like, yeah, man, you're fun. Like, oh shit, dope. All right, cool. You know what I mean? Just like you put yourself in certain positions for certain opportunities to arise, man. It just and then yeah, man, and that's what you put yourself in the position to be successful, man. It's just not limiting yourself. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we could sit here and make 1,000 of our shirts and it'll be sitting in the back. But how about we go about it? I like how you said, Smoke, that you guys put it out there and you guys are advertising it before really going in on it. Like if somebody's not liking the shirt in the brand or like that style, why are you going to make 100 shirts of that?
Bingo. On it. Like, bingo. You know?
You're trying to force that fucking, the square peg into the circle and shit.
Right. No, if you don't like the design, you're not going to like it. Whoever does, okay. We'll order your shirt, especially for you, with your size. You know what I'm saying? We can't forget about that. And then we also can't forget about, we make custom rugs too. So.
Oh, shut up. No. I might need to reach out to you, get a JimmyDukesGaming one. Oh my God. That is sick, dog.
Order right here. And
that's so cool, man.
That's my girlfriend. She's got a little frame on the other side and she tufts these by hand with a hand tufting machine.
That's so crazy. That's so dope though, man. That's so dope, man.
Part of that, like from the beginning, we had to go through the sample processes and doing stuff. So like we tried to delete every aspect of needing somebody else to do our jobs. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Well said.
So if we need sewing, we're buying sewing. We need embroidery, we're buying that. We're making custom rugs. Get everything for that. You know what I'm saying? Like we're making it so we don't need to go outside of here.
Yeah.
Right.
I love to say that you say that because I've always told people I pride myself on being a one-man army. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I love that shit, dude.
I put a camera up that I seen, and this had to be over a year ago. And it was in the back, I think it was in the back corner, maybe where that Deadpool poster.
Yeah.
It was so high in the air.
Yeah.
And it was time lapse that I saw you put up of yourself.
Oh yeah, when I was editing.
It had to be like 2 hours plus.
Yeah.
And I see you going back and forth, and I'm like, this is insane. Bro.
I always tell people like I you know, I grew up like as a computer guy. You know what I mean? I used to help people make beats and edit videos, and I would just I grew up playing hockey, so I'd make my own videos. But all the things that I've done in my life had led to me being successful as a content creator because, you know, I feel like I have a decent personality. I'm pretty social. I try not to be too blunt or force myself on certain things. I edit my own videos. You know, I do everything myself. You know, I pride myself on that. So when I see other people doing the same damn thing, like I don't need anybody to make my reels. I don't need anybody to do anything for me or upload or post anything. And I pride myself on that because I still, all my other stuff outside that door, I'm still a good father. I'm a great husband. I have no issues at work. So it can be done. You know what I mean? So I tell people when you don't have any kids or you don't have any financial big responsibilities, like what is holding you from doing what you want to do in life, regardless of what it is? You know what I mean? It's just like such wasted time and talent that I see in a lot of people, man, because they don't want to strive or put themselves in a situation where they might fail, man. I was like, I fucking learned how to edit. All my shit was terrible at first, but I just got better and more confident. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the brand. I'm Jimmy Dukes. People show up to see what the fuck I'm going on. They're not here to see me get fucking smoked 30 kills, you know what I mean, on Rebirth. That ain't me, but I might be crashing a helicopter on the side of a building and taking 2 guys out and laughing my fucking ass off. You know what I mean?
You created a community that is not they're not coming there with the intention of seeing a
Yeah, yeah.
Than a community that does, to me, man. Like seeing you said it, the personality, the difference that makes is insane.
Yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of people like don't see that when it comes to this, even in entertainment. If you can't hold a conversation or get along with people, a lot of people might not like want to support you or see or can't relate to you, man. Just being relatable and things like that and having conversations with other people, you grow. Like, how many more people are gonna check you guys out and vice versa check me out because we're having this conversation and we just met through fucking video games, bro?
Crazy.
Exactly. All about the networking.
Yeah, man. And it's with the right type of people, man, because one of the biggest things, and I'm not saying I'm the fucking dopest or you smoke or whatever when it comes, a lot of people want to play with you or get in your circle because of how well you're doing. And it's just kind of like, oh, okay, calm down. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm the shit, but I don't just let anybody in my circle. I know you and we could be cool, but yeah, don't be mad at me if I don't want to play with you or hang out with you, or, you know, I can't go to the bar all the time. I can't go do this and shit like that. I'd rather go record a podcast. I'm editing for, you know, times, you know, my time is limited. So if you get hate on me and you don't understand, hey, it's all good. We're just in different paths in life right now. You know what I mean? Fucking it. Yeah, man. So I appreciate y'all, man. I just feel like I learned so much more about you guys, even more. And I can't wait to see what else you guys got going on. You guys are just a year in, you know what I mean? And you guys are doing this, and it's awesome to see, man. It really is.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you for having us, bro. This is super dope.
Yeah, man. We for sure got to follow up and see how you guys are doing in a couple months and shit like that, man, because I will definitely be looking out more and more for you guys and letting people know about your guys' brand and where you guys come from in your story, man, because everybody loves a great story, man. Even if you fucking wrecked your fucking knee. Even if you wrecked your, even if you, yeah, man.
Enjoy the good if you don't enjoy the bad as well. So
yeah, man.
A little bad, but look at what it turned into.
Hey, man. Hey, we would have never known, man. We would have never known if your smoke would have never turned on the camera. I would never cross paths with somebody else to see smoke and shit like that because of QP, man. It's weird how all that is, man. And a lot of people I might not talk to, and some people I still talk to who don't stream and shit like that. And it's always all love, man. So smoke, you know, I always see you and I try to say what's up to you, and I've always felt love, and I've never felt like not like, oh, who the fuck are you? Oh, now you coming in here? Where you been? I've never felt that from you, man. And Danny, I'm still getting to know you, man. And I just hope that our friendships keep flourishing from here, man, and we just kind of keep in touch when we can.
Hell yeah,
absolutely, dude.
For sure. For sure, man.
Thank you for having us, taking the time out of your day.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. My pleasure, man. I love sitting down. I say it all the time. I feel fortunate to sit down and to talk to some dope ass people, man. All the people I've had on have been dope, man. So thank you guys so much for your time, man. If you guys are watching this or listening, make sure you go check out Versatile Breed. All the links will be down here on YouTube, their Instagram, their email. You know what I mean? Make sure you go check them out. If you're listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, make sure you guys check out the other episodes, man. We're always talking to different content creators, and we're going to be expanding to talking to different types of people, not just when it comes to gaming, man. So until next time, from me, Mr. Danny, Mr. Smoke, Versatile Breed Clothing, man. Until next time, peace out, homies. Y'all take care. Hey, good shit, guys. What up, y'all? It's your boy, Jimmy Dukes, here for another episode here on the Jimmy Dukes Gaming Podcast. We have started our season 2 series with Who Is, and I've been excited to have this gentleman here since last year. We've been trying to work it out, and was fortunate to meet him in Atlanta at the Atlanta meetup. So welcome our guest, Mr. No Sense. What's up, man?
What's up, man? I appreciate you for having me, man, and thank you for the intro right there.
Yeah, man, of course, bro. First of all, like, I just want to say at the top of the show, when I met you in person, like, there's few people in my life that I've ever met with, like, God damn, there's like a glow around this guy. there's a glow, and I didn't really talk to you too much. We had small conversations, but man, you're beloved by a lot of different people. All positive things, associated with what you do and who you hang out with, man. So it was cool to actually. I met you through the Unfortunate One, and I would just catch your streams, and we just kind of chit chat. And then I met you at the ATL, man. You dancing and having a good time, being so positive, man. I was like, damn, this guy is dope as shit.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
that's my life, man. I just want to share my light as much as possible, and dance is another form of my communicating.
Yeah,
I truly believe that it's like I really can talk just through dance. I don't even have to say a word. I can just say everything from my dance, and if it makes you smile, if it brings some type of joy into your life, my job is done.
That's dope.
About much, so that's where it's at.
That's dope. Yeah, because I remember we hung out the night before the actual meetup. You were dancing. Everybody was having a good time at the meetup. You were dancing, having a good time, man. You got on stage, was being so positive with everything, with everyone that was in that room, as it was dope. So I was like, man, I got to get this guy on this show, and kind of I feel spoiled to the fact that I get to sit down and talk to all these guests and get to know them a little bit more than I normally would through just a stream or at these meetups.
Yeah, man, you're going beyond the surface.
Mm-hmm.
When you go beyond the surface, man, that's gratitude for me. If we can go beyond what I just see, but who and why, man.
Yeah,
that's great, man. I love it. What I mean? So that's where I'm at.
That's dope, man. Yeah, because my goal when I started doing these Who Is series was like, you know what? There's a lot of people that they get to see our communities, other content creators. We know each other, but we don't really get a chance to peak ideas or what goals, how you're driven, kind of other than we're playing the game and BSing and having a good time with chat.
Right.
We're being entertaining, but sometimes we don't really get to sit down and talk about certain things that we might not talk about on stream. So just a quick question to start off the show. I like to ask people, how did you get your name No Sense, and how did that come about?
Oh man, No Sense. All right, so this is a little. This name's been here for a long time. It originally came from high school. I used to walk around and ask people for change to pay for lunch or whatever.
Nice.
So I'd be like, "Hey man, you got any cents on you?" And people just give me whatever change they had. I was like, "Yeah, all right," and I would get I actually used to buy. I wouldn't buy lunch. I would buy Rice Krispie treats.
Yeah.
So that's what
10 cents here, 10 cents, 25 cents here. Hell yeah.
So I used to actually have the nickname Rice. And then I eventually created the name No Sense based off of when I started to really showcase, because I was dancing for a while, but I showcased that I could actually dance by joining the dance team, and the movements that I did made no sense. And I actually have a dance move that I do that is my signature move, where I actually jump on the top of my head. I do this roll back and I hop.
Yeah.
Probably this high off the ground.
Yeah, when you did that shit in person, I was like, what?
Yes, so that's one of my signature moves, and I'm known in the dance community and breaking community for that move. And people know once I throw that move, it's about to be a crazy round. So maybe you can show it in the when you do the edit. Show
hell yeah, that'd be dope. Because I remember when you did do that in person, I was like, damn, that was cool. And I've seen you. You're talking about your dance videos. You've been putting those out more and more, and it's cool to see that. But quick background about yourself, did you grow up playing video games, or is it just what were your first consoles? What were one of the games that kind of hit you dang, I love playing games?
Man, so I started way young. I want to say about 2-3 years old. My dad had the Super Nintendo in the house. And I remember seeing him play games. And one game I remember the most was maybe what was the game that Captain Falcon was in? The little racing game. That was the main game that I remember seeing. I don't know why it plays back in my head.
F-Zero. Wasn't it F-Zero?
F-Zero, yeah.
Yes.
F-Zero. I just remember seeing that game, and I guess I probably had a controller in my hand and I was trying to play it. Later on, I started to see, man, because it's just and you have to make sure you don't hit the sides and stuff. Man, I remember that game, and then from there, my childhood was really fun. It was just games, Power Rangers, Barney, It was a lot of that stuff. And I think we ended up getting a Power Ranger game. I think I ended up eventually, like, with my family, my cousins, they had a Sega Genesis. So I ended up seeing Sonic a lot when I was like coming up at a young age. And then as we kept going, like all of my family had games, all of my cousins. So it was like I was trying different games while I was around them. We all shared it together. When they came over, they knew that they could play games. When I went over, I knew I could play games with them. You know, so it went from the Super Nintendo to Sega to I think eventually like getting up and getting a Game Boy to jumping into PlayStation. You know, very first PlayStation. I think one of the very first PlayStation games I was playing. What was it? We was into fighters a lot. My dad was holding like tournaments with his boys. Like,
really?
I remember,
That's so dope. That's so
like,
dope.
Yo, I want to play, and I never could play, so I had to watch them. And I'm like, yo, but it was very inspiring because I think eventually that's what got me into like the kung fu movies and the actual like wanting to move like that. Like, I can move like that, bro. Yeah. Like, I can do flips. I can, do the kicks and stuff like that. And I kind of feel like I'm like an action figure in some way, in some form. But it came from those fighters, man. Those fighters. One of the main fighters that really got me, and I don't really play it as much now, is Tekken.
Yes. Was it Eddie?
Bro, believe it or not, I wasn't a huge fan of Eddie. I use Eddie, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, I'm actually like, I was into like Jin. I was into,
Jin was dope. Yeah.
Martial law,
and Law.
I was into Lei.
Yeah.
The cop guy. Like, cause I used to like how he laid on the ground.
Yeah.
Like he was gonna do something, get up, pop, pop, pop.
Yeah.
Like I love that. That was like my main fighter, and I eventually got into other fighters and stuff like that. But that stuff right there inspired me to be like, I could do this. And then my dad was like an action figure too. Like, this man could do anything. Like, he runs super fast. He never, like, okay, what's funny is I can do way more stuff that he could ever do back then.
But back then, you look at it like,
yeah.
That's my dad. He's a...
Yeah, that's like my daddy.
Oh, yeah.
But now, like, I'm like, yo.
That's dope.
He'd be like, man, I can still do that. I'm like, nah, you can't flip right now, bro. Come on.
Right. It's cool that how video games can spark such an interest. It's not relating maybe to games, because I was like that because I grew up playing games too, and I liked fighting games, and I like playing sports games, and I'd want to go out there and get the last 3 of the game, and go in there, go play NBA Jam, the nail in the coffee, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's cool, yeah, because I like to ask people, like, because video games is you said, like, now it's changing. It's usually be like a bad stigma that, you're just playing games, you're wasting your time. But, I grew up playing games and I OD'd on them a little bit too much because my parents didn't know how to handle it. And I have kids and I let them play to a certain extent, but at the same time, like, let them go, make sure they go outside and run and do all this stuff, because if you're just playing games all the time, then it's bad. But I'm glad that you say growing up, video games are part of your life, because it is, and it's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Right. So you're talking about
how I can inspire you.
Yeah. So from playing the video games to wanting to, to dance and the no sense stuff, like, how did your life lead to being a streamer or content creator? Like, what made you look at something like, hey, like, I want to try that. Like, I want to stream. Like, where did you get to that point?
Oh, man. So I guess we can start off with, one of the main inspirations. I actually, so I've been playing games for a while, but I got to college and I think I ended up watching a playthrough of somebody playing, what was it? The Last of Us.
Okay.
And I literally watched that whole playthrough like a damn TV show.
Nice.
And I was into it. Like, I mean, he wasn't even talking.
No commentary.
Mm-hmm. It was just a game. And I'm like, why am I into this? Like, what is this? But I didn't get into streaming until a couple of years after. I still was gaming. I still was playing really hardcore, playing online and stuff like that. I think it was college. Then I ended up moving out of my spot and ended up, Fortnite ended up coming out. When Fortnite came out, if we can take that little part of Last of Us, right? And then fill in that gap to Fortnite. I don't know how many years that was.
Yeah.
Whatever years that was, right? After Fortnite came out, me and my boys ended up like running it really heavy, right? and we ended up getting really good at it. Like this was before it got really crazy with the builds and stuff like that. This was season 1, pre-season 1, and before they started putting out the skins and stuff like that. I was playing really heavy, and we decided to start streaming it. We started streaming it all together. When we were streaming it together, some of them fell off, and then I just kind of stuck with it, and eventually got to the point where I was like, let me try this on Facebook. Tried it on Facebook, and after that, I just got serious with it because I actually saw, after putting in so much work, that it could be something.
Nice.
Yeah, and when it actually, like, I actually ended up seeing that I could make some type of income, I was like, wow, and that's kind of like what locked me in. And I guess one of the major, factors to why I kind of stayed locked in as long as I am now to present day. So
that's cool. I liked it because I think everybody's journey is kind of similar to a certain extent when it comes to streaming. It's like, what's this? You start doing it for fun. And usually a lot of people that I've met and I've talked to, they hit that crossroads where they keep doing it for fun. Or eventually they realize, hey, this could potentially be something more than just me playing games. And that's how I was too, was saying, like, I got to that road after about a year and a half. I'm like, you know what? I could potentially make income off of this, and I like doing this. I'm already doing it, so let's see where it goes. So that's cool. I love hearing that a lot of people, when they get to that crossroads, they take it a little bit more serious than others, and that's okay, because a lot of people stream for different reasons. But, but when you start seeing a little bit of money, you're like, hold on a second, So I like that. So now that, you kind of made out your decision that you wanted to, start streaming, how long have you been like really streaming and taking it seriously for?
So I want to say I took it serious even when I first started. So I would say for 6 years now, I've been streaming and taking it serious. I always say I'm good at what I do. It's just that simple. I have nothing else to put behind it. I'm good at what I do. So when I put myself into something, I'm going to put my all in it and make it happen.
Nice.
So that was like my main goal with it, is like, let's do it.
That's cool, man.
If we want to do it, let's do it. I'm not here to half-ass anything. I don't plan on doing that. I want everything. I mean, like everything. I'm putting it all out, man. So that's where it's at. I had learned that from high school with wrestling. I ended up.
You wrestled in high school?
Yes.
Oh, so did I, dude.
Yes,
oh yeah.
125.
Yeah, 119, 125.
Okay, yeah, 130, 135 to 125, and then possibly I dropped down one time 115, bro. But like I had no water and I was cramping like crazy.
Yeah.
But I end up losing one of my matches, and it was my very last match of my wrestling career. It really put me in this mindset of like, man, did you really do everything?
I could have done more, right?
Yeah, and I
hate that feeling.
Ever since then, I've been like, nah, we going above and beyond. Like I could have won. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could have snapped my arm and made that happen. Like I wanted to win that. You know what I mean? And it broke me down really bad. That I lost that. So I was like, whenever I like to say we're like Saiyans, man. Like us humans, we're like Saiyans. Whenever we go through a stressful time like that, or create some type of stress in our brain, our resilience is what makes us stronger. That shell that we create makes us stronger so that we can push to that next level. And therefore, that's why I'm where I am right now, as far as the mental capacity, the discipline to push further every time.
I like that analogy too. That's pretty cool, because a lot of people would, it's easier to say, hey, turn a negative into a positive. Because like growing up playing sports, I grew up playing sports, playing hockey. I was, you've seen me, I'm a small dude. So I always felt like I had to prove myself more than the regular guy. You know what I mean? So I know that feeling of just like, I can do more, and you just push yourself and you have that little chip on your shoulder because you can do it. And that's cool, because that's a good state of mind, because even though that was wrestling for you, you took it with you for life. And not a lot of people at that young age can sit back and think about it like, you know what? Even though that sucked, I could have won and blah, blah, blah. You turned it into a positive thing and kept moving on in life. That's great to hear, man. So That's dope that you're a wrestler, by the way. Hell yeah. Yeah. So what are the biggest challenges right now as a content creator? I know that a lot of different things are going on with numbers and things but as a content creator, what are some of the biggest challenges that you faced before and now?
I guess before was I guess trying to lock in my game. Not a fan of it. I believe that I should be able to play everything that I want to play, but I understand there is a business side of this, and you have to lock in. You know, it's been shown, it's a proven fact that you lock in on one game and you build a community based off of it. I look at myself as let me not say I look at myself. I am a multi-dimensional human being. With that being said, I have multiple abilities. I can do many things. I would not put myself in a box mentally or physically to try to make up for certain things. That's just what it is. So I was in that mindset and I was like, okay, let me just get out of that. And that was one of the main struggles at first. You know, that part right there, trying to build, trying to, you know, get on that level. And I had to find out that like, that's just not me. It's not where it's at. Now that's earlier. Getting to where I am now, man. One of my main issues right now is I am losing supporters right now. But I'm losing supporters mainly because I decided to do me. I can't keep streaming these long hours and it's not making any progress.
Yeah.
You know, nor am I willing or want to chase every platform. I'm not about to do this, man. Mm-hmm. I'm not about to go over here to Twitch. And, you know, I'm on Twitch. I'm not going to run to Twitch because, you know, I want to try to build here. Then I want to run to Kick because I need to build here, or I need to run over here to YouTube. Like, I established a community here, right? Whatever's happening here is happening here. I'm not chasing the cheese, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not chasing the cheese. Like, that's too much, bro. It's too much. I got a life outside of this gaming thing. And I like to say, outside of this gaming thing, I am 100 times more bigger and better. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I actually can show with what I do, my abilities in person, my energy in person, that I can do what I do.
Yeah.
I don't have to wait for a bot to tell me I do what I do. I don't have to wait for somebody to scout me and say I do what I do. I actually have community now, right? Well, let me say not now. We've been built a community. My crew built a community where people actually talk about what we do.
Yeah.
You know, they talk about what we do, then guess what? Word gets out and we're getting gigs in different areas. You know what I mean? Off of my work. You know? Not just my work, but my crew's work. Mm-hmm. The work that we put in, actual work. We don't have to wait for a bot to be like, oh yeah, so these numbers are high, and I think we should give them a little bit more push, a little bit more reach. Nah, man. I'm done with that, bro. I'm not here for that no more, bro. It's like the Matrix, dog. I'm done with it, bro.
Yeah. I like how you said that because it's true. That's exactly what's happening now. And I'm glad that you touch base on it because a lot of people feel that as well. Like, damn, now I have to go over here. Now I have to go over there. Now I have to do this, which is understandable. Yeah, which is understandable. But that's when you were like, you know, mate, like when it comes to what I want to do with this whole gaming thing, you know your lane and you feel comfortable moving in that lane when it comes to the whole streaming thing, right? In other words.
Right.
Yeah, because
I know where I want to be.
Yeah, because this is, and I like how you said that this is only one part of you. This is just a small percent of you. You know what I mean? A lot of people get so tripped out because I grew up playing hockey, so I'll put up hockey videos. They're like, "What? You play hockey?" I'm all, yeah. I was like, "Oh, you do jujitsu?" I'm all, yeah. I'm like, I'm not just a streamer. I started doing this podcast thing. Like, what? You started doing? I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm a talented dude. I like to think that I am, and I like to pursue and push myself in different ways. That, you know, I've come to this realization in life, and you were kind of saying earlier a little bit, just like, man, I'm only here for so long. Let me see what I can do. You know what I mean? Let me go in on this. Let me go in on that. You know, I try to be a good father. I have play with my kids. I go coach. You know, I try to be a good father, a good husband, and things like this. Streaming thing and podcasting is only a small percentage of what I am in life. You know what I mean? So But I'm glad you said that's so cool that you're like, I'm not chasing the cheese, man. I get it. That's dope. It's dope. But at the same token, I get it why other people are doing, because that's what they're pursuing, and that's their main objective, which is fine. And I tell people I don't hate on anybody's grind. Everybody is streaming or doing everything for a different reason. So a lot of people just get caught up with, well, you're not coming around. You're not taking this serious. It's like, dude, I'm doing something completely different. You know what I mean? We can still support each other from afar. We don't have to be in each other's streams. I don't have to like all your shit. You don't have to like all my shit. Like, hey, we see each other. Hey, man, I see what you're doing. Good shit. Keep it going. Positive reinforcement. You know, that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
100%, man. And I want to jump on that real quick. It's like, I would never bash anybody else's work. Their work ethic, you know, what they enjoy or what they feel like is them, you know, that's them. When it comes down to what I do, this is my world. I like to say we all have our own universe within us, right? Therefore, we are our own rulers of our world, right? So the world that you see right now, Jimmy, is a whole different world than the world I'm seeing. I'm seeing myself through this camera, but you're seeing me differently than how I'm seeing me.
Mm-hmm.
I see you differently from how you see you.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, through that alone, gratitude, bro. We perceive this realm of reality so differently. And I know I'm digging a little bit.
No.
Get it.
No, I get it.
This is my spiritual side where I actually I understand this. This is deep. This is deeper than what we think, you know what I'm saying? And everybody actually have their different goals, and that's okay.
Yep.
That is okay, and continue to strive and push for it. But if you do take on or take whatever I say and it helps, I'm glad I was able to help.
Yep.
Bless you with some good energy, because that's all I need. That's all I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to provide, because this is just an understanding that I found within myself. You know, one of the main roots of it, to be honest with you, Jimmy, was got to a point where I was playing a game or playing games in general that I just didn't feel like playing. And I got on stream and I was like, man, this is not having fun here. You know what I mean?
Doing it just to do it.
Hour. Yeah. You know, just where I can get these numbers, and I'm following these numbers, or I'm, you know, expecting to get higher. You know, all of last year, bro, I grind almost every day. I focused up, you know, and I guess I had a conclusion, but that conclusion didn't work. And then certain things was said to me, and I was like, okay, I might mess around, get to this level of where I want to be at. And after that, things dropped, and taking on energy that I didn't need to take, it got me into this depression within myself, and I had to break out. So starting out this year, I actually ended up taking a week off, and that week off, I stewed in my depression, bro. I had to understand it. You got me? I laid in it. I slept in it. I whole days of not doing anything, no creating, and just laying there like, you know. But it was great, because once I broke out, or once I let myself out of it, I was like, I understand now. I had to know why, and let me explain why. Because I didn't have purpose behind what I was doing. Now, I don't know what everybody's purpose is when it comes to them streaming, but if you don't set a purpose, if you don't create a purpose or something behind it, if it don't have no meaning, you will be upset with yourself and everything you have done. You're going to be like, what was the point of that later on? So sometimes even getting on a game and setting up a purpose, like I'm playing today to get this amount of kills. I'm playing today to achieve this. Putting some type of purpose behind what you do, and this is just regular life in general, every day when you wake up, you are going to build your confidence as you achieve this stuff. You're going to have a more fulfilling life. You're going to be invigorated by that purpose of what you created, that meaning. And that is the truth. That is literally what brought me out of my darkness earlier. Mm-hmm. And I've been moving ever since. Q1 has been an amazing month, amazing season so far.
Yeah.
Why? Because I've been booking gigs. I've been doing everything, bro. I literally last week I booked about 5+ gigs, bro.
That's dope, man. I had saw that turn in content too, and I want to touch back on that a little bit too, because I remember when we were there in Atlanta, you got on stage and you were just really animated, and you were like, we're pushing for partner, and then like So was that kind of like when you started realizing like maybe this is not what I want and I thought I wanted it? Because I know you were like, I want to be a partner. I'm going to be a partner. I'm going to do this. And you were just like so adamant about it. Was it to the point to where you realized that I thought I wanted this and then just realized not, and then you wanted to do something different? What made you not want to push anymore when it came to that?
I'm still going to be partnered.
Mm-hmm. But just,
you got me?
Okay, I get you. Because I remember.
I'm not going that same route.
Okay.
I'm still going to be partnered. I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm still posting. I'm still working.
Mm-hmm.
I might not be partnered with Facebook. I might not be partnered with.
There you go.
I might not be partnered with Kick. I might not be partnered with YouTube. But I'm going to be partnered.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in my abilities and my skills. I am working in a different lane. I'm working on getting brand deals. I'm working on getting sponsorships, but through my craft and what I'm doing and how I move and how I work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I shifted my mindset. I shifted my paradigm. Yeah.
That's dope.
I mean?
And I saw it too. I think a lot of people, when you started like just being more open as far as like bringing the dance thing a little bit more and just like the cutting back on the gaming, because I think everybody eventually hits that wall, in my opinion. And if you don't think you've hit it, you know, you're probably still doing it, where you stream just to stream. Like if you feel like you're just streaming just to stream, because I got caught up when I first started. A lot of people can relate to this. Is I was playing Warzone. I felt like I had to win. I felt like I had to do this. I had to do that. And then after I got away from it and playing what I wanted to play, I started feeling like me. I'm like, why are they showing up for? Not this damn game. They're showing up for me. People want to support me and hang out with me. I want to talk to people. I want to create dope content, meet dope people. So when you said that mindset change, that was me too, man. I was just like, fucking A, why did I wait so long? Or not wait so long, but I think like just going through it, how you said it, going through it, having that epiphany, sitting back. And that's when I was like, you know what? As much as I like playing games and chasing those numbers and try to keep up, I'm going to do this podcasting. It might not work for me money-wise or numbers-wise, but this is what I want to do. And I feel like I'm happy doing it. So once I shifted that mindset, dude, I've been so happy ever since like about October, November time doing this. Because I was doing it before, but now I'm like really doing it. I'm enjoying the hell out of it, man. It's awesome to hear that in a different way, man.
Enjoying, bro. Mm-hmm. Finding joy within what you're doing. Every time I explain enjoy, I want to put that definition behind it. Finding joy within. Enjoy. Bro. That's all you kind of need when it comes down to it. You know what I mean? Especially when it's supposed to be something like this that's supposed to be fun.
Yep.
Looking at these numbers and stuff is what throws us off, and I've been knew this, but it was just like, still in the subconscious, you want to get to a certain level.
Of course.
So now I'm like, I still subconsciously want to get to that level, but I'm working smarter in a way. I'm seeing certain things. I deeply analyze everything. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's happening. All right, let me do this right here. Like one thing that I'm seeing right now, and just before we get into the next thing is, I'm posting VODs, and those VODs are actually getting more numbers, more like
than my damn streams,
than my live streams. Hello. So guess what?
Just do it out.
I'm gonna fight it.
Yep.
I'm not gonna fight it. You start playing that tug of war, and you start, complaining on these platforms. Oh man, this is not working. No, just adjust.
Yep.
I'm a human, man. I've been here. I'm 30 years, bro, and like I'm adapting. Mm-hmm. I'm adapting to the new things that are coming my way. You can't stay in the old patterns all the time. You have to adapt. If you don't learn to adapt, you're gonna fall short. And you're gonna be sitting there whining and complaining, and that does not get you anywhere. That leaves you stagnant.
Yep.
I believe in movement. I believe in steady movement. I believe in stillness too. But that stillness is where you start to act. You start to receive. When you're ready to receive, stay still, breathe.
Mm-hmm.
I meditate and I do breath work a lot. Breathe. 5 conscious breaths, bro, can release most of the stress that's in your body, in your mind and your body, and relax you and bring you right back to where you're supposed to be. And that's here. And that says, come back, come back. You don't need to go too far in the future. You don't need to go too far in the past. The past ain't even real. Now is real no matter what, because you're sitting there thinking about the stuff that happened before. You're bringing that back into here. It's like, nah.
Yeah.
Come back here. Stay here.
That's cool.
You good here?
I like that you said that too, because because now more than ever before, I've been enjoying the journey more than the destination. I was always looking so far ahead that I wasn't enjoying what the hell I was doing. And now that I'm more, I'm okay with what I'm doing, because I still have a full-time job. I'm married, I have bills, I have kids, I coach, I do a lot of other things, and I try to do as much as I can to keep myself healthy and things like that. So when it comes to this, I like how you said, I'm just moving smarter. I might not be doing as much, but the moves I'm making are the moves that make sense for me to keep moving forward. You know what I mean? So I like that you said that, man. That's fucking awesome. So that leads perfect to the next segue. Like, obviously you don't feel pressure anymore, so I'm glad that you got that out. So like, how do you keep your motivation going? Like how like day in, day out, man? Like, just, I get tired watching you. You know what I mean? Just like,
I am locked in, bro.
I get so tired watching you, dog.
Yeah, I have this thing called water your root. You know that, right?
No, what is that?
You heard about that? So water your root is coming back to you. Now, not on selfish terms, well, but kind of selfish. You got to come back to you in order for you to be able to help out everybody else, such as you, Jimmy. You have to make sure you're good so you can be good for your kids, so you can be good for your teams, you can be good for your wife, your pets, anything that you have to be good for you first. Water your root, come back to you, return to self, do what makes you happy, treat yourself, stimulate whatever your senses, your eyes, your taste buds, you know what I mean? But on the healthy side, because I'm big on the healthy tip now. But water your root. You have to do these things on a daily basis, because this is how we heal every day. We have to heal ourselves every day because we're, slowly going down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Heal. And that's when you water your root. And when you heal yourself every time, you're able to find that thing or remember that thing that was within you that you were supposed to do, right? So we have water your root. And that's when I put like the little seedling. You see the little green seedling?
Yeah. That makes sense now.
Just water your root.
Hey, I was always wondering what the hell. I was like, what's up with this little tree? I had seen it everywhere when you've been posting lately, but I just thought nothing of it. I was like, okay, I just see it, cool. But it's cool now it's cool that I have the story, so I can actually, I know exactly what that meant. And now that you told us here, man, we're gonna make a reel out of this, and everybody's gonna know what the hell this is. It's dope.
You got to, man. You got to.
That's cool, man.
And I'm going to go into this next part. I actually, because water your root was for 2 years, and it's still here. It's still heavy. Now I have this next one is called Just Keep Creating. Don't create to get these numbers or to get certain things. Create because you want to create. Create because it makes you happy. Create to build yourself up. Sometimes I create and I will watch my videos over and over because I love myself.
Dude, I do the same damn thing.
It's that simple, man.
To people I don't like watching myself. I'm like, dude, how are you ever gonna look and like critique yourself? Because there's things that I used to do that I don't do anymore because maybe nobody would have noticed it, but I notice it. So I watch my own stuff to try to get better.
Sometimes I ask myself, who is that? Because a lot of times when I'm recording myself, I'm in a state of flow. And flow, I don't know if you read that book yet, but definitely check out the book. I forgot the author's name, but it's a really good book. I actually read a lot of books, Jimmy. I would go into like all the books I read, but flow is one. Then Think Like a Monk was one where I was explaining like water your root. I actually got water your root before that, and then they end up Jay Shetty ended up saying water your root inside of that, and I'm like,
what the hell?
Yeah. So and real quick, so that connects to like we actually have a universal mind, but I'm gonna leave that for another time.
Nice.
So just keep creating. Every day I wake up and I see art, bro. I literally see art from the music I listen to. And I just now got a lot more plants in the house. I actually got, I've been growing microgreens, radish, mung beans, and alfalfa. I've been putting them in my food. I've been eating my own.
That's dope.
I got fruit in here. I got a watermelon that's sprouting pretty tall now. I got a whole abundance of cantaloupe, of which I will be probably just throwing away some soon. Sadly. I got strawberries. I got blueberries. I have an indoor greenhouse.
That's crazy. That's so good.
I can show you at this door right here. I can bring it to the door and show you. I actually have an indoor greenhouse.
That's cool, man. We got to see videos of that.
Yeah, that'd be my videos. Like my last video that I did just now, earlier today, was me sitting with my plants. I was sitting in the chair and I was rapping the song, but the plants was around me.
I didn't get a chance to see that shit. Let's go.
I get energized by that. You got me? So this is in my house. Green is life. Green is the heart. It's actually the heart chakra. On the spiritual side, it's the heart chakra. So I keep life within me and around me. I got avocado trees that I had for 2 years now, and I just decided to plant them, put them in a pot, and they're thriving.
That's dope.
I see this every day when I wake up, so it teaches me to thrive and to live. I'm gonna hit you with one more thing.
Do it.
The trees teaches us a lot. I have conversation with the trees on a daily basis, and this is not a talking conversation. This is just literally.
Yeah.
Stillness, right? So the trees teach us stillness. They teach us growth. They teach us groundedness. Through they go through different seasons and they stay standing. They teach us community. They all around each other, and they're able to hang out, branches everywhere, and they don't argue. They enjoy each other. They're around each other. They thrive together. Through that, I was able to understand the strength that I have within myself. We flip ourselves upside down. You know how our brains have all these different like little lines and stuff like that, the nervous system. We flip ourselves upside down, we become a tree. If we was to put ourselves in the ground, we will become a tree.
No shit.
I truly believe that. You know, it will sprout from our arms and everything. We'll become a tree. But the tree symbolized like the strength and the groundedness that I have in my life. I am a tree. I am here. And you will not push me or, knock me off my ground. Like I'm here. And through that, man, I was just able to like those teachings, those practices that I do daily, it inspires me to work every day, and it comes in from source, bro, the source of myself. You got me? The sunlight's amazing, bro. Believe it or not, sunlight, bro, it's truly a blessing. We didn't have the sun, the earth would be gone. But it's wonders within the strength and the powers that the sun give us. On scientific terms, sun gives us serotonin. You get up at a certain time of the day, based off of our circadian rhythm. The sun gives you a lot more energy than where the sun is now. And getting up, I wake up with the sun. When I wake up with the sun, I go walk. It stimulates me. It gives me energy. Our skin is an organ, right? So the sun that I absorb strengthens me, helps out with inflammation, boosts my mood, builds strong bones, and that's through D3. And that is a vitamin that we create within our body. One of the only vitamins that we create just from the sun.
And through us.
Yes.
I love that you're this. Right, no, man, that the fact that you're such a positive guy, and then just your spiritual outlook and the way you look at life is amazing. I think that's why a lot of people are so they are so motivated, and like when you speak, because you mean it, like the things that you're saying and the times that I was around you in person, man, it was just all good stuff. And I think that a lot of people will gravitate towards people like that, because me growing up, I was kind of like the same. I was always just a funny guy. I was always kind of the light in the room, and like I enjoyed knowing that people enjoyed being around me. So I always try to be positive, and like I love having that back to me. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people sometimes will just like want so much energy from you, and I feel like, oh man. But when I meet other people that are kind of like the same, and as I'm getting older now, I'm 38 years old. I have limited time to hang out with people and stuff like that, man. So my best friends that I've known for 25 plus years, we're all the same. We're in each other's lives. We're around each other's family, and having that bond with each other and meeting cool people along the way of this it motivates me in life to keep doing better. So hearing things like that is amazing. You know, a lot of people are like, what the fuck? No sense on another level. Exactly. You know, a lot of people might not understand and they might think that, oh, this and that, but it's okay. Some people don't understand when it comes to the whole spiritual outlook and things like that you have, but it's all positive things, man. And all the things that you're saying are facts. Even if you don't believe it or not, those are all facts that you're saying, man. If you do all those little things, your life will be better. Walk outside, exercise, take care of your health, be around plants, breathe, do, anything like that. Those were all beneficial things in your life, man. So I'm glad that you're so open about that and expressing that and letting people know how you feel, because that might just spark somebody's interest to be like, you know what? No Sense talks about meditating. Let me look into meditating and breathing. You know what? He has plants around his house. Let me get a plant. You know, it's cool like hearing that, because I don't know. I'm sure you've had messages where people are like, dude, this and this or that. And thank you. You know what I mean? By you just being you.
Yes. I have, and I want to say it just to give a more transparent, it wasn't always this easy to do it. When I very first had it happen, like where it kind of just hit me and I started receiving so much information, I actually didn't know how to share it. But now I'm more confident about it because I know know from experience and what it has done for me, that I'm able to really speak on it a little bit more. And I've just always been that person that's been passionate, man. I study this, bro. I listen to podcasts, I read books on it, and everybody say the same thing. I'm talking about some of the richest people say the same thing to some of the poorest people. Like it knows no bounds.
Yeah.
But it brings happiness all into this right here. And then you just got to either take it and use it to your ability, your best ability. And I want to say also, it's like positivity is by choice.
Yep.
I'm not perfect. I have negative thoughts.
Of course.
Routinely, almost pretty much every couple of thoughts comes into a negative thought. But, and I know this is a lot going away from what we were speaking on, but you choose which one you want to hold on to. We literally have these thoughts and they're just like clouds. Like, I mean, this is the monk way of saying it. It's like clouds that's passing by. You choose which cloud to hold on to. You're going to either let it go or you're going to hold on to it. And I'm big on letting you you use the things that serve you or you don't. You know what I mean? Like, or you use the things that don't serve you, because some people hold on to negative. And I noticed, and I've been seeing just from small things, bro. If I make a post and I let my ego talk, because I there's a difference, right? There's a difference. Oh, if I let my ego talk, people would gravitate to my ego versus me letting my higher self talk. That's more positive and everything. Mm-hmm. Because the ego sparks something that other people can relate to, and it's attached to certain things. And when it's attached to these certain things, people be like, oh, and it's easy because. All right, man, I ain't gonna go too far. Let me stop, bro.
No, I like this, man. I like the fact that you're so passionate in talking about this kind of stuff, because not a lot of people do or are comfortable or may not understand when it comes to this. So I like that the positivity thing that you bring so much. I've gotten better with time. I've noticed myself, through losing parents and, losing jobs and friendships and being a father. And, you just start looking at life differently. And I'm just like, you know what? Like, it's a simple quote that I use. Like, the glass is always half full. It's not half empty. It's the way you look at things. You know what I mean? If you want to sit there and drown in something and you're going to let that hold you, then that you need to get out of that somehow, but only yourself can get out of it. So I tell people all the time, damn, Jimmy, you're so goddamn positive. I'm like, what am I going to do? Be negative and not be happy? That's just going to bring me down and everything around me. You know what I mean? Am I going to pretend like everything's okay? No, I know that everything's okay. But if you strive to keep positiveness and keep moving forward, that's only going to make you and everybody around you better.
Yeah, I like to say you're dragging baggage with you whenever you do that. Mm-hmm. And it's only going to pile up. It's going to get higher and higher if you continue to do it. So It's up to you to allow to release it.
Damn. Man, I think, man, we might have to have another discussion on a different topic kind of stuff, man. You're such an intricate dude. I love it. But like segueing back to some of the questions, man, obviously you mentioned it earlier. You're like, the partner thing is still on the table. So it's just not on a specific platform. I love the fact that you were saying, hey, I'm looking for brands. I'm looking for this, because that's how I feel too. I'm trying to get to the point to where like, I'm having companies pay me, not the people that support me in the communities, man. I've never felt comfortable saying that, you know, all these people in my community and stuff like that. I'm not hating on anybody that does this for a living and that's how their income. I get it. But for me, I felt like, damn, man, I don't ever want to be full time and have to depend on my community to pay my bills. I wanted to be to where I could do what I do with my craft and have brands and contracts and things that I'm in charge of that take care of what my business and what my future looks like with the craft that I do. You know what I mean? That was always my goal. So hearing people like that, like yourself, talk about those kind of stuff, that's the stuff that I love hearing, man. I love hearing that stuff, man.
Yeah, that's I believe that what really got me is one of my mods was kind of speaking on it. And I have a family business. I don't think I ever told you. My family business is cleaning banks and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I will always have that to come back to, and actually just focus up on that, which I actually did. I took on some more work, but it was kind of, it came down to a point where I was like, I actually was asking the community to help me out a little bit more. I mean, it was, you know, I wanted to continue to do, I was saying, hey, y'all want to see me continue to do this? Like, I need a little bit more help. But if I'm not getting it, I got to go back. I just have to go back. I have to be able to live. You know, I'm not going to be able to keep my apartment and stuff like that. With rent going up and everything, I am a single, you know, dude out here, and I have to work hard for everything that I want. So, you know, I didn't get that. And, you know, I can't expect them to do that too. So what I'm like is, you know, I can't expect the community to drop money, and it dropped, bro. It drastically dropped. Like, I don't make nowhere close to what I used to make.
Yeah, I think everybody's like that.
Right, and this was before I slowed down my streams. Mm-hmm. So, you know, and I saw that change, and I was like, you know what, we're gonna have to do something. And I think what built up inside of me was like just trying to get that understanding. Yeah. Of what I have to do. Yeah. And, you know, basically where I am now. So yeah.
That's dope. Yeah, because I felt that too. That was one of the things that I felt too when I mean, I'm only a part-time guy. You know, I have a career. I'm an IT professional, so I've been in IT for like 15 years. I make okay money. You know, I could always have a job. It's not my passion anymore, but if I have work. You know what I mean? I get paid for all these goods. I'm fortunate. I'm blessed to have that as in my back pocket. But it gives me the confidence to keep making all these moves and not have to worry about money. You know what I mean? So when I'm starting to do stuff that makes sense for this, I'm able to to focus the time that I do have and make the smart moves, how you were saying, but not have to worry financially. And that's in the position that I'm in. Not a lot of people can say that, and I get it. And you were saying it too, man. Some people have to grind, and they have to get those supporters. They have to get those stars. They have to get those bits, which I totally understand. And I'm glad that, you know, that's one less stress off of me to be a content creator, because I can not worry about financially and just set up conversations like this with yourself, with other people, you know, make little trips to, you know, network and, you know, reach out to different businesses and say, hey, I do this on the side. You want me to set up your Instagram page? I could record. I could do all this. I'm just using my abilities as a content creator and obviously my IT degree. Man, they're like, Jimmy, well, how does your camera look so good? Why does it sound so good? Dude, my IT degree helped me be able to do all this without even realizing my personality, my education has led me to be confident doing this. You know what I mean? So financially, not having to worry about that one little big check mark that a lot of people have to worry about, I have to less worry about is amazing. You know, it just feels good to know that I could just create and make moves on my own, you know, my own pace that makes sense for me.
Right. I like to say that our jobs is our sponsor, bro. That's one of the things I like to say. Like,
it's true.
Your IT job is your sponsor. Like my job, my family business is my sponsor. For me to be able to have all these stuff in front of me, I had to have that job, you know, to buy it. So, you know, though, you know, over time, the stream did end up, you know, sponsoring it for me, you know, through their help and stuff like that. You know, I did have to work for the foundation of this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that's cool that you said that, because, you know, my community helped me get this PC. You know what I mean? I could afford a lot of these things, but knowing that the community that I built over the past coming up 3 years and people are still rocking with me and I don't depend on those stars, but I'm very open. I'm like, look, guys, I don't do it for the money, but it fucking helps. You know, I use it for giveaways. I do it for software, you know, to play new games, for DLCs, to giveaways. Like, I'm using it and people see that. And the amount of people that I do have and still stick around and help me financially whenever they can, they don't feel obligated. They know it's going right back in because I'm doing podcasts. I'm putting out VODs. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm like, they're giving me the ability and the motivation to keep creating content and putting it out there for people to enjoy. Because how you said, I like when people come in, BS a little bit, have a good laugh because I'm playing terrible, make some jokes, or we're hanging out. And that's just a little positive note for somebody on their day to keep going, you know, to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
I love that. Man. So one of the other questions I had for you, like, so obviously, you know, partnerships and brands are on the table, you know, based on what you got going on with your current content, which is amazing, by the way. If you guys haven't had a chance after this, you guys watch this or listen to this, you know, all the links will be below to go check him out, man. He is a dancing fiend. But do you feel like being respected or taken serious by peers is important to you? Or do you feel like, I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm going to just do my thing?
I'm huge on respect. I'm just huge on it. And I tend to be able to tell when somebody isn't respecting me.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's just within my own world, but when I'm not respected, I just never been a fan of disrespect. Don't disrespect me, you know, especially if I'm respecting you and your wishes or just you in general, like if you know, just the energy that I'm giving you.
Yeah.
Big on respect. But I will not, if I'm disrespected, I will not get out of character. I will not allow myself to get out of character.
Yeah, you're just like, I'm good. I'm not gonna waste my time on you kind of thing. I feel like that I'm the way too, because some people are more vocal than others. Because I'm a really passive guy. I've always been passive, and you're gonna let that fool just say that, or you're like, look, there's a lot more important things that I could worry about and on my plate. You know, like, does it bug me? Yes. Do I want to get caught up and say something dumb or do something that I don't want to do or regret? It just like, I've gotten to the point to where like I just protect my energy. You know what I mean? Just like, if I don't need to, if somebody's saying something wild out of pocket and it has nothing to do with my life, I just can care less. You know what I mean? If some people will say, well, I don't care, you know, Jimmy thinks he could do this, Jimmy could do, I mean, if that's what you feel and you don't like me, then that's great. But the people that how I carry myself, hopefully in my life, and me being a husband and a father, a content creator, whatever, I hope that people will speak highly of me because of how I carry myself. I hope I've never get to the point to where like, damn, he is a POS because of X, Y, Z. You know what I mean? I feel like, I hope and I don't ever get that way, because I just want to be a positive light for everybody that I am around or people that I'm associated with, man. I don't ever want to feel like I'm not a respectful person or take anybody's energy in a negative way or just kind of downplay people. You know, I don't want to be that type of person. And I feel that from you is like, everybody's good. Let's all do good. Everybody be positive, you know, take care of yourself, do whatever you need to do as long as you're not hurting anybody and things like that, man.
Right.
I love that.
Yeah, it's I would rather not waste energy, right? But also it's just, I lead with my monk mind. I lead with not the monkey mind, but the monk mind, the mind that's able to objectively observe its thoughts, you know, and choose the right decision, you know, what fits best.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is somebody that wants to take a different route, by all means they can do that, but I would not waste my energy in that way when I can be creating something
nice
that makes me happy.
That's dope, man. That's dope. I like that. So one of the final questions, like leading toward the end of this, is so what's your ideal future as a content creator? Like, where do you see yourself in the next 2-3 years? Like, ideally, you know, as long as you're healthy, okay, everything's looking like it should, like ideally in 2 or 3 years, where do you see yourself as a content creator?
As a content creator, I will most likely have locked in a few brand deals, maybe with clothing brands, and maybe like healthy like drinks or healthy food supplements. And
you look the part. You look the part.
Share this with the community is where I want to bring that. I want to lock in these deals to be able to share it. Sponsorships that possibly will be able to help me with certain tech. Like I need to upgrade a camera soon. So, maybe a sponsorship could come in, and it will come in. When the sponsorship come in for that, I will be able to then create even better quality of content and be able to basically inspire and motivate the people with the stuff that I'm putting out and just showing through the positive self-talk. And I do daily morning quotes, or not even quotes. I say good morning, everyone, and then I speak on something. Can I share the one from today with you?
Of course, let's go. Yeah, of course.
All right, so today's, because I am, like I told you, I'm big on health. Been big on my health lately. Is let me find real quick. Give me a second. Okay, so I said, good morning, everyone. Today's reminder is to watch what you consume. This determines how you feel throughout the day, mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. For example, our gut and brain are connected. The microbiome stores most of our serotonin and dopamine. So overall, everything we consume plays a major role in how we function. Out of respect, not shame, for yourself, watch what you put into your body.
Well said.
And that's basically, I have abundance of knowledge that I want to share. And this is not to preach. This is to simply share.
Yeah, I like that.
In the dark, because not everybody knows.
Yeah. I like how you said that. You're not trying to preach. And a lot of people get caught up with that sometimes. Like, hey, this guy's being so goddamn positive. It's annoying. It's like, I'm just, it's not preaching. It's just putting a message out there, and people who want to take it or not take it, it's how you receive it. And it's cool that you said that about the whole, putting in your body. I've gotten better and better. I used to be healthy and I just kind of got away from it. And I've been getting better. One small thing that I've been doing really good lately is I might not have time to exercise or whatever, but I just stopped drinking during the week. And I have maybe a couple drinks on the weekend. It's not that big of a deal, but I've already done it for almost 3 months and I've lost like 10 pounds without even trying. Yeah, go ahead.
So, man, I'm going to be honest, man. Drinking is just not good for our gut.
Oh, yeah. Well, obviously that. For sure.
It throws off a lot of stuff within our microbiome. So it gets confused. So basically, you throw all that stuff in there, it's confused because we already have a lot of bacteria in it, right? And then you start to introduce all this different alcohol and these beans and stuff, like all this stuff, and it just kind of throws us off. So you don't think about it. I want to leave without telling you something like that.
No, but that's good.
Role
of course.
Our attitude and how we feel daily, and just one drink can actually change up everything. Our gut is connected to our mind. And through that connection, the reason why it's connected is because in the fetus, we was conceived, right, through the woman's gut.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same tissue that was made up
in your mind.
The brain.
Yeah,
in the brain. So that's his brain health. So gut and brain health, right? So a lot of times we always be big on this mental health and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it starts with the brain. Is it brain health? What is your brain health?
Yeah.
And the gut is connected to the brain. So, whatever your health is of your gut, like the stuff that you're putting in. And Jimmy, I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
I had chips last night.
But being conscious about it. Yeah. Being conscious about it is one of the biggest things. And I'm glad you said that. Yeah, awareness. Because I know I shouldn't be drinking, but when I cut it back, I feel so much better. It's not like I was drinking to get hammered or anything, but it was like 2 or 3 beers a night. And that's like 12 beers a week that I cut out for the past 3 months. And I'm just like, wow. And then I just started sleeping a little bit better. I want to get there eventually. But I've been more conscious of what I put in my body. And I'm glad that you say that, because I like that you're such an advocate about, taking care of yourself spiritually, mentally, consuming bad and negative. Everything that you're about, man, is why I enjoy talking to you and getting to know you still, man. And building this friendship, that we're starting to go, man, and everything that you got going on for yourself as far as like your outlook on your content creation, and you're in a good place right now. It is great to see from afar. It's awesome to see, man.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man.
It's just the good energy. That's all. That's
Hell
all
yeah,
need, man.
Hell yeah. But before I let you go, man, like, what are some of the, in your opinion, like, if somebody wants to go out there and become a content creator, not so much as a streamer, just content creation, what are some tips and advice that you wish you knew it in the beginning that helped you, that kind of just kept, sprung you forward? Like if you can just drop some knowledge, like, hey, when you're going to start going into this, think about that, or this is what I did. Don't do this or don't do that.
I would say don't overthink. That was one of the first things right there. Sometimes we overthink and it hinders us. It holds us back from what we, what we want to do, what ourselves actually want to do, our actual, the divine energy. It's like what that first thought, that thing that you created in your mind was meant for you to create and share. That's it. It's meant for you to create and share. So don't overthink. Find purpose behind it.
I like that one. I like that one.
We have to find purpose behind it. If we don't, it becomes, it sort of starts to be worthless, or everybody's going to find purpose in your content and what they see. And, it's going to be their purpose of how they receive it, right? But you have to find purpose as to why you are doing what you're doing so that you can continue to fuel yourself to do it. And that's one of the major key factors. And then at the end of the day, and everybody say have fun, but I want to say enjoy.
There you go.
Find joy within what you do.
Yeah. I hate when people say that.
I don't want to do the cliche. I
hate when people say, just have fun. I'm like, no. I'm glad you said that. Hell yeah. I use that's when a lot of people get caught up in the, everything's not going good. And then you see that comment, well, have fun. Just have fun. When you say that, and I'm glad you say that because I did that without realizing it, just having that purpose. Like, why am I doing this for? Oh, I just want to meet dope people and put some positive, energy out there for, and as far as my content creation, I'm fortunate enough to be a personal person, hang out, be able to mingle and hold conversations with certain people. So I want to have conversations and maybe pass out some information, some knowledge that people might not know through me because of me just having the ability to talk to people in different fields of their life, man. And I'm glad that I got the opportunity to sit down and talk to you, and like you passing that positive, just the water your root and just your outlook on life. That's great stuff, because some people will hear this and just like, damn, that's dope, and like take it with them.
Yeah, no, that's what I want you to do. I want you to hold on to it. I want you to put it in your pocket and use it as energy, as fuel for the rest of this year, for the rest of your life. It's eternal. It's infinite, And I want to add one more thing, man. When everything feels like it's just crumbling, come back to your why. Remember your why. And if you have to go on right now before anything happens, write down your why. Understand your why. Live in your why daily. And after that, you don't have to ask any more questions. You don't need anything else, because your why is your answer.
Damn. Deep clip right there, man. Thank you so much, man. Before we get out of here, brother, plug yourself. Let us know what platform's on, what your schedule look like, what you got going on with your dance crew. Just let us know where we can find you, man.
Yo, it is your boy, No Sense, representing Raleigh Rockers, the Coalition, the Winner Circle, HyperX Gaming, and Charity Heroes, man. And I'm gonna have to start chopping off some of those names, but it's all good. If you want to find me, you can find me on Facebook, on Twitch, on Kick, on YouTube at No Sense, NOCENTSS. On Twitter, you can find me at No Sensei, NOCENTSSEI. And IG, you can find me at No Sense. And I just started a page called Healthy Sense, where I'm just like showing different things with my plants and everything.
Cool.
My schedule on Facebook is pretty much Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I start around 2 and I rock out to about 5. So that's like a good 3 hours or 2 hour streams. Also, I am dropping content on YouTube pretty much every day, or after every stream. I'm clipping some stuff and throwing it on YouTube. So make sure you guys check that out. I am pushing for 1,000 subscribers on there. So if you want to subscribe, check me out on there. A big variety of content on there, because I'm also playing VR content as well. And then I just recently dropped a stream vlog of me showing people how to fix a healthy snack, and also showing how to plant stuff. So I do a lot of things. I am multidimensional, and I am also ready to share energy with you. So feel free to reach out.
You beat me to it. I was like, multi-talented, multi-dimensional, no sense, man. Thank you so much for your time, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All the links of his will be down in below, guys. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're listening to this on Amazon, on iTunes, on Spotify, make sure to check out No Sense. Check out our season 2 that we're continuing on. We had season 1 where we dropped 22 episodes. My goal for this year is 25 episodes here. And we're going to have all types of what's it called, material and things like that. Not just content creators, but different things going on, man. Go ahead. You have one thing.
I want to say one more thing, man. Hey, everybody that's watching this, I want to just say, man, big shout out to Jimmy Dukes, man. This guy right here is really awesome. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but he is a conduit of energy. The only reason why we are here or we're able to talk and you're able to experience this energy is because of him. So he was able to connect this, and through that is it's a gift. Not many people have the gift of being able to